female.
Name is Army Hammer.
Yeah.
Army Hammer.
Yes.
Yeah. Army Hammer.
Armand. Like Armand.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Armand Hammer. Anyways, we are Dakin Heroes now, so.
Okay, I'm gonna call him a nickname of Hannibal Hammer.
Hannibal Hammer. Raising the chat. I'm not gonna. Hey guys.
Hello.
Okay, hello.
Wait, hold on. No, wait. How you feel better tonight? There we go. All right. Oh, we just lost a viewer. That's wonderful. Oh well, who cares?
Who'd we lose?
I don't know. To be fair though, I'm gonna be honest. I kind of forgot to advertise this stream a bit because I was just so focused on a lot of stuff today. Like I had to host the marathon. I got some classwork that I'm actually finishing up as we speak while we do this podcast, and then parents wanted me to do some stuff that, well, interfered a lot with my schedule. So kind of a busy day today, but and I also had to go and edit the stream from last night. It's not really that much, but I just had to just insert a censor sound with the I basically inserted, the rainbow screen that pops on your TV and like there's a connection issue, and then on top of that I just have a PNG of Palpatine. just spell I kapoo with Palpatine, and it just immediately cuts to...
Please be the fucking video Palpatine.
Shit, I didn't think of that.
Everybody Star Destroyers.
What?
Everybody Star Destroyers. I want to put them dirty, cover them up.
Alright.
Why?
I'll be the one pulling the strings on the line.
I got a question. Changus, I hope you did download because it's cool clip. It made that into an actual button.
Shit.
It's on the back room.
I know. Hold on.
And it's from Jay
I know
Decker.
that. Let me download the damn thing so I can make it a thing. Calm your horses. Ah, damn it. Hold on.
Speaking of Degenerate, there's a chance I might not be able to see tomorrow. Just because I'm gonna be hanging out with Cal Yerk.
And we have actually been putting off Jay Decker for quite a bit because
I think we need to reschedule.
Yeah, I think
another day.
I'm starting to think maybe Sundays isn't gonna be a good time anymore because it's getting really, at least especially for me, Sunday's been getting really busy because that's when
I'm not gonna lie, guys. This semester is this week alone, I'm kind of worried because I got an exam and stuff.
Oh god, I just realized I'm in a part of an art class. I need to get started on a big project that's due at the end of the week.
I should be studying right now. Not gonna lie, guys. There's this whole fact that I have to read a bunch of science fiction short stories.
Yeah.
And I have not read a single one.
Okay, hold on, I need to. My father just handed me something.
Many?
I need to check something.
How many?
We read at least a 3 every class.
So, and they're not long ones, right? Or are they
define how
Short.
long we're talking.
are they part?
Varies.
Well, oh, yeah, of course it's varies.
like-
Is it part of a textbook or?
Some are part of a textbook, some I can find online.
Well, if it helps,
Like I said, it varies.
Textbooks usually, in my experience, textbooks is usually very short.
yeah, usually
Shorter.
textbook stories are shorter. Though, I'll give you a tip. In my experience with like reading stuff, half the stuff I never read, I just looked up like notes on the internet.
Oh, same. Hell, I've already taken this class. I'm basically doing it just so I can keep my officer role for my club.
Wait, really? You have to
Yeah,
take this class to keep your role?
I have to be enrolled in a class in order to keep my, so I basically just took, I already took this class, so...
Just
Plus,
take
I
it
think I
again.
haven't... Plus, it's possible I could probably graduate soon.
Really?
Because I already have, like, enough credits, I think?
You got the credits enough to graduate?
And I don't think I even needed to take a math class. Maybe?
You got enough to like get like a bachelor's degree, right?
I should.
I mean, as long as you get a degree, hey, you get. Honestly, I've come to the point where like just I don't really want to go here anymore. Just I'll get my degree.
Right.
I'll get my degree, and then from there on, if I gotta take more classes and stuff, then I'll do that. But at this point, just let me just get my degree, and then I don't like. Well, it's like, well, I mean, what type of degree you got? Like, does it really matter? Does it really matter? I'm just gonna get a bachelor's degree, and then if I gotta do more stuff, I'll do more stuff. Just let me get my degree. I'm kind of done.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Yeah, it's just fuck this shit. I'm honestly like really the biggest thing for me though is that class in general just have been such a huge drain on artistic creativity for me. Like I've had such a huge art block ever since I started taking like a bunch of classes, because I'm gonna be honest, it just drained me.
I feel like...
Are they classes that you enjoy?
I'm trying to get all the stuff out of the way to get credits, and then I gotta like take like one class on the side that I hope I'm going to enjoy. And just like one class currently right now, like they say like it's supposed to help make me create more stuff, but then I have another class on the side that's like, well, you also gotta study the textbook and all that. It's like, this is just really draining.
Usually, if you're not enjoying something, it really affects creativity.
Like you know what I have been enjoying more though? Just this right here, what we're doing, just streaming.
Yeah.
Like streaming has been a really creative outlet for me, more so than art lately.
Yeah, so like for me, so like last week I was actually thinking about it. It's like, I really enjoy actually broadcasting with my friends.
Yeah,
And
like
that's really,
I've come.
if I could get, if at some point this becomes a job, which is very unlikely unless we put in like 100% of the work, and if we're lucky.
I mean, it's you don't have. I mean, you don't have to like be streaming 24/7. That's because then that's gonna just be a drain.
I'm talking about. Oh, we have to there are some things that's like, oh, we have to make our video be more professional, quote unquote. There's some things you could do to improve the quality. I would argue you don't need to be that professional though. Like,
you know what we should do? At some point, we should get the funds to get to make VTuber avatars.
It's going back a second.
Like Takaha 108.
Oh yeah.
But VTuber stuff that costs a lot of money, man. Like you.
And
that's why I said save up.
Oh, it's
something we gotta work towards. That's what I'm saying.
I was like,
I don't see it happening this year. Let's just say that.
I don't see it happening in like, honestly, like maybe a few years in our situation. Like it's just VTubing costs a lot. Nick. Like you gotta pay an artist to create, you know, a drawing, an avatar, that then you gotta pay someone to rig it, and then you gotta pay for, you know, the software to that tracks the facial tracking and all that. Like that's expensive, Nick.
And we need to find a multi-talented agent to do all that, and we don't have to pay for much.
And on top of that,
we just hire a guy to go, okay, we want to be VTubers, do the work for us, and we'll pay you.
Really? Why Asian? Why,
also on
why.
on top of that, we have to do on top of that, we have to do like we gotta come up with new outfits and stuff.
No, we don't. No, we don't need to do that.
I just need to do a xenomorph with a Bionicle shirt.
Oh no, I mean,
well, I think it would have to be something like a Walmart version of a xenomorph.
Oh yeah, well no, you can't be like an actual xenomorph. Like you.
I was gonna say like a Walmart version of a xenomorph.
The Dollar
because
Tree.
you know
we have xenomorph at home. Mom, can we have a xenomorph?
I'm trying to tell Charles and Jack it can't be a xenomorph. It can be something very similar to a xenomorph.
Because
exactly. Still, you should.
Okay, one second. Let me do this. Let me do. I gotta do something real quick.
Okay.
It's a xenomorph. It looks like a xenomorph, but it's not. But due to international copyright laws, it is not.
Still, we should run like it is a xenomorph. But it isn't.
No, you should fire like it's a xenomorph.
But it isn't.
See, I'm having trouble hanging out with you guys because of all the racism. And people wonder why I gaslight Changus.
Hey,
you know what? The more you gaslight me, Nick, the more my love for the Predator increases more than for xenomorphs. Remember. Hey, Changus, remember who got you that Onua? And that Kopaka. Just saying, man.
Hey, look, I still hold a grudge over you for killing Spider-Neck.
First of all, I didn't ask to be born.
Spider-Neck was our friend.
A xenomorph, but
what did he ever do for you? Huh? I'm wondering how you...
Wait, hold on.
I did more for you guys than he ever did.
Yeah, don't take it easy on Nick, guys. At least he's not a Terranid.
I never knew Spider-Nick, so I have no dog in this fight.
Oh man, it was SGD. You're missing out. Spider-Nick was amazing. He was so much fun, and then he died.
And got replaced by. Oh.
We just need to make a xenomorph with a mouth on the end of its tail and a tail inside its mouth, and then it's legally distinct from actual xenomorph, and they can't sue.
No. We give the xenomorph a mustache.
Honestly, you know what? You know what your VTuber avatar should be, Nick? Someone should make a custom Xenogoblin avatar. God, I love that picture of the Xenogoblin. Oh, that was beautiful, Nick. I'm not gonna lie, but like, anyways, I think we talked a bit about other stuff, but like overall though, like just in general, I've just been having so much more fun streaming with you guys. So
yeah. Tangents are the best part.
Like, honestly, for me, my avatar, you can still have this look. You just have to tweak it a bit, mainly with the coloration, to be more reflective of a reverend.
I was just gonna suggest a ninja with a cross on his forehead.
I like the Pope hat, though.
I mean, you could have a Pope hat as well.
But you're not actually Catholic, though.
Okay, then we just grab the pilgrim hat.
I'm just now imagining that one picture we had of Onuma where he just had all the hats of the three major Abraham religions.
Amen.
Amen. Just he had a turban. He had a what? Ah, shit. What's the Jewish hat called again?
Yarmulke.
It's just amen. And then
Okay. Speaking. actually, like, speaking of world religions, is related to foreign countries, which is...
Oh yeah, your topic, like, which I guess we can now move on to with the actual show. So,
before that, SGD had a comment.
I wanted to say earlier when talking about class and stuff, I like writing. I'm doing it right now. But whenever in my English class in high school gave me a writing prompt and it was like this white noise, like I don't want to write this.
I don't like writing either. Or okay, I don't like writing what I'm told to write. Like that's just always been my biggest thing. I don't like being told what to do. Like like I like drawing. Okay, cool. Draw this. Well, now you ruined it. Now you just ruined it. And I don't feel motivated. Why? Because I don't like being told to draw what I have to draw.
I thought of a cool streaming idea.
What?
It's an art stream, but I'm giving you suggestions on what to draw.
I need a drawing tablet and stuff. I mean, like, okay, no, I mean, I could just set up a camera and just rig it so it shows my hands in a sketchbook. Like, either way, I would like to do that. just make me draw just a bunch of penises.
Oh, like, so for me,
actually, my first suggestion was, all right, your goal, draw Kopaka, but if he was a Transformer.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Robots are hard to draw, man.
Yeah.
But I'm for it.
Okay. We all be on the stream and we could change it. It's like a game of what's it called? We just tell Chingus what to draw without saying what to draw.
I mean, if we want to do like a drawing stuff, we could do another stream with what was the game? Gartic Phone. but you gotta promise me, Nick, that you're not going to try.
We do that. We make a ban of all things.
Like, oh my goodness, Nick, like that was the worst. Like just. Like it was bad enough that you drew a penis, but then you colored it in. You colored it in with the pink tip and everything. I was like, Nick, I can't show this.
I'm confused. Wait, what happened?
Long story, another time. Okay, back on the topic.
All right.
There's stuff that I don't like to write. So the stuff that I don't like to write is not so much what I am forced to write, is the word limit.
Oh,
God, I hate word limits.
Yeah, you know why I hate word limits?
Why?
Because it forces you to put filler words.
Yes!
I go to a research paper, like on a very specific topic that I really like, right?
I'm a guy who gets to the point, like, I don't like to do multiple paragraphs. I just say, okay, so here's the thing, here's the problem, my solution, there.
I mean,
I think.
I hate having to yeah, God, I hate.
Yeah, I hate word limits.
Especially, here's my problem. My problem is that okay, so it's usually attached to, okay, here's a topic that you can go, that the amount of resources you have is actually very limited. The research that you actually want, and thus you somehow get about halfway, 3/4 of the way to the word limit, and you're done.
Yeah.
Like, you said what you said, but
it was like, no, you got like write 2 more paragraphs. Like, what am I supposed to say then? Like,
it's usually page count too.
This is a little. I know this may be a little nitpicky, but it sounds like you're describing word minimum, not word limit.
I hate it when I have to do like requirements. How many sources do you I have to have like 3 sources.
Oh god,
and like,
it's terrible.
and for them to also be implemented into the paper.
And it's
Like 3 sources is not bad. It depends on the topic.
It just,
true.
It really just doesn't flow well for me, though.
Yeah, I remember one time I had to write a story in English class, and it's like, no more than this many words. It was not enough. I had to seriously cut my story down. And then knowing what I know now about writing, that word limit was way too small.
This is the stuff that and people assume people are getting dumber.
Yeah, well, because there's these stupid.
Because there's no passion for learning, and because there's
I get it. I get it. 3 source limit makes sense. But the thing is, that's up to the topic given. And the thing is, once you have instead of giving people certain topics like options nowadays, you have to pick your own topic. Theoretically, that makes sense because people would pick something they're most passionate about.
Right.
That's what the problem is.
Do tell.
What people are most passionate about is not what other people find most passionate, and them trying to find resources is like the pain in the butt.
Yeah.
Leave me.
Oh, someone's ringtone.
I like to add another thing about word limits. Is that sometimes certain topics require beyond that word limit.
Okay, I was just too out. My mom was just calling me.
I get what you're talking about, Alcom. Like, just word limits in general. Like, whether it's a word minimum or a word maximum, it's like,
It's page count, too.
Page count. Like, just let people write how much they want, and if they get to the point, and the point is, valid, well, then there you go.
And also, remember, professors are grading them, too. Why are you giving the professors more of a pain in the neck?
Yeah, I can understand an upper word limit because the teachers only have so much time, but then a lower word limit.
Yeah, it's
if it's a topic that requires autistic levels of searching.
Look. All I'm gonna say is, if you tell me to write a paper on Gundam, I will be gladly to do all the research and writing about that.
Yeah. No. I'm talking about okay. So here we're in a history class. I want to do something about guilds in the Middle Ages. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I spend 10 hours trying to find 3 sources. And there's 3... Theoretically, there are no 3 sources that's available in the library or in the archives that has the information that I would want to look for.
Mm-hmm.
Just theoretically, this hyper scenario.
No, I get it.
Well, there are some. It's just some stupid things. You might as well just have the professor saying, "Okay, here are the topics that you can
pick from.
These topics. These topics, you can research them, and you, of course, pick the topics that have more than 10 sources, so that people can actually
do the research."
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, you could even just provide, here are some recommended sources on this topic. Because you also get criticized for your grammar too. The professors are also grammar teachers. Which... Okay, so speaking of education, let's go to some classical literature.
Well, classical literature, but you're also going to be talking about the films as well.
Yes, but yes.
All right. So we can after a 35-minute rant about the state of education and etc. Now we can talk about the actual stuff.
By the way, did you get the clip ready?
Which clip?
Because it's cool.
Because it's cool? I gotta I gotta like edit it. I gotta edit it down because I don't.
No. I already have it. It's in the back room.
No, I know, but I don't want to show the whole thing because I'm afraid, you know. Wait, how long is the clip again? Oh, no, I got.
It's only 9 seconds.
It's only 9 seconds.
Yeah. 9 seconds. That's like below most copy bots.
Okay, give me a second. Give me a second then.
It's marvelous. Why does it have a tiger face on it? Because it's cool.
Because it's cool.
Yeah, but so anyway, so murder on the I don't know which one do you want to do first? Murder on the Orient Express or
let's go with Murder on the Orient Express first.
Okay. So, Murder on the Orient Express. So these movies, the common thing is about these movies are movies that were directed by Kenneth Branagh, and they're adaptations of Agatha Christie's work. Agatha Christie, for those who don't know, is one of the top tier mystery writers. Like, technically, she's probably the best-selling one. Really? Of the mystery writers, at least one article argued that I read recently, that I saw the title recently.
Okay.
Like, she's known for writing And Then There Were None. Of course, Hercule Poirot is like her main character, but she's like wrote a ton of books. And lots of short stories. And so Murder on the Orient Express, the main premise is you have this Belgian a Belgian detective is on a train going from one location to another, and during that train ride, a passenger gets murdered. And it's about this investigation of this passenger. The train gets delayed a bit because of a snowdrift. And he's trying to figure out who murdered this man within the night. And then he kind of connects the dots that it's related to an earlier case, quote-unquote unsolvable case involving the kidnapping of a girl who then gets murdered later.
Right.
Like, that's the general premise, but people who are mystery fans know about this story. It is one of the most, probably like top 10, like top 5 stories of all time.
Okay.
Because Agatha Christie has like the most brilliant twist of it. Like, a twist that most people, you would think that people would have repeated it at this point. Again and again. But it actually has really been done. The idea that the murderer was all the suspects.
Hold on real quick. What's going on in the chat here, SGD?
A couple of people started calling Gundam and Transformers the same thing.
Hey, Charlie.
Charlie? You're on thin ice there, buddy.
I think he... Wait.
Was he the one who's there, or was it someone else?
Yeah, Charles timed him out. I made a joke about timing him and Charles out for saying what they did, and then Charles misinterpreted that and timed him out, so his message got deleted.
Oh, no, Charles, it's fine, Charles. Don't time him out. Like I said, Chelsea, the rules are simple. Just don't spam, don't dox, don't just try not to be an asshole. That's all. Simple as that. So basically, a long story short, Charlie, I don't want to see any more spam with those damn weird emojis you always put up. What's with all those weird like twerking emojis? My goodness.
Charles was also talking about how Gundam and Transformers have big balls.
Where's Rias?
Hold on. No, there's a button for this.
Horny!
I want to add one more rule.
Uh-huh.
If anyone try to trying to sell NFTs. You're out of here.
Well, if we're talking NFTs, my rule would be just, if you're trying to sell NFTs, just don't do it here. Don't try to sell anything in here. Actually, just don't sell anything in the chat. Just if you want to sell NFTs, I will look heavily down upon you, but fuck it. Just take it out of here. Sell it somewhere else.
Only
Also,
we get to show things.
Also, I learned recently that so I heard the joke is like, oh, Ken Penders is selling NFTs of like all his Knuckles OCs, and I thought like, oh, I get, because like he just repaints all the Knuckles.
No, that's not a joke.
No, he's actually doing it.
Only we get to show things in this chat. Speaking of which.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, back on topic.
Yeah. All right.
Back on
topic.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, so like Murder on the Orient Express is well known for being that twist where all the suspects actually did colluded to kill this guy because this guy was a murderer and who caused so much pain to all these people that they all colluded to kill this him.
I still remember. I told you, right? My reaction to the movie was like that seemed like just like. So what? Are they just gonna take turns passing the knife to each other? Oh my god, they actually are.
Yeah, and like as I mentioned before, like this is technically also like not the first adaptation of this story. There was one in the 70s, and I think the main actor. I need to check on. Because I'm pretty sure the main actor for Poirot is David Suchet, who is... Let me look him
up. Hercule Poirot for the 70s film is Albert Finney.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Sean Connery was in the movie.
That must be like a different version. Like the one I'm familiar with is probably from the Poirot TV show.
There's a TV show.
Yeah, Poirot was popular. That he had like a
TV series.
It's called Agatha Christie's Poirot.
Poirot was David Suchet.
Yes, he's like the best Poirot.
Huh. I like Kenneth Branagh though.
Oh yeah. I'm not saying like when I'm saying that like Kenneth Branagh is a good Poirot. David Suchet is like top tier.
David Suchet is like he's like the Peter Cullen Optimus Prime for you. Like
yeah. For most people who have like they can't.
When people think of a certain character, they think of David Suchet.
Yeah, they think of David Suchet, who's like he in his like everything, like from his accent, everything. So like not to say that Kenneth Branagh was a horrible Poirot. He's not. He's pretty good. But compared to David Suchet, he's not as good.
Well, I only saw the Kenneth Branagh movies, so I don't have a stake in who's better.
Okay, so there's a lot of things to talk about just about Murder on the Orient Express and how good of an adaptation. There are some differences from the book. I can clearly tell. One is a lot more on the action. There's a lot more action, quote unquote, action moments in there.
I didn't really get a sense of not that much action though from the movie.
There was a like little brief chase scenes. It's not like
right, but it wasn't anything, you know.
Okay, when I say this, Changus, it's like compared to the typical story. Like a typical murder mystery of this type. Okay. Like comparatively, it's like, oh yeah, this has a lot more action. Like it's a lot more of the interview styles. That's where like the type of mystery stories come from. It's not so much like remember how like in previous 2 cents you mentioned about pacing and like talking about, or like Dot always points out about a story that goes from plot point to plot point. Mystery genres tends to not be that. They tend to not to have like a little bit of a minor chase sequence. Usually, unless it's a TV show about cops specifically. Like if it is about like a Hercule Poirot, where a private detective solving a mystery. It's not very. It's a lot more focused on the interviews and the actually solving of the puzzles. And like character interactions about like, oh, this character is hiding something, but the detective knows that he's now revealing it to him, and it then explains how he came to that conclusion. But I like the way Murder in the Orient Express was shot as well. It definitely tells that yes, this movie takes place in the train. Like when you do that overhang shots, when you go into that one cabin in the room and it's just above, you get that feeling. It's like, oh yeah, these characters can't move around.
Like it shows you how small things really are. It's like, wow, that's gotta be kind of uncomfortable.
Yes, and so it makes like the mystery more. It's like, how did people get away with murder? How would you get away with murder in this situation? And like, acting's actually fine. Like, I liked how Willem Dafoe's character started out as an act.
You fool! I was only pretending to be racist.
Exactly. And then like you have like a funny little joke where you get this person has incorrect opinions of Stalin. Like, I forgot which
character it was though. Like it was like
they both say it. They both say it.
Yeah, they both say it.
It's the doctor and the secretary.
Right, they're like we had we had some different opinions on Stalin that kind of got heated. But other than that,
yeah. So my headcanon is that the doctor is anti-Stalin. Wow.
Secretary is pro-Stalin.
Yes,
I like to think that they both. I like to think they both agree on it, but they're saying that they disagree just as to as a cover, as to add to the cover.
Yeah, it's probably the case in Ninjato's thoughts because the Doctor's British, so they've been a bit closer to the things that Stalin has done.
Well, also it's like
Also, real quick.
Also, this film did well in the diversity because I'm pretty sure in the book the Doctor was not black, but they incorporated him well, and they gave a good and I like it how the film shows that you have a black Doctor and also points out how this would not. What would it be like in the historical context? Like, I like the part where like they mention it's like, oh, if we don't figure out who murdered this guy. They're just gonna arrest some people.
Starting with you. It's like, starting with you, just solely based on your skin color is like, oh shit.
Just remind you. Oh yeah.
I forgot though which character it was, but like he was talking about his opinions on like different races. It was like basically someone's like, look, I don't have a problem with the black people, right? Nothing wrong with that. I don't have a problem with the Doctor.
Oh, it's
now the Spanish on the other hand. Now we're gonna have a problem.
No, that's the secretary.
It's like I thought you said you didn't hold anyone's race against them. I guess it just depends on the race.
Yeah.
The Doctor was 2 characters in the book.
Oh.
Dr. Arbuthnot was originally Colonel Arbuthnot and Dr. Constantine.
Okay, makes sense. Okay. Makes sense because that's what tends to these movie adaptations is that they drop off characters or they combine them into one character because you need a big cast, like a huge cast, because you need lots of suspects.
That line still gets me though. It's just like depends on the risk. Like it's just look, the black people, you're okay. If you're Spanish, we're gonna have problems.
Yeah. Also, I think Daisy Ridley was fine.
Yeah, surprisingly, she was fine. These movies lately that I've been watching really have made me come to the conclusion that Disney absolutely wasted these actors.
Yeah, and also I think people can't because people don't like the movie, like the more Hollywood the blockbuster ones. People judge people's acting just by default, saying
if there's one actor though from Star Wars that I say you shouldn't be sleeping on, it's Oscar Isaac. Just compare his again. I'm always gonna bring this up with Oscar Isaac. Compare his portrayal in Star Wars to Dune. It's like two different people.
He also did Apocalypse and X-Men Apocalypse. He also did Joseph in the Nativity Story.
Wait,
I actually seen a lot.
That was Oscar Isaac was Apocalypse?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, Oscar Isaac is one of those actors that you never realize you actually seen him before.
Oh shit, it is him.
Like, he's in a lot of popular movies.
Wow.
Changus. I don't know if you know this or remember this, but he was Spider-Man 2099.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, wait. Into the Spider-Verse?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at the end. Into the Spider-Verse.
So he's going to be Spider-Man 2099 in the next one.
Yeah.
That's cool.
But
okay, so anyway, so back on the topic, yeah, actors, great actors, performances were very good on that, and I still had that feeling. There is criticisms of this film, meaning the critics. Critics did not like this. This got
what was the main reason they said again? They didn't like it?
It wasn't unique enough. That's the main criticism. It wasn't unique enough. Let me just point it.
That's a piss poor argument.
Yeah, of course. It's clearly that they needed to. They needed to give. It got a 64, a Rotten Tomatoes 52, a Metacritic. Let me look at reception a bit. Critical response. Even if it never, part of the quote about it's even if it never quite builds up to its classic predecessors, it'll let your head of steam or something like that. Essentially, it wasn't unique. This is actually shows how good the movie is. This is actually a quote from a review. For those looking for an involving murder mystery that is respectful of its source material and filled with an all-star cast, look no further than Murder on the Orient Express. I would totally agree with that.
If I may, if you want to talk about not being unique, you said yourself the twist they pull is not used often.
Yeah.
So if you can make the argument that's pretty unique, and the fact that they did a twist most people never really expected, or at least most people don't use. So.
People were saying, here's some others. So Peter Travers of Rolling Stones found that there were, quote unquote, many dull moments, and the film was a needless remake. And another one is focus too much on Poirot to the detriment of other characters.
But
he's
the main character.
Well, sort of. So, like, I get what he's trying to say, but, like, that's what makes this version unique from other versions. Like, this one, these two movies focus on Poirot as a character rather than the mystery. Like, more so than the other characters. Because what usually happens in Agatha Christie mystery is that you got your murder mystery, right? But there's tons of subplots going on that focuses on tons of different characters that connects to the main mystery in some way, but there are like subplots. Like, this movie was pretty focused, much like a movie, not a novel, and not like a TV special.
Oh, no joke, Changus, there is an episode of Family Guy I want to show you after this.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's called And Then There Were Fewer.
Oh yeah, that's a twist on And Then There Were None by Agatha Christie.
Huh.
Yeah.
So that's like Murder on the Orient Express. I highly recommend this film. What I don't recommend is its sequel, which came out this year. This was the first one I saw. My first movie of the year I saw in theaters in a while, and also the first one of these two movies. And so the premise of this one, this takes place technically, well, not technically. It does take place 3 years after Murder on the Orient Express. They have like one character from the first one in this one, and I didn't like that decisions at the end, what they did with him. Poor book.
I was okay. Yeah.
Like Tom Bateman.
I did saw the movie.
Alright, just making sure.
Yeah, I saw the movie, so I.
Tom Bateman is a fantastic character, and I like this character. His portrayal of this one was not good. Like what they did with him. But so the main premise in this one is that Poirot essentially gets invited by a upper class woman who married a man who was engaged with another woman, and that other woman stalking them, and Poirot gets roped into joining wedding celebrations on a honeymoon, and then they all get isolated in a steamboat, and then the bride, the wife, like the woman that hired Poirot, gets killed, gets murdered.
Rest in peace, Gal Gadot.
Yeah, but
not the actress, the character that she portrayed.
Yeah, Lynette. But the thing is, you think, oh, it's obviously the woman who was stalking them. But you see, she couldn't have been, because she was watched over because she had a hysterical fit and shot the husbands in the leg. Like, so how, like, she was not the murderer. Who did it then? And that's where the mystery gets launched off. This is probably this is like another famous Poirot mystery on the novel, and I actually read this one. The novel, I really enjoyed the novel, and I like it 10 times better than the film adaptations. And based on what I read in the other ones, yeah, the other film ones also fell short. Because
I never read the novels.
Okay, yeah. But essentially, I did mention about the subplots, and like, so the problem with this movie is first third made the mystery of whodunit pretty obvious.
I suppose.
Like, it was pretty obvious that it was gonna be who the murderers was gonna be.
Yeah.
Which ruined the whole mystery aspects to the film. And then, first scene features a scene of World War I in 1914, and had Belgians using gas
Well, I am not the... So this also is... We found out why Najala doesn't like this movie. The historical accurate guy inside of him is just reading oh no, the Belgium's using gas.
In 1914.
Must constrain myself. No. It's not accurate to history.
Well, there's a bunch of things that it's actually not accurate to history that actually does detract from the movie.
When Najado sees something that's not historical, or just real quick, I gotta make this show. When Najado sees something that's not historically accurate in theaters, just silent to himself, I am going to have a birth of cactuses come out of my asshole.
Should we make that a button?
Of course it's fun. But,
I'm going to have a birth of cactuses out of my asshole. Fortnite currently hacked.
So, for me, them screwing up World War I is okay, Center Hollywood thing. They screwed up World War I. For those who don't know, in history, the Belgians never used gas. It was pretty much a German thing. The Germans were mostly fans of the gases.
Germans really liked their gassing.
Yeah, and also the gassing did not start until after 1914. I think.
So if the beginning was set in 1915, then you're like, the Belgians shouldn't be using the best gas, but at least the ear's accurate.
Yeah, it wouldn't be as bad. But and then also the commander was dumb enough to get himself blown up hey, we cleared the enemy! I'm just gonna walk. Bang! That was kind of silly. And then the next scene is the dance scene.
Charlie, we're not talking about Fortnite. I don't know what the hell you're on about.
Yeah, the dance scene, which is people.
That dance scene. That's just, woo.
That is not.
That is.
I get it. How did you make even 1920s?
Look. I'm just gonna straight up say it. Woo. That is some clear sexual tension that is not being hidden. That's just, wow. You might as well just strip down at that point. Just. Woo!
Yeah. Speaking of this, another problem I have with this movie. Press the button, Chengus. The jobby button.
Which one? The horny one or the?
Yes.
Okay.
Horny.
All right, it's been pressed.
Yes.
That's it.
Oh my goodness, the levels of first you have the dirtiest dancing that makes no sense in that time period. That made me and my parents just question.
Wait, so that's what bothered you? It wasn't the fact that there was just unrestrained sexual tension. Exactly, it was the fact that it was historically inaccurate.
That's what I was feeling, Cenk. It's not gonna lie.
It's both, but it's just look, if it was historically accurate, right? If it had historical precedent, okay, fine. If everyone, but it was only these two couples, and you have a feeling it's
I thought that was the case though. It was just really just the couple.
I just thought that the reason why the couples were doing it for a reason was to show, they're madly in love and all that. Even if one of them's faking it.
I get that. No. Okay. I get that film language. There are some things that films do that shows madly in love. AKA when Diana gets Steve Trevor into a random guy's body. Guess what they do the next morning? They're both in bed, which is movie language. They really love each other.
Oh shit, Rant's here.
Yeah. And by the way, insert clip of Peter is like, oh, this is a weird place to.
not just walks in. We're just talking about the high sexual tension of the dancing and death on now. Who the fuck starts a conversation like this? I just came.
So heads up, I am going to be muted for a while, for a few. I'm sorry for that. It's just
no, it's fine. It's fine. You do you, man.
Like
Also changes.
history is
Oh
weird.
my!
Yeah, history is weird. So there are things that like people go, like, why? And I just go, if it happened in history, yeah. But yeah, and I get it that in certain film language you have to show that they're madly in love. This film went overboard. Lot.
Can you make a meme of like just it's like a sexy dance and just Ninjago going, the sexy dance isn't a problem. It's the fact that it's historically inaccurate.
No, it's the guy with the tie. The one with.
Gus
from
Gus from Breaking Bad, your problem with the scene is the high sexual tension. My problem with this is historically inaccurate. We are not the same.
Yeah. and it detracts from the movie, seriously. Like, this movie is supposed to set in 1937. And there's no way dancing like that.
I'm just gonna say this, Ninjago. I didn't really care about the historical accuracy.
Well, it's just like one of those cuts.
Let me finish though. I didn't really care about the historical accuracy, but good lord, that is some serious sexual tension. You are not hiding anything. That's just ooh.
Yeah, but
I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of getting a little uncomfortable in the beginning with that dancing. Like, it's like, wow, that's just straight up like this movie was PG-13, right?
I think so.
So I actually had to look around see who else was in the theater. I'm is that anyone else? Did someone bring their kid or something? This is ooh.
Yeah, let me see. Wikipedia doesn't show the rating.
Death on Denial.
Yeah.
It's PG-13. So someone could have brought their kid, and you probably shouldn't, but you could have brought your kid in. It's like imagine the kid just watching that scene, Mommy, why are they dancing like that? And just sweetie, you'll understand when you're older.
Yeah, and so
Could be worse. It'd be homosexual fast dancing. It's one of my favorite terms.
Okay, but
I
agree.
We gotta saw Disney's head to tell him about the homosexual fast dancing. Are the Jews gone yet? No. Put me back in.
Okay, so, but there's other problems with this movie. I get it that we're trying to give Pro character arc in this one, but they did at a cost of book. They ended up making, so he is sort of a composite character. So they took Book, who is from the Murder of the Orient Express.
Yeah, the first movie, and it was also the novel. But they gave him the role of a guy named Tim Allerton, and the story in the book of him is that he worked with somebody as part of a thieving network of high society thievery. Mainly, the way they do it is by substitution, where they have a copy of the priceless jewelry, then they swap it. They swap it at some point, and so the person who thinks they still have the jewelry, but is actually a fake, while the real jewelry can be sold for money. In the book, what happens is that he gets caught by Poirot, but he did not find out that Lynette was dead, even though she was in the room, and he was let go because it relied on one witness, and that was Rosalie. And by that point, you didn't know if they were in love until that point.
The movie, however, decided to make him the third witness. So in Death in the Nile, there was 3 murders. So you have the main murder, then you got the maid who got killed because she was blackmailing the murderer. And then you have the third witness who witnessed the murder of the maid, then he gets murdered with a gunshot. Well, it's actually in the book, it was a woman. Who, the character was named Mrs. Osborne, where in the movie, she is a jazz singer. But in the book, she's a smut writer. She's a smut writer who people were no longer interested in her books, so she turned to alcoholism.
Oh.
It became a piece of work, and she was the third witness, and then she got killed. As opposed in this one, they made Book that character. And the problem is that they also gave him the role of a character in the book. There was this character called Colonel Race, who, much like Book, actually, in the movie, Colonel Race was a character in the previous book of Cold Cards on the Table. So much like in Death on the Nile from Murder Orient Express, a character from the previous work becomes the sidekick in the new one. But they decided to make Book that, and they made him. The way they wrote him is that it felt like that makes no sense. They tried to do it by trying to make it so that his mother wouldn't allow him to marry Rosalie because she's suspicious of basically any woman. Insert family. There's gonna you knowing this sense of humor. Insert Family Guy joke about women hating other women.
I mean, like, she's fair to distrust. This was Block, right?
Yeah, Block. Block's mom.
Block. Yeah, it's like he's fair. Like, she's fair to distrust that woman because she's literally a prostitute.
Not Rosalie. I'm talking about Death in the Nile right now. Like, the mother did not show up in until Death in the Nile.
Murder in the
I mean, it felt like they were trying to reference some kind of past the mother had. But they kept referencing like it was just, she kept talking about how love will just disappoint you in the end. Like, you seem to have some experience with this. You wanna mind telling me what's going on? Like,
they didn't do that.
Yeah, they didn't do that. So it's like, well,
because we have to spend the first third with horny dancing and dry humping in a Egyptian monument.
What do you mean dry humping? Like, Gal Gadot just went straight for the man's trousers at that point. Like, she literally was just like ready on her knees, ready to unbuckle it. Like, the fucking like metaphors, just talking like, I am a snake charmer. Let me see your serpent. Ooh, it's like, my God.
She wasn't
like if someone didn't get the metaphor, they sure would have got it once she started unbuckling the guy's pants. Like, my goodness.
I'm the boulder guy who pushed the boulder to try to crush him. You made me sympathize with the boulder.
It sounds like she wasn't thirsty. She was dusty.
She was down atrocious. Like, it's like, ooh, damn, woman.
But here's my main gripe. Came after reading the book. Is actually.
Okay.
Oh.
Let me see. Ah, yes. You made the meme.
Yes.
Your issue is that the women are dancing proactively in the movie. My issue is the women are dancing proactively in 1937. We are not the same.
Provocatively, Cengiz?
Provocatively, I am dyslexic apparently.
Yeah, so my main problem is actually how they did Poirot. Now, I'm not criticizing the actor, just the way he's written, especially in Death in the Nile.
Okay.
So, Murder on the Orient Express, you can see that Poirot has a sympathetic... it was a struggle by the finale about justice and healing and the law. In the book of Death in the Nile, you see him being one. He is constantly being like a Christian, like showing the light of the truth to before the murder, to Lynette and to Jackie and to the husband.
Okay.
About the situation, pointing out that Lynette, you basically was the rich man taking away a guy's lamb. Only lamb to a poor guy's lamb because you can do it. And now this is the first time that this is the first time it's like, oh, look at this. This is the consequence of my own actions.
So we're talking about Poirot, right?
Yes.
So
portrayal of Poirot specifically.
Is it okay? Even if they didn't lean into the religious stuff with Poirot, like what else? What other complaints do you have besides the religious stuff?
It's tied to the main. It's not the religious stuff. It's tied to his character in the book. He is a very kind person who speaks the truth, but he doesn't uses it as a weapon, or it's not like with the guy who committed the theft, the substitution. He gets caught, and he used that loophole that lose Rosalie, like much like in Murder of the Orient Express, where he basically says like, they accept my story. He straight up lies. He straight up lies to the police that, the murderer is not like all these people in the cabin who all conspired to stab this guy to death. No, it's just some random assailant.
Who just escaped the train afterwards.
Yeah. But even though he knew the truth. And
which was to help them heal.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. And in the book, it's like, I let this petty thief basically get away because we have the substitute pearls. Just give us the real ones. You can get away scot-free and be with the woman you love, because I am not going to deny your happiness. Because of
So you're saying that Poirot should have let Book off the hook.
The film forced we forced Poirot into be only about the truth. Like, they're trying to give him an arc about love, right?
Right.
And trying to shows trying to explore the fascinations of love, about the tragedy of love, right?
Basically, that's the whole theme of the movie. Like, what the lengths people will go to for love,
and how much danger it could cause. Like, how love can be
dangerous.
You get that in the book, but it also shows the positive sides, and there are happy endings. And really, the only happy ending in that movie is the lesbian couple, which had the least amount of development. It just showed up for one scene.
Well, actually, no, because it shows at the very, very end, Poirot going to the jazz ladies' concert, signifying that he's ready to move on and start anew with her.
He even shaved a mustache.
Even shaves the mustache for it.
Which that we can talk about, debate that. I got that. That was not a good.
Okay.
Sorry, that is not good. Like, one thing, you don't shave Poirot's mustache. That's like central to his character, and the reason he didn't in the movie, they gave an explanation to the mustache that is not in the book. at all. And
okay.
the mustache is not a symbol. It's just like it's just a descriptor of
the mustache. I don't know.
The next movie, he's gonna have that. If they make a next one, he's gonna have that mustache.
All right.
It's.
I don't know.
It's not as it's not I get it that it's oh yes, as a moviegoer, it's yes, it's a satisfying ending. Yeah, guess what happened in the book? So you have a lot. You had one marriage, two. You had multiple people basically getting married. The villains gets killed. It's a lot more. You could say a lot more happy ever after. Oh, we can't have that in films. But you know what? It was a better payoff than this film. The most.
Okay.
I get there's just a lot of those are my core problems. When you focus a lot on Poirot, you don't develop the other characters, which makes that first act really hurts it a lot worse.
Okay.
Because you don't really set up the mystery part. Because again, it's a murder mystery. If you're just a casual viewer, it's fine. But if you're a person who likes watching murder mystery movies,
okay,
it doesn't work as a mystery story.
Okay, so you're saying if you're a casual viewer, it's all right, but if you're into mysteries.
What I mean by that is that if you're not thinking of it as a murder mystery movie, okay, you're just thinking of it, I just want to watch a movie. Not specifically if you're just gonna go to the movies on the weekend.
Okay.
But if you're not okay, I want to watch a movie that is a murder mystery.
Okay.
It's just more of a movie that is not as good as the book or any of the other versions of the story. And it's not good compared to Orient Express. It has pretty pictures, but it has pretty visuals and it's performed well.
So you've been saying this a lot, how you said the biggest problem is it's not a good murder or mystery movie. So what is that? Is that different from just being a bad movie or
so
if it's a bad murder mystery movie, does that make it also a bad movie itself?
It's not train wreck. What I'm saying, it's not a train wreck.
Okay.
It's not trash, but it's not good either because of the mystery aspects. One of the things with mystery movies is that the reason you have an hour-long first act is that you're trying to set up all the suspects. Give hints to later revelations in your second act of who possible they have a connection to the murder in somehow, or why would this person possibly commit the murder?
Okay.
And really, the film didn't do that, because even though they had plenty of suspects, in the book, I have to they brought up a lot more about the lawyer.
Is this okay? So, I need to ask. Let's ignore the adaptation part of the argument.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So
as a mystery,
even if this was just as its own standalone story, not based on any book, which is still considered a not so great murder mystery movie.
Yeah, because I reread the book after I watched the movie.
Okay.
And I was not satisfied even then. And so and one of the reasons is that you have a lawyer character, right? Who's has motivations to commit the murder because he was being a shady lawyer and he doesn't want to be exposed.
Right.
They didn't set that up. at all. They had like one scene, but like compared to the I have to compare this to the book. In the book, there's a lot more build up on that part, where you come to a scene of him, why he's going to this location. They basically made an excuse of a wedding party so that they would cut out all the scenes that sets up each of the other players, other suspects, how they managed to conveniently get into this boat. Like they did a lot of simplifying and some things, but then they overly expanded on like the key suspects, like the real suspects, like the real murderers. And
no, I could agree with that.
And so that part of a murder mystery is that the audience is figuring it out as well. It's kind of a game where the audience is trying to guess, what's the next twist? Why is this character important? But instead, this one is like, okay, we're just going through the motions, and
I think
we have like the book subplot is like for most of it has no connections, and then you have like that one scene which then like, well, based on Book's character we had up to that point, he would have told Poirot by this point. They just added this consequence and because Poirot is more lawful good character instead of lawful good character.
Okay.
Because it just doesn't work as well in terms of like character arcs as well. And also, again, like you have a lesbian relationship in 1937, and that becomes a point of a scene, and then never get brought up again as well, which is weird.
Your problem is that there's lesbians in the movie. My problem is lesbians aren't historically accurate. We are not the same.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's not much of a focus. It's just like if it was set in the early 1900s, late 1800s. Oh yeah, that would be a thing because that was like part of the tabloids at the time.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
Here it is. Okay.
Like those are like the main big points. It's not as satisfying to watch compared to like even Murder on the Orient Express as movies.
Okay.
And it's just like inferior. It's not. Sorry, I don't think like you can. There's stuff you can enjoy about the movie, but overall, not a great package.
If I can say my opinion, I didn't mind the movie. I think there are stuff that I like better from the first one, Murder on the Orient Express, more than Death on the Nile. But overall, I didn't have a bad time watching this movie. I could kind of agree that the ending, I don't know, I wouldn't say it wasn't satisfying for me. It just, I don't know how to describe it. At least for me, it wasn't the same kind of feeling I had with the end for Murder on the Orient Express. It was like, okay, Poirot. It's like, okay, Poirot's willing to, open up and give love a chance again. Okay, that's fair enough. That's a conclusion to the arc they were trying to do with him in the movie. I'm okay with that. And it's like, okay, they shaved the mustache. Like, if they're gonna do another movie, they're just gonna have him grow the mustache again. It's like not that big of a deal for me. And overall, I don't know. I there was stuff I agreed with you. Like I think they did focus a little too much on the main couple, which happened to be prime suspects and all that. So it's like I think you could have diverted a little more time focusing on other characters. The scene in the train station with Murder on the Orient Express, where they don't spend too much time on all the cast, on all the guests and all that, but like they spend enough time for you to get kind of like the gist of who they are and what their personalities are, etc. So like, they kind of did the same here, but like I do kind of agree they could have used their time a bit more wisely. I don't really care for the historical inaccuracy part. That's a you problem, Najalo. Just me.
Well, yeah. Hey, this is part of the review. It's like you got the objective part, and then you got the subjective part. And
the historical accuracy part, that didn't bother me. The sexual tension, though, that did make me uncomfortable. Again, like that first dancing line, like. Wow, I am kind of getting uncomfortable here. Like,
yeah, well, the thing is like it's a double whammy where it's like, wow, you have that as part of your movie, and then oh wow, it's also makes me question about the historical validity. Hey, you're ruining my
immersion.
Yeah, you're ruining the immersion a bit here, Phil.
What were you gonna say, Nick?
I'd say my only problem with it is, well, for one thing, I was never gonna like this as much as Murray on the Orient Express because I just genuinely love that movie.
I think it's a pretty good movie. So
like I was never gonna enjoy Death of the Nile as much as that. I knew because that was just a high bar that was never gonna cross. I think it was fine. It's just completely because I like the characters. Like everybody really liked you. Like if a line from South Park is, I wish they didn't kill Book. I get narratively, so it didn't bother me too much. But like it's more like everybody really liked you.
For me, I didn't like Book's death, not for the reasons you did, more just again like next to like I actually liked you though, Book. You didn't have to die.
Oh yeah. Well, for me, it's just like a greater perspective. So when my first reaction is like, yeah, I like this character, and then it's like I had a little bit of a tear. It's like, no, I liked you. Why did you kill?
Everybody liked you.
Everybody liked you.
And then I was talking to my parents afterwards. It's like, oh yeah, you're right. The film kind of made him too nice. Oh, not actually points this out. The A-listers hurt the supporting cast character development.
I mean, you did have literally you had fucking Gal Gadot like take up a lot of screen time.
Yeah, but like, well, it's not just that. Like, Murder on the Orient Express, you had like that was a stacked deck.
Also, there are like these two lines I really like. First of all, well, actually, three things I want to mention. I really like the jazz singer.
Oh, she's nice. I like her too.
Yeah, totally different from the book. She's.
I don't care.
Like, okay, so like that's getting into more of a that's getting more into a problem with you saying they didn't adapt this certain thing. So
yeah, but the thing is that the replacement, I did not care for her.
I thought she was. Like, she was okay.
Before reading the book, I didn't really care for her.
I thought she was alright. I think maybe an extra scene or two with Poirot and the singer or just like maybe just one extra scene would have probably made it more so like, you know, like, okay, I guess this is kind of more understandable why Poirot's now starting to, you know, essentially start developing feelings again, but now for, you know, the jazz singer. So like maybe just like a short extra scene. I don't know.
Yeah,
Another thing I want to mention, I really like the line of, you said you want to be to live your life as a farmer, end up being and like enjoy the rest of your days happy. I don't want you happy. I want you to find out who did this. I thought that was a really cool line.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it wrong though that when I heard that line, I was kind of like, that could be taken out of context so easily. Just like I don't want you to be happy. Like just like, wow, what a bitch.
That's why I initially thought that she said, "I want you to find out how to do this." I'm like, oh, okay. And I love the shot when he's about to reveal who did it, and he fires the gun, and like the crew is like, yeah, fires the gun in the air, and the crew is basically sealing everyone in and like lowering the anchors and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, can I also say though? Hold on, real quick. I also want to say though that another thing though, we kind of briefly touched upon it, but when we talk about Murder Express, we talk about like the cinematography, like the camera angles. I talked about this a little bit last night, but like I found the cinematography at least more interesting on Murder on the Orient Express. Like those on straight on top shots, you know, to give that claustrophobic feeling, like that I really liked, and you didn't really get that much from Death on the Nile. So like I don't know, like maybe a few more, you know. Maybe it's like that's like a subjective thing. I just think Murder on the Orient Express had, I guess, more unique cinematography in my opinion.
Plus a certain global event happened during the filming.
Yeah.
That is true.
That could probably have some effect.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna use that as like.
Well, yeah, I know.
Like,
yeah.
Alright.
I just like.
Also, I can't. Also, after learning about Army Hammer, wow, I just cannot get that out of my head.
Why are you still talking about Army Hammer?
It's the fucking cannibalism part that stuck.
It's like, okay,
why is
it's like we're going to accuse you.
I've heard.
Yeah, we're going to accuse you of all this stuff. Like what? You know, like maybe rape. Okay, that's
fine.
That's messed up. And then,
allegedly said, I want a surgeon to remove one of your ribs so I can eat it.
It's like, okay, like if you accuse someone of like rape, I guess it's like. Well, that's just fucked up.
No, here's the thing. The thing. Apparently, a lot of people are coming out saying this.
Wait, so they're accusing him more for the cannibalism part?
No, for a lot of these things. Like, this is a frequent problem he has, apparently. I don't think he's actually, eaten anyone. But, like, he's definitely, like, said, like, I want to take out your rib so I can eat it. That kind of shit.
That's literally the thing. People are just literally just. This is the next step in cancel culture. We're not going to accuse you for, you know, assaulting a woman or harassing her. No, we're gonna cancel you for cannibalism.
Here's the thing. There might be legitimacy to this. That's the thing.
What do you mean legitimate? How's there legitimacy to cannibalism?
Because he's been. Oh my god! I've just told you that there are actual people DMs, dude.
Yeah, but saying stuff like that and actually being a cannibal are two different things.
Like obviously, I don't think he's actually done it, but he's definitely had thoughts about it.
Thoughts about it? What kind of drugs is he on?
I don't know.
No, it's not drugs. It's porn.
What kind?
Najado, real quick, I need to ask, what kind of fucking porn are you watching that makes you want to be a cannibal?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Ever heard of
Dude.
porn?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a joke.
Here's the thing. A Vord is like swallowing people or something like that. This dude is like Jeffrey Dahmering some shit.
No, there is stuff like that.
That's not.
It doesn't make it good.
That's not.
Yes,
porn.
I'm not. No, but there's stuff like slicing people up.
Oh, that's not. That's different from. Why are we having a debate on what's for?
I have so many.
Kangas, honest question. Did you ever think this would be a moment in your life that would happen?
No, I didn't think we would be debating on what defines what vor is.
I have so many questions.
Charles, don't get any ideas about cutting people up, okay?
Just stop, okay? I am not. This isn't funny. Like,
I'm not trying to be funny. I'm legitimately
far from the topic at this point.
Yeah, we are. But I'm just saying, just real quick. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm legitimately confused. Like, what do you mean?
Yes, I am not going any further. There's porn of stuff like that on the internet.
Okay. All right. Well, go to the dark web and stuff for that. I don't. Anyways, let's move on. I don't want any last thoughts on these movies and books. Oh my goodness.
Like, I highly recommend Murder on the Orient Express. Death on the Nile was a massive disappointment.
All right. Okay. Let's stop talking.
Read the book.
Oh, wait. What were you gonna say, SGD?
I don't think any murder mystery could top who violently murdered Simon S. Salty for me.
Alright. Let's move on. I don't want to talk about whatever the hell that conversation evolved into. Why are you still reading stuff about Army Hammer, Nick?
I'm currently playing a game right now.
Okay. But why is it still on your mind?
Because of... Dude, I hear... This is the first time I've heard, someone wants to fucking eat someone.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna... Yeah, but that's not a thing that's gonna remain in my mind. When I hear that stuff, I just go, okay, that's weird. You should go seek help immediately. Moving on. Like, I'm not gonna let it linger in my mind.
It's the stuff he said that makes you go, what the fuck is this guy's problem?
Ray says, please move on before I go to a confessional. I'm not Catholic. Okay. Alright. Enough. Nick, I don't want you to bring up Army Hammer anymore for this rest of this show.
No promises.
Oh my god, Nick.
No, don't bring it up.
Don't tempt me! Don't tempt me!
God damn it, Nick. Okay, you know what? Moving on. Alright. Okay, moving on. We can finally talk about what I want to talk about. That's not about Army Hammer. We're gonna talk about Gundam stuff. Yay, here we go. More comfortable stuff, where you get to hear me talk for hours and hours about my experience with Gundam and how not as silently in the background going, yes, watch more, consume more, join me.
I'm more Gunpla.
It's not an addiction. It's a hobby, even though I just spent a lot of money on that Endless Waltz Verkov the Wing Zero.
Crack is cheaper.
It's not an addiction because you can't stop anytime you want.
I can stop anytime I want. I just don't want to.
No, you can't stop. An addiction is you can stop anytime you want. A hobby is you can't stop.
Ha! Alright. Justice says, I love you guys. I'd never chop up any of you.
That's good.
Reassuring? Question mark?
I'm kind of worried that the fact that she kind of had to specify it.
Ray, please never hand your girl a knife.
And
All
that
right.
harkens back to whole she can't stab Ray and love him at the same time, so we're safe as long as she loves us. But once she stops loving us, we're kind of in the danger zone.
Still keep the knives away from her. Okay.
God, I want someone to make a picture of Ray holding Chelsea, and she's holding a knife. She goes, "Stand back! I have a rabbit with a knife, and I know what to do with it."
All right. All right. So moving on. So actually, hold on, really quick. I need to specify. No, I'm not gonna. Let me just specify verbally that I'm talking about specifically season 1 of Gundam 00. So this is the most recent Gundam show that I have finished. The second most recent show would probably be 0083. That bitch Nina did my boy code dirty like that, cuck. But anyways, we're talking about 00. So Gundam 00. I've mentioned it several times already, and like just my experience watching this. So again, like this joke isn't gonna be anything new, but again, this is just literally Gundam 00 summed up. It's just Futurama quote: "The world will know of our peaceful ways by force." So in the setting, so let's just dive into it. So like in the setting of Gundam 00, right? So it is another alternate timeline universe to Universal Century. It is in the AD timeline, but it is not our AD timeline. It is a separate AD timeline that's just very similar to our AD timeline, and it's also called the AD timeline, but it's a different AD timeline. Confusing? Not really.
Just don't worry. Just wait until Super Robot Wars V, where AD timeline also includes.
Yeah, we had a whole conversation last night. Jesus
includes
Christ, Embryo,
Gundam
what
Seed.
the Christ, Embryo, what were you thinking? But anyways,
You know what's sad? You know what's sad? Someone literally named their kid Fetus.
You can't. And remember, Embryo is one of the technically one of the worst people.
I mean, then again, you could be named Seabook. What kind of name is Seabook? You're gonna be. What kind of name is Setsuna? Who calls their kid Setsuna?
Oh, I was about to make a Setsuna joke. Better than naming your kid Lock On.
Why would you call your son Tieria? That's a girl's name.
X-A12. That's all I need to say.
Remember, the A12 is Elon's contribution.
So, my thing with Embryo, you have time, dilation, power, to do all this great stuff, but instead, you try to create a harem. But I don't want to help the world. I want to create a harem.
Full of tsunderes that can kick my ass.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, weird flex, but okay. So. So back to Gundam 00. So in the show's 80 timeline, not the Super Robot Wars 80 timeline, it is the future where you have the world is separated into 3 separate powers. You have one of them is just literally just called the Union. I forgot what the other 2 were called.
But, I mean, guys, you got America, you got the Middle East, and you got the Far East.
It's like America, Asia, and I believe like the whole like European. I believe it's European. Hold on, I'm looking this up on the Gundam wiki because I came on. Okay, here we go. So it's So we got three essentially superpowers. The Union of Solar Energy and Free Nations were just called the Union, the Human Reform League, and
you came unprepared. Professor Chikuanik is more prepared than you are.
Well, now listen here, Nicholas. I will not tolerate this slander. So you got the Union.
No, but come on, we all know what real slander is. By telling the truth about Hot Rod.
I have the power to kick you from this show, Najano. That's all I have to say about that. Don't you slander my boy. But anyway, so you got the Union, you got the Human Reform League, and you got the Advanced European Union. So there's two unions, but one is just called the Union for short, and the other one is called the AEU for short. And the Human Reform League is just HRL as an acronym. So these are the three main superpowers. I'm not gonna go into, what nations fall under which, because long story short, it doesn't really matter which nations fall under which. It's just these are the main three superpowers of the world. They're like your stand-in for, like, I guess, the Federation, which well, I'll get to that when I get to it. So these are the main three superpowers, and they still have a United Nations. And now let me again preference that any kind of statement I have about, like, the United Nations and all that is reflecting on the show itself, not in real life. All right, let's just get it out of the way. But just in case, I do have a button.
So, welcome to the abyss. Road trip.
All right, button's been pressed. So that all said, the United Nations fucking sucks in this show. Like, good God, the United Nations is just, they are the source of all conflict throughout the world in this show. Like, God, the United Nations suck. Oh my God.
So Tuesday.
Yeah. Again, I'm only gonna reflect what's in the show. The United Nations suck. They are the source for, like, a lot of the problems. And so one of the things that they are a major source of problem is so the whole setting of Gundam 00 in the 80 timeline is we've reached a point in world where everything is now running on solar power. That's right. We have finally decided to switch to solar power, like, well, not completely, but like 99% of the world, or at least 90% of the world, has decided we're going to switch to solar. Now, you could argue about how realistic that is, considering, the actual, statistics on solar power. But besides that, everything now runs on solar power, to the point where we have 3 orbital elevators in the world that are in each of the 3, superpower territories. And these elevators lead up to this huge ring of just solar satellites that just absorb solar power, and it transfers that energy through the elevators to Earth. And that's your main energy source.
Hey, if you want to make solar power a reality, that's how you do it.
So, fair enough. Oh, you were going to say something?
The funny thing about the solar power, the solar energy thing is like, Changus, you know this. Explain to the audience why what the change to solar caused, the Earth.
Oh,
the history of Earth.
Oh, it's lovely, because basically the United Nations decided and all the 3 superpowers, they decided we're gonna switch to solar power. So therefore, everyone must switch to solar power. But our economies don't rely on solar power. We still need to rely on oil. Well, that's too fucking bad. You switch to solar power or else. Well, we don't wanna. Well, what are you gonna do? Wage war? And thus the solar wars happen.
What?
Not just economy. It's not just economy. It's not just economy. It's literally the Middle East rose a jihad against solar energy.
Yes.
Wait.
Ray says so, like in real life. So, okay, so I guess I might as well address this now. So, Gundam 00. So I actually had a conversation with a person in another Discord server I was in. I believe Gundam 00 is not supposed to be a statement or anything like that on what's happening in, with the actual conflicts in the real life. Rather, it takes heavy inspiration from the real life conflicts and uses it for the setting of the world. I mean, their timeline, it's a different timeline, but it's still called the AD timeline. And you have a lot of conflict taking place in the Middle East. So, like, it's...
Even though nowadays we don't go by AD anymore, it's CE.
Well, this...
It's common era, yeah, but...
When was Gundam?
Doesn't matter.
Hold on, when was Gundam? 00 was made in 2007, so there you go.
Yeah, so we still use AD. But...
So Gundam, well, it takes a lot of inspiration from the real world, including all the conflicts and wars that happen in the Middle East, but it is used as inspiration to tell the story and setting, but I don't agree that it's supposed to be, a reflection of real life. I don't agree with that.
No, it's awfully prophetic.
But again, I don't think it's supposed to be.
Oh yeah, of course.
So,
of course. It's much like, I would say, much like how in Metal Gear Solid 2, the whole like predicting the internet thing that people say, like, I don't think Kojima was thinking about that. He just took inspiration and
or revengeance.
Yeah,
Metal Gear Rising.
Like he just takes inspiration, and he's also crazy enough.
By the way, just real quick on Metal Gear Rising. If you agree with Senator Armstrong, just know at the core, Senator Armstrong's an anarchist.
Yeah.
At his core, he's an anarchist. I don't think you should be agreeing with the anarchist.
You want to create an entire world where the strong destroys the weak, based on what they believe in. He wants to create Fist of the North Star.
So wait. Are you saying that Senator Armstrong has more in common with Amazing Atheist?
I don't know who Amazing Atheist is. So
you're better off not.
All right.
So wait. I just thought about that scene from. We mentioned Fist of the North Star. I just thought about when Raiden tried to rapidly touch Armstrong. All I think about.
You're just like me. You're trying to make history.
Alright.
Okay. Let's move on back to Gundam 00.
Okay.
So as I was saying, the United Nations and all, which is made up of the 3 superpowers, just pretty much told everyone in the world, switch to solar power. What if we don't? Well, then suffer the consequences. What consequences are that? I don't know. You're just gonna be left out and all that. You're just gonna have to survive on your own. But if you switch to solar power, you're good to go, baby. And thus the whole Middle East just
declared.
Yeah, and the Middle East just went in complete turmoil because of that. Because the United Nations sucks in the show. So that was the whole thing. But the Solar Wars, at least for season 1, is important because it is the setting for one of our major characters, which is our main boy Setsuna. But I'll talk a bit more about Setsuna when we talk about the Gundam Meisters and all that.
The Solar War, and so the Solar Wars was responsible for the most, the main organization that we follow throughout the show. It's responsible for their birth.
Yeah. So basically, again, like the entire show can just be summed up as the United Nations is the source of all conflict.
And also, apparently, according to what I heard, it's celestial being, if yeah, come on, say the motherfucker.
Yes, that pretty much is. So I guess now that's a good So long story short, the Solar Wars created the organization known as Celestial Being, which takes place. It takes place several years past the Solar Wars, because Setsuna was like a child during the Solar Wars. And then now he's like a teenager, right?
he's a teenager. Like he's very much a young adult, because I know by the time of everything, he's already, like, by the time everything ends in 00, he's in his 20s.
Alright, hold on, I'm looking this up. So, okay, he started off as 16 years old in the show, not counting when he was a kid in the Solar Wars. So yeah, he's a teenager. So it's like several years after the events of the Solar Wars. Well, I mean, to be fair though, Celestial Being was the brainchild of a guy who was like planning this for several hundred years, apparently. It was just the Solar Wars that kind of like made him go like, okay, now's the time to reveal ourselves.
It's like it's great because he's like he decided, you know what, I like solar power, oil, fuck that shit. I created my own energy. I'm going to use it on the world.
I mean, the GN drives technically are also some form of solar energy. So after the Solar Wars happened and the Middle East just went in absolute shit in the show, then that's when decided Celestial Being, the organization that we follow, who's again their whole ideology, their entire ideology, again, just summed up as, we will show the world of our peaceful ways by force. And so, with that said, so that's pretty much the setup for the show. So then, I guess might as well talk about the characters then, since I mentioned Celestial Being. So Celestial Being is an organization, and in their organization they have 4 Gundams. So I kind of made this comparison back when I was talking about Gundam Wing. Like it's a little bit like Wing, where like you have a team of Gundams that work together for a common goal. It's just this time the Gundams have an actual organization they work for, so they're more unified. So you're not gonna get some Chinese jackass named Wu Fei going around, I'm gonna show the world my justice, and just starts autistically killing people.
Okay, so by the way, Jegas, I just realized after watching like the episode of on Mecha Mondays, like when Wu Fei first attacks White Fang, like White Fang showed up, it's like, oh, so basically Wu Fei is one man Celestial Being.
Yes, that's kind of what Wu Fei was trying to do, but it's Wu Fei, so I don't, so you know, it's Wu Fei. I don't know if it was obvious by now, but I don't like Wu Fei. It's a jackass. So with Celestial Being as an actual organization, you're not gonna have any Wu Feis going around. I guess the closest would probably be actually Setsuna. Tierra.
Tierra, like, I feel like is closest to Wu Fei because he's high and mighty about everything, because he gets to talk to his computer god.
So
until
oh no, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just saying, yeah, it's like, so, but then, you know, halfway through the show, he literally loses his religion, and he has to learn to be human.
It's like by the end of well, I guess we'll get to the end of season 1 when we get there. So I was talking about the characters. So you got 4 Gundams working for an organization. And so, obviously, I briefly touched upon Setsuna, and so Setsuna, he is the pilot of the close quarter or combat Gundam, the Gundam Exia, which is all about just swords, lots of swords. It's all about the swords, baby. And also keep in mind that the names that the Gundam pilots they have are all code names they have. I don't know about Tierra or Alleluia. That's kind of all they know. So Setsuna's, like, I don't remember his last name, but his real name was like Soran something. but we know him as, Setsuna. That's his code. Setsuna F. Seiei. And he pilots the Gundam Exia. And long story short, Setsuna is a child soldier. Like actual child soldier. He fought in the Solar Wars as a child soldier for long story short, a terrorist. We'll get to Ali when we get to him. That charismatic bastard.
Alias sausage.
Yeah, alias sausage, charismatic bastard. So, Setsuna F. Seiei, he's a child soldier. But then the Solar Wars affected him to the point where he wants to change the world, essentially. So there's no more wars or conflict like the Solar Wars he fought in, and he's going to do that with his Gundam Exia. He must become the Gundam. He is Gundam. Orewa Gundam. And then, so that's Cessna. So then you also get the 3 other Gundam Enders pilots. So then you get the Gundam Dynamis with my man Lock-on Stratos. I don't care what you say about the name. That is a cool name in my opinion. It's cooler than Seabook. Like he would probably still be bullied if that was his actual name, but better than Seabook. And
Chang is shooting his blanks. He's shooting his shots my way.
Sorry, Seabook is better.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, but I think Kincaid's a better name. So. Plus Kincaid was his pirate name, so that makes it even better. Pirate better than F91. So, by the way, so you got the Gundam Dynamis with Lock-on Stratos, and Lock-on is the sharpshooter of the team. He's the weapon. I guess he's like the weapons expert. He's all about the guns and stuff. Guns, lots of guns, and he's the team sniper. His Gundam is literally outfitted with a beam sniper rifle. They just basically went, okay, what if we take something like the heavy arms, but kind of tone it down a bit, so no longer Gatling guns, and let's also throw in the blender a GM Sniper 2. All right, what do we got? We got the Gundam Dynamis, perfect. Which I have the Gundam Dynamis on a shelf next to me. Which, by the way, just real quick, those 00 Mastery kits are brick houses. Like, again, whoever designed those 00 Mastery kits, give them a raise. Those things are brick houses. Like, they are solid. I had Dynamis fall on me on top of the shelf like many times now, and not a scratch. That thing is built to last.
Unfortunately, based on the 100 kit I got, and not exactly solid.
Well, I hear the Exia's like that's an older kit though.
Yeah. I got the old Gundam.
The old Gundam. Oh, you mean just straight up RX-78? Like that was my reaction when I saw the old Gundam. Like that's just the RX-78. That's just straight up Grandpa Gundam, but with a GN drive stuffed into its back.
But made using GN technology.
So, but anyway, so that was Lock-on Stratos, and then we get Gundam Kyrios, which I also have a kit for, which not as solid as Dynamis, but still pretty solid. Probably because of the transformation gimmick, but that's just my opinion. So you got Gundam Kyrios and his pilot Alleluia Haptism. Not Hallelujah, Alleluia without the H. We'll get to Hallelujah when we get to him. And Alleluia's whole thing is He's like the Winter Soldier. He's a super soldier that was experimented, but he was experimented as a child. But then we'll get to what the experiment did to him when we get to Hallelujah. And so that's his essentially a crash course of his backstory, and he pilots the Gundam Curious, which whole thing is it's the aerial expert. It has just pretty much. I don't know what the term is they have. So I'm just gonna call it a Wave Rider mode because it's just 00 Zeta, I guess, but without the autism.
So any mobile suit that can transform, its transformation is referred to as a mobile armor mode.
A mobile armor mode. Okay. So Gundam Curious can turn into a mobile armor, and it's just straight up like it's like kind of like Zeta. It's just a jet. We got Sword Master, we got Sniper, and then we got Transformer on our team, and then we got the last Gundam Virtue, piloted by Tieria. Tieria is not said. He's an asshole because I'm better than you. Why? Because I get to talk with my computer god, but your computer god's gonna die. No, that's not gonna happen. Computer god dies. Shit, what do I do now?
Wait, who's the computer god?
Picturing the fucking scene from the Jobby, where it's like, we're sorry, friends. Where he basically keeps trying to talk to the computer.
So is Setsuna all about the computer god?
No, that's Tieria.
No,
Setsuna's all about. Setsuna's all about becoming the Gundam, because of what Gundam symbolizes for him. Tieria. They don't mention. So real quick, they don't mention this in season 1, but I just noticed because I know a bit about season 2. He's essentially an artificial human whose mind can directly interface and connect with celestial beings' supercomputer Veda. So and that's basically kind of what we mean by his computer god, because Tieria literally his whole life revolves around. Tieria's relationship with Veda is just literally our meme of Hero Yui and the Zero system. It's just that's just literally the relationship. Just like, I'm going to confirm with Veda what to do about this.
So would he sleep with a woman inside the Zero system cockpit?
No. Tieria would be disgusted by a woman because he finds them inferior. It's like,
oh well, Tieria. Also, Tieria is a wait. What's this? Tiera's also a bit of a trap.
Yeah.
Wait. He's a chick?
No, he's a dude. It's just he looks like a woman.
Well, yeah. I knew that he was a dude. I could tell by the glasses.
Chelsea says female.
Female.
Ah shit! No, do I not have that button? No.
Oh.
Hold on, I got it.
Chinggis?
I gotta add that.
Chinggis?
Oh wait, I have the button. Here we go.
As you watch 00, remember what I said that Tieria is a trap.
Tieria is a trap.
Yeah, just remember that as you keep watching 00 into season 2.
Are you talking about that? Are you talking about that Tieria lookalike at the very end?
No, Tieria will make a very interesting wardrobe change. Well, not a wardrobe change, but he's going to put on some clothes that that are not exactly coded to his gender.
Oh no, I gotta look this up now.
What, does he wear a bikini?
Hold on.
No,
let me look this up. Tieria season 2.
He wears. Yeah, he wears those clothes so that he can infiltrate somewhere. So
okay, I need to see this.
Okay. I guess let me look it up. Let me show you the picture then. Wow, you weren't kidding by a trap, like.
Also, side note,
he's really dedicated to the immersion going on there. Like he's really into the act.
Also, side note, Japan made a figurine.
Okay, this is there we go. I'm gonna post this in the. Oh, never mind. You posted it, comment. Anyways, I'll post this either way. So.
Wow.
What?
Wow, that's a nice woman. That's a guy. I'm out.
What?
But
Okay.
just remember though. He may have those features and that dress, but that's still a penis down under.
What? Wait,
you said Ray. Come, you said Ray's the one who said that she's a trap, or does someone else?
I said he was a trap.
Oh no, comment. The correct terminology you're looking for is futanari.
Hermaphrodite. That's another way.
It's just that's just straight up tits.
Yeah, that's straight up a woman.
Like, but just remember, that's a guy. So like, man, Tyrio is
okay.
So, like,
I need to.
Well,
man,
then again,
Tyrio is really dedicated to the act, to the character going on.
Did they get nasty letters about how there was a lack of female representation? So they decided to make.
I don't know.
Tyrio
I think
more
this
of a
is
chick.
most likely this is just Japan
well,
being Japan. Of course, there's fan art.
Well, I think with Tyrio, this might be the case of he's an artificial human and think he's above everybody. So it might be a case of I'm above gender. I'm above.
Real quick though, like I'm just looking.
And why would you wear something impractical for AIs as a skirt?
Well, that's his disguise. He has a pilot suit.
Yeah, I know about the pilot suit.
It's like,
He literally is just using that so that he can go to so that he can infiltrate. I think there's like a fancy dinner party with Setsuna. So it's like, yeah, you look like a woman here. Wear this.
but he took it the extra step further by just putting on. Wait, okay, I have to ask. Are those boobs real?
I'm pretty sure they might be just padding.
Okay.
I don't know.
Cause I was gonna say like did he go into like a test tube where like I'm an artificial human, so you could just alter my genes to give me boobs.
Okay, Tara, we're gonna put you under the knife.
Oh my god. Anyways, that was a long tangent about Tyria. I guess I might as well just. I guess you might as well have just ripped the band-aid off like that instead of me just going to season 2 blind like, oh, that's just straight up tits. Wow.
So we got Tyria, who's all about his god,
his computer god Veda, because he's better than everyone, and that's our Gundam pilots. Now I have to also say that this is a Gundam show, which means there's a huge cast that you have to keep track of. Like, there's a lot of characters you gotta keep track of that are all, even if they're side characters, they're all important somewhat to the story. So like, there's a lot of them. Like,
more than some Gundam shows. Yes, they had like some Gundam shows has like even if they're a big cast, it's like still manageable. Is this like unmanageable?
No, they do a pretty good job managing it. Like, for the large number of cast members they have, they do a pretty good job juggling them around. So that is a positive on this show. So, like, I don't have time to go through all of them, so I'm just gonna go through the ones that stand out the most to me. So, you got Celestial Being's tactical forecaster, who also their commander, Miss Sumuragi Lee Norie, which I talked about a bit on the pre-Valentine stream. Again,
AKA one of your waifus.
Well, you were the one who made the waifu stream all about. These are the women that I would like to, do it with. I just did it as I just like these women. So
exactly same.
So
sorry, it's titled the waifu strings. They're your waifus.
Well, you know what? I substitute your reality with my own. So
You're the one who made the Ninja. It was your idea, by the way.
It was
I know.
It was your idea.
No. Ninja. You also. I also asked you. Can I just?
Yeah, you're the exception.
Hold on, no, shut up. Let me speak.
Okay, all right.
I was just saying. I wasn't saying out of anger. I was saying it as like a joke.
Okay.
I'm not actually angry.
Okay.
So everyone freak out. I should probably.
All right.
Where was I going? Oh yeah, I asked you because I do not like any of these characters in that way. Can they just be characters? My favorite characters who happen to be female. You said yes. I'm like, oh, okay, that makes things easier because I don't want to have sex with any of them.
Yeah, then you're the exception. You're the only one that's the exception.
No, you were the only one who was all about actually treating them like wives. Like
actually, it was both him and Comet.
Yes, because we both. Here's the thing: we both embraced the spirit of the list. You guys were looking.
I thought I kind of went in thinking we'd be ripping on each other.
Yeah, that's the idea. That was the idea.
I just said that they were Digimon designs I liked.
Yeah.
You guys are the ones embracing the degeneracy.
Especially Comet, like. It's like, man, those choices. I mean, they're quite predictable, but at the same time, it's like, man.
I thought we were going to rip on each other, so I thought.
One of them was just a straight up snake lady.
Straight up, man.
I posted the snake lady clip in the chat.
I was like, oh, at least it's normal women. Like, wait a minute, is that a fucking? I'm like, oh, never mind. I fucking love that part. I was like, oh, good, a human woman, and then I noticed. Oh, never mind, Comet, you've disappointed me again. Also, real quick, let it also be. Oh. I'm gonna try to be a little bit quieter because I forgot. Oh yeah, people live here.
Also, before I move on, let it also be reminded. Let me also remind you, Dijado, it was your idea to do the stream the way it was. Like, okay, we're all gonna go in a circle of our number 10s. There are number 9s and number 8s, and then you were like, "I'm falling asleep. Can I just power through the list?" And like, yeah, go ahead. And then it's like, it was your idea.
Well, actually, I was like accepting Zunix's idea, but I also suggested that we were only gonna do 3 to 4 minutes. No. Let me, chat. Listen here. Listen closely. This is exactly what Najado told me. He said 3 to 4 minutes per person, excluding all the tangents and rants we go on. That is what you told me. So yeah, but the problem is
again,
permission.
This was your idea.
No, because here's the thing, right? You're trying to avoid when I said that. And I said the exception.
We had a show to do. We had a show to do.
All right. You could be wrong, but anyways, so.
No, you're just wrong.
All right. Well, no, I'm always right. I'm Asian. I can never be wrong. But
really, World War II.
I am not Japanese. I am Korean. I am South Korean, not North Korean. So, I gotta press the button now. Hold on, give me a second. I gotta press the button now.
Now, it is clear that I have defeated you in intellectual combat. Hand over your channel and your ass.
There we go.
My little zipper head is all grown up.
I fucking love that insult way too much. I could never say it to anyone, but man.
Are you kidding? I was the one who was advocating for people to come up with better more creative racial stories for other races. Like,
I'm waiting for a good white people one.
I know.
Okay, cool. Okay.
I want it to sting, man. I want it to sting.
All right, back to talking about your waifu.
She is not my waifu. All right, but anyways, Miss Sumaraka Lee, she's an interesting character that stood out because she was the commander, a tactical forecaster, and they hinted at some kind of accident or tragic past that made her join Celestial Being that I'm pretty sure now they're gonna touch on in season 2. So I gotta get started on watching season 2, but just not on Hulu because apparently it's no longer available on Hulu anymore. Thanks, I guess. Whatever. But
where's it gonna be now?
I don't know.
I think Crunchyroll.
Oh, Funimation now.
Oh, well, I have my.
Because Funimation.
Crunchyroll.
Funimation has been. Funimation's been. It's been trying to scoop up all of Gundam.
Well, you know my opinions on Funimation. It's like, Well, time to sail the high seas then.
Yo ho.
Yeah, yo ho.
Did you watch the English dub?
Yes, I did watch the English dub because
Scott McNeil.
Yes, I was like, I want to know. So like, I was gonna plan on watching the sub, but then like, I asked like people like, is the dub any good? And then someone mentions, I think not mentioned Scott McNeil. Like, well, why didn't you just say so? It's Scott McNeil. So yeah, that's one of the things you have to sell me on a show or a movie. Like, I don't care if it's bad or good. Like, if it has if it has certain actors or voice actors, Scott McNeil, Willem Dafoe, Clancy Brown. Yes, especially Clancy Brown. Like, I don't care if it's good or bad. I will watch it.
Nicolas Cage.
So. Yeah, so
Ralph Ineson.
Ralph Ineson,
yes. God, he has the voice. He has an amazing voice. What a wonderful, sultry voice that is. But actually, since we mentioned Scott McNeil, I guess I could talk about the other character that stood out to me. So we got Graham Aker, who is going to be, I guess, the Char clone in season 2, but voiced by Scott McNeil, and actually, he already has the signs of a Char clone. It's just he doesn't have the masks just yet. And then so like his whole thing is, you know, he's kind of got, over time you get to see him grow this vendetta against the Gundams, and then so he doesn't. And then, you know, and the whole thing is he pilots a mobile suit known as a flag, and so that becomes eventually an important thing for his character, where he will not face a Gundam in any other unit other than a flag. Like, I will fight him in my flag. So that's Graham Aker, Scott McNeil. And then I guess to say one more standout character. Well, okay, no, I also gotta mention Saji and Louise, because they become important. But I guess before Saji and Louise, the other character is was it like Soma Pierres? I think that was her name. Long story short. Yeah. Okay. So long story short, she's another super soldier like Alleluia, and she becomes an important part of his character, especially at the end of season 1 when the twist is revealed that Alleluia recognizes who Marie. I mean, okay. Spoiler alert: her real name, Soma's real name, is Marie, and so like when Alleluia finds out at the end of season 1 who Soma is, like Marie, he's like, oh shit, no, it's Marie. Why did it have to be Marie? So that's obviously building up something very important in season 2. And then
I guess his waifu.
I guess I'm gonna assume something like that. I don't know. I need to watch season 2. And then so then that's all like all the cast members that stand out to me the most. Besides the obvious, the Gundam pilots and stuff.
Not Coster.
Yeah. Oh wait, no wait. God damn it.
Not Patrick Colesall?
Oh yeah, Patrick Colesall. Damn. God damn it! Again, there's a lot of characters that really stand out in the show that you keep track of. Like, I gotta mention Luis and Saji, and then Patrick Colesall. Well, Patrick Colesall, long story short, he's the running gag with Patrick Colesall is he keeps losing to the Gundams, mostly the Gundams, or just any fight in general. He keeps losing it. His mobile suit blows up and stuff, but he survives completely unscathed. Also, he ends up having this really interesting relationship with his military commander. Let's just say, he's not the top.
AKA, yeah, they get married. I know that from Super Robot Wars.
Oh, they do. Oh, that's amazing.
yeah, but in Super Robot Wars,
He takes her name.
yeah, like so by the
He
so
takes
there's
her
a-
name. There's a little line where the commander tells Patrick, like there's still time to make a man out of you. Why don't you come into my room and wait for a bit while I get ready? It's just like a little kid. It's like, okay.
You should probably know about the last name thing. It is not unheard of for Japanese men to take the last names of their wives if their wives have no brothers.
Really?
That's
It's so they can carry on the family name.
Huh.
In Kati's case, well, it's like in Kati's case, it's not really to carry on her family name. It's just because she's an important military figure.
It's also a thing in
So it's just
Japanese.
like,
So nepotism. Okay.
You have to remember it's a Japanese show, and in Japanese law, the married couple must share a last name.
True, but still, like her relationship with Patrick Colesall is just literally, she's the top of the relationship. There is no way Patrick's the top.
I love those two because it's just Patrick is just Patrick is he's just a complete it's like you wouldn't know it, but he is a surprisingly good pilot. But it's just like he's the braggart who really loves his commanding officer, and she loves him too. It's like she's like, can you please turn it down a bit? And he's like, no.
You're embarrassing me in front of everyone else.
Speaking of horny levels, like, come on, honey, girl.
Ninjato, if it was Patrick and Kati doing that dancing from Death on the Nile, let's just say, Patrick is not the one taking the lead.
Man, she must be very
with all the
strong.
talk of names, I'm kind of reminded something about Bionicle.
What is that?
Oh no.
That technically the Toa Nuva's names are like Tahu Nuva, Liwa Nuva. Like their full names are not like isn't like Tahu. It's Tahu Nuva.
Huh.
Like if they were to call themselves like Tahu Kopaka at this point, that would be like a nickname.
Oh. All right. So if they have to formally introduce themselves, they would have to call themselves Tahu Nuva.
Yes.
All right. And so anyways, God, again, there's so many characters that stand out.
And there are only 5 of them that exist.
Yeah. Well, all right. We could talk about Bionicle some other time. I need to.
No.
Okay, well, I'm talking about Gundam show, and I have to get through a lot of cast members that stand out, and this is just like, at this point it's like half of the really standout characters. There's so many characters in this show that the show surprisingly really handles, all their storylines really well. So I mentioned Patrick Colesall. He's great. and then so I guess I might as well mention him, the biggest standout antagonist in season 1, which is again, charismatic bastard Aliel Satches. He's, long story short, terrorist, mercenary, a warmonger. His whole character is just literally, I love war. Just like his whole character is just literally like, it's not like one SpongeBob meme I saw where like it's a screenshot of SpongeBob taken out of context, just yelling. It's just like, yes, I fucking love war. I love the blood and death spilled by the civilians. I love spending money into the military complex industry. Everything about it is amazing. I fucking love killing. I love war. That's literally Aliel Satch's character.
He's the Major from Hellsing Ultimate.
I was about to say.
Really? I never seen.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay.
I love war.
Okay, I'm gonna get a TFS Major.
All right. It's like that's his entire character. He just loves war. I just want to see a competition between him and E.O. Fleming, who loves war more. E.O. has a slight advantage with his taste in freeform jazz. Like that's kind of really the only thing separating the two, is just like if Aliel Satchis required a taste for freeform jazz. and then the big thing about Aliel is he becomes his character becomes interconnected with like half the, like I think at this point like might as well be like half of the cast I just mentioned. Like he is very interconnected with Setsuna. He's also connected with Lakan. I don't think he's done anything yet with Alleluia, though that might change in season 2. Even nothing really yet with Tieria, though Tieria did have kind of a brush with him, but that's more just him helping out Setsuna. It's like, but and then Ali also has a connection with Saji. Like just he's basically, the show's just making it a point where they just want like all the characters and the audience to just absolutely despise this man. But you can't really hate him because whoever's his voice actor, he does a really good job just making him such a charismatic bastard. Like, he's a piece of shit, but you just love hearing him talk. Like, I'm gonna look his voice actor up real quick. Aliel Satchis. Okay, wait. English. Oh, it's Scott McNeil! Yeah! Yeah! Again, all my favorite characters I've noticed are just Scott McNeil and Clancy Brown. It's like, God damn, Scott McNeil. I love you. You somehow make this absolute terrible piece of shit of a human being so much fun to listen to. You just love to listen to him talk about how he just loves killing people. It's like, damn. I love you, Scott McNeil. So like, that's pretty much Aliel Satchis in a nutshell. And then you got and so for the next two characters, Saji and Louise. So one thing that the show likes to do is they focus on kind of a sub-story of featuring the daily lives of this couple between Saji Crossroad and I forgot Louise's last name, but so Saji and Louise are this. They're quite a charming couple. Saji as a character, he's kind of a pussy. Let's be honest. he's a bit of a pushover. But I'm pretty sure after the events of what happened in season 1, it's like, oh boy, that's probably gonna change. Like you've been focusing so much on Saji and Louise. Like, I'm pretty sure that's gonna change. Actually, I'm gonna look at real quick. Saji Gundam 00 season 2. Let me see. Let me see what he looks like when he. Okay, got somewhat of a glow up. Not too much, but he looks a bit better. It's like, okay, but yeah, so like Saji is kind of a pushover. You could tell Louise is kind of in the lead for the relationship. Like, but overall though, they're a very charming couple. You can't, like, maybe you might get annoyed with them, but for the most part, they're pretty okay. And then so like, for like a good chunk of season 1, you just follow the daily lives of this couple. Just like the Gundams and what they're doing is affecting the world, but that's kind of in the background for a bit. You're just focusing on this couple, and like so like for a while, like you could probably go like, okay, so we're focusing a lot on this couple and their lives. Well, what are you're clearly building up to something. Like, what are you gonna do? So I guess then the only other characters I have to mention now, which is the big change for these characters, is the Thrones. Ooh, the Thrones. Oh god, the Thrones suck. So like the Thrones are basically a group of 3 siblings who pilot 3 Gundams called the Gundam Thrones. Like Gundam Throne, like Dry, Gundam Thrones Y, and I forgot the third one. But the Gundam Thrones are like a subsidiary, I guess, of like Celestial Being, and the whole point of them is they're like, we believe in the same thing as Celestial Being, but it's just you're not taking enough lives, And what do you mean we're not taking enough lives? You're not causing enough collateral damage. Not too much civilian caught into crossfire. You gotta really cause some severe damage if you want to change the world, man.
We need to change the world by causing even more irreparable damage. It's just dumb. Just really, really dumb. Who cares? We're murderous bastards. I'm like, oh, wow.
It's like, wow, that's just stupid. Stupid, yes. Idiotic, yes. But we're still gonna murder. So like that's the Thrones. They just like killing, and so so eventually the tipping point for the relationship between Louise and Saji comes when the Louise entire family gets straight up murked by one of the Thrones. Because the worst part was the family had nothing to do. They weren't promoting war. They weren't promoting any kind of conflict. Whatever the girl's name was, I'm just gonna call her Bitch, because that's what she is. Bitch just straight up just looked at them like, oh wow, bunch of rich people holding a party. I'm gonna kill them.
Oh my goodness.
Why? Because. But why?
They're having fun.
It's like,
there's no fun in our utopian pursuit. Kill them all.
It's like, wow, you suck. You're terrible. I hate you. It's like I don't know what it is, but like I guess then spoiler. So later on towards the end of the season, the Thrones get wiped out by Ali Al-Satches, because that's right. Ali gets involved with the Thrones as well. This man is just being involved with everyone.
I was talking the whole time and I was muted.
Oh shit! Comment. Damn it, my mic was fucking muted. I said some funny stuff, but no one laughed. It made me feel bad.
I was saying, were you saying about the killing the rich family? I was like, no, they're rich. They were causing all these wars somehow. They were profiteering off these wars. We must eat the rich.
But they weren't. We didn't even get enough time to even know if they were doing anything like that. They just straight up were having a wedding party for rich people, and then one of the thrones just went, "I'm gonna kill you."
I was trying to make an eat the rich joke. You know, the whole they like.
Yeah, but like that's not even the motivation for the thrones. They just killed them because they like killing.
They really love killing.
That seems to be a pattern with the show. Like there's just characters that just really love killing.
So why were they giving Gundams again?
Cause the guy they were working for gave them Gundam specifically to make Celestial Being look bad, so that way he could take over. So there's there's so many characters in this show that I'm gonna be here all day just talking about how important they are to the plot. It's kind of ridiculous. Like how many characters are so important for this show. So there's this guy who works for the United Nations, but he's also a member of Celestial Being named Alejandro something, and his whole Corner. Alejandro Corner, and his whole thing is just literally the joke of I'm playing both sides, so I end up on top. It's again, there's so many characters I gotta keep track of. I'm gonna be here for hours just talking about the characters.
Please.
All right. So the thrones work for Alejandro Corner, who's playing both sides, so he ends up on top. And then, long story short, he ends up dying because it turns out his assistant, his little slave boy assistant Ribbons, has been playing him and both sides, so he can end up on top.
Can I make a little fun fact? Ribbons is in the Japanese dub. Ribbons is voiced by Amuro.
Huh.
Yeah. What do you call Toru Funya. He's also the narrator in the Japanese version. So.
Oh. All right. Anyways, most of this talk that I've been talking about Gundam Below hasn't even been out of the story. It's just been talking about all the damn characters that are so important and intertwined. And again, like the biggest strength for the show is how surprisingly it manages to juggle all these characters and their plots really well, and how it all eventually ties together at the end. It's quite remarkable how that happens.
And I kind of wish that Brad Stroh voiced Ribbons in the English dub, just for the in joke. But yeah.
He's busy voicing Setsuna, so so I guess the plot, just to briefly touch upon the plot to kind of get things wrapped up. So the whole plot, the celestial beings just coming down to Earth, just stopping any kind of conflict that they deem will spread war. And then eventually things start not going well for them. Then there's also Setsuna's relationship with what's her name, Marie?
Yeah, Marie, yeah.
Yeah, Marie, who's the princess of what is it, Azadistan? Like there's a whole plot line with that, and how she's important to Setsuna's character, and Setsuna also is intertwined with Alia Sanchez, who, child soldier who worked for a terrorist. That's a wonderful backstory, and there's so much going on, and the show manages to juggle all these plot lines really well. And then eventually, long story short, after a bunch of armed interventions, as they call their operations, and after the Thrones kind of fucked things up for the reputation of Celestial Being, eventually Celestial Being sort of achieves their goal, where the world has finally come to an agreement. We're like, you know what? You're right, Celestial Being. Our wars, they really are kind of pointless. We shouldn't be waging war. See, there you go. Good job, guys. We're gonna fight you guys instead. What? So, after a series of armed interventions, eventually, Celestial Being kind of brings peace to the world, because nothing brings people together like a common enemy that you all want to see go down. It's like, the funny thing is, like, the whole reason why the world decides to team up with Celestial Being is so that way they could go back to the previous world order they had before Celestial Being came in. But kind of the ironic part is, after they defeat Celestial Being at the end of season 1, the world is forever changed. Like, they straight up just decide, okay, you know what? We're not even the United Nations anymore. We're gonna go full Gundam now. We are now the Earth Sphere Federation. That's right. We got our Federation, so now we can officially also say the Federation sucks jokes in Gundam 00. And then also the world powers, the Federation, they gain access to mobile suits that also uses the GN drives. It's the same power source that Gundams have. So now the world has mobile suits that can be on par with the Gundams. So, like, it's funny how, again, they're trying to fight to preserve a previous world order, but after that, there's no turning back. The world is forever changed. So, in a sense, even though Celestial Being got defeated, they kind of achieved their goal, sort of. So
everything was at peace, and then the ALOS attacked.
The ALOS? Oh, I can't wait to see what they're about in season 2.
They are
the Titans on steroids.
Oh,
they are the Titans.
Oh, that's
on steroids.
On steroids. Are they gonna start gassing people as well?
Yes. They're gonna start gassing people.
Oh shit!
Because they love murder.
Wow.
Not only because they love power, it's because they literally love to murder people.
Wow. Wow, so they managed to make a worse version of the Titans. Christ.
Yeah, even the Titans will be like, whoa, slow down.
Whoa, calm down there, buddy. Calm down there. Like, wow, that's...
Yeah, it's so bad that even the Titans will be like, maybe we should reevaluate some things.
Wow, that's... Ooh. But anyways, I didn't really get to go too deep into Gundam 00, and I don't want to spend too much time longer because we have 4 more topics to talk about in this show. Again, just so many characters, and they managed to juggle them all really well. And I'm hoping season 2 is the same level of quality as season 1. Though apparently I hear people don't like season 2 compared to season 1. But I will see it myself to, make my own opinion. I will say though, I'm not too big on the new Gundam designs in season 2. I wouldn't call them downgrades. I figured out what it is about the season 2 Gundam designs. The Gundam designs in season 2 start leaning, at least for Celestial Being, starts leaning more towards kind of the traditional Gundam designs, a lot more rectangular shapes and silhouettes.
It's funny you mentioned that, because initially when 00 came out, people were complaining about the season 1 designs and like, oh, they don't look Gundam enough. They don't look like Gundams.
So they kind of. They kind of respond to that, like, okay, fine, we'll make them look more like Gundams. But the thing is, like, when I saw the season 2 designs, I was actually initially off-put by it, like, whoa, what happened? Like for a second, I was like, these kind of don't look as good as the season 1 designs. But then, as I thought about it more, it's like, okay, it's not that they're downgrades. It's not that it's not that they're not as good as the season 1 designs. It's just they're different because their silhouettes at least look more traditional to Gundam than the season 1 mobile suits.
Yeah, they was like I said at the time, Double O was trying something new, and when sometimes the fans tend to overreact.
Well, I'm surprised then Iron-Blooded Orphans didn't have the same response. Like, most of their mobile suits and the aesthetics stayed the same throughout.
Yeah, I guess maybe they maintained that Gundam face. The 2 lines on the faceplate.
The Barbatos surely kept the same, kind of face design, but everything else was kind of different. Like you can make the argument like more than half the Gundams in IBO don't look like Gundams because their silhouettes are so different.
I like the toy design of Double O. They're very sleek and very like. Oh yeah. The celestial being. Because they worry. Because they're an organization that cares so much about their image. They look. The Gundams themselves look like advertisements. I love that a lot.
That's funny enough, because like even people I've talked to, they said like the designs, they don't like the Double O designs as much because of that reason. Like they looked so toyetic. I was like, okay, you know what? My whole perspective, I don't give a shit if they're toyetic because I literally grew up on a whole show that's all about war with designs that's just designed to sell toys. It's called Transformers. Like I grew up on that kind of shit. I'm used to this. This is nothing to me.
Never heard of it.
Oh, I see. Well, too bad. You're gonna have to talk about it.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh,
I just completely forgot
God damn it.
I forgot my topic was the end of IDW Transformers.
It was like people
for a split second.
Like people were complaining, like these are.
We're talking Gundam so much, I forgot that we had any other topic.
I thought Transformers and Gundam were the same thing. Chelsea said so.
Well, Chelsea, if you say that again, I don't know what else to demote you to then in our server.
Starscream gonna get a wife?
Starscream's the wife.
Starscream is not the man of the relationship. It's like people were like saying like the Gundam designs are so toyetic. It's like I literally would love to see a story, like a super serious story of like war, like on the level of Gundam taking place with a straight up G1 Optimus Prime fighting a gray robot that can turn into a gun. Like I will.
So what you're saying is that Chills is gonna end up being someone's husband.
If she keeps it up. It was like just that's just me though. Like just me personally. Any complaints about being too toyetic, honestly, it's like I don't give a shit. I'm used to that. I will.
It's so weird. Wait, I just want to mention this real quick. It's actually really weird because the G self kind of follows that same. The G self kind of follows that same sort of aesthetic where it like a lot of the mobile suits in G Reco look like toys, and that for that series it works too, and no one complains about it.
Yeah,
because a lot of the designs from G Reco is really great. So
Yeah, so it's like just again, I guess it's more of a subjective opinion. It's just me personally. I don't care about toyetic designs. I guess, but then again, there is a line you cross where things get too toyetic. Okay, fine. You want to make a Transformers series? That's cool. You know, they're meant to sell toys. I don't want to see. I don't really like it though when I see the actual character models with just straight up screw holes and hollow bits in their limbs like the actual toy. Like, okay, that's a bit. Now you've kind of crossed the line there. That's a little too much.
Piece of art.
No, that's not. No, you're talking about for Cybertron trilogy.
Comment. I'm this close to demoting you because literally Beast Wars actually had to touch up the designs.
No, I was thinking the War for Cybertron show. That the Beast Wars
all the War for Cybertron trilogy designs in that show was
just all of it, man.
All of it was just straight up the toy, like to the point where models would straight up have the screw holes and the hollow bits in their limbs like the toy. Like that's the line where now you cross where you go, okay, that's a bit too much. Take it, tone it back a bit. That's the line. But anyway, so overall, long story short, just to wrap this up because we gotta move on. Gundam 00. Highly encouraged Season 1. Can't wait to see Season 2. So, that's it. Now we can move on. So, we're not done with Gundam talk yet, though. Comment. So, you say you want to talk about the first 5 episodes of Build Fighters Try?
Yes.
All right.
Now, Build Fighters Try is a sequel series. Sorry, it's the sequel series to Build Fire set 7 years later.
Ooh.
Now, the first episode of Build Fighters Try is The Boy Who Calls the Wind.
Is that a Gundam reference?
Maybe. Now, it starts out with our first main character, Fumiya Hoshino, president of the Seiho Academy's Gunpla Bat Club.
Alright.
And she, she starts out when she entered the battle to try to get into a tournament using her custom power GM, known as the GM Cargen, Cargen, which I'll post in the back room.
Mm-hmm.
Which I must comment, I like it how she just got like a souped up GM and then go with like a ad guy or a bear guy or something like that.
Alright.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
Damn, that's just a GM on steroids.
Its base is the power GM from 0083 with some extra parts.
I love
she
that.
She goes into battle. And everybody around her gets shot down, and she made it to the final area where she had to fight all these other monsters, including a giant Musha Gundam. And she probably gets shot down.
Mm-hmm.
But she put up a good fight. Afterwards, she rejected losing because she can't do it without 2 more members. She can't enter the championship without 2 more members.
Mm-hmm.
Then switch to Sekai. Then it suddenly switched to Sekai. Our other main protagonist, Sekai Kakimiga, a master of the Jingan Whole School of Martial Arts.
Oh, so he's just one walking G Gundam reference. That's amazing.
Here he is. He looks awfully familiar though.
Huh. That red hair. I wonder what it is. Let's see. Who else has red hair from Build Fighters? Let's see. Red hair, Reiji, red hair. Reiji, red hair. Nope. Can't figure it out.
Yeah, unfortunately he's not related. Yeah, it's one of those like, but yeah, and he's like beating up these like guys in the alley, and then he one of the guys that just landed in front of him, he just bent down, took out a picture. He took out this picture and he asked them one question.
Not unbelievable
Have
story.
you seen this?
There are no women in Gunpla.
Have you seen? He asked one question. He showed this picture like, have you seen this woman?
Have you seen this woman?
Have you seen this woman?
Yes, which is his sister, his older sister. Who's also a model, an amateur model. The model was Gunpla, because apparently Gunpla is getting really popular with the female demographic.
So, I'm assuming this whole episode is just one big reference to G Gundam's first episode.
Yeah, kinda. Essentially Sekai is like one big reference to G Gundam. I mean, his master is Domon Kashu.
Literally.
That's right.
It's Domon.
Now, the reason why he came to this city, because he was going to go back to school. But it always that he was a shut-in. Because when you first meet Kage, now the thing about the Gunpla Club is that there's no more members for battling. In fact, all the members are being taken by the Plamu Club, with focus completely on Gunpla building.
All right.
Yes. So there's no members of this club. Then Fumia went in and came and kind of tricked Sekai, like, hey, when Sekai came in, like, hey, do you have any like a martial arts? And like, no, we don't have a martial arts club, but we do got something like that. And Sekai be like, really? Then Sekai come in and be like, wait, what is this? When he went to the clubhouse that contains the little Gunpla thing, Gunpla Battle Simulator.
What is this?
And
it's Gunpla. You fool.
What's Gun? And he's like, what's Gunpla? And Fumia is all like, what? What? Wait, hold up. What boy doesn't know anything about Gunpla? I mean,
So
yeah, it like
sounds like one of the characters is a self-insert for Bandai executives. What do you mean you don't know what Gunpla is?
It's just a JonTron video from sorry. Just what the fuck's a Gunpla, mate?
And I like what Fumia said when she turned around. She's like, it's like, but you know what boy doesn't know about Gunpla? He turns around and be like, it's like he's transformed here from another planet.
Huh. That sounds familiar.
Very familiar.
Alright. So how
Yes. Now but after giving a little demonstration, then after tie him, then he tried to leave, but then she ties him up, give him a demonstration ties him up.
Oh.
And like, no, watch, see, look. And then he get memorized as she show him how Gunpla battle goes. Then she unties him. And she's like, I want.
So she literally went, I will teach you our club's ways by force.
Pretty much. And then he sorry.
Okay. Go ahead.
Now as he's like, I want to learn more. And he's like, oh, and she's like, okay, you can put any Gunpla from the display case. And he like looked around, then he grabbed this trophy that has on it Sailori and Reiji from the 11th Gunpla tournament. And he'll fill it around with it, and the bottom open, and inside was a dom. Alright. He's like, I'll use this one. Oh, and Fumi's like, oh, I didn't know we had that. well, okay, let me teach you Gunpla. And Reggie has some fun with the Gunpla. Blah blah blah. And later on, they had to fight. Later on, they meet this another character who the president of the Plamu Club, who's trying to get Fumiya to join his club. Because they got no members, so they might as well. I mean, she might as well join them because there's no members in the battle club. What about Japan and clubs? I mean, jeez. But
man, that's a lot of clubs.
So I want to mention. A lot of Japan promotes the idea of going to clubs in high school because, much like over here in America, it's good CV on your resume when you go into college.
Oh,
so it's like literally how like in American high schools they're just teaching you to go into college. In Japan they're literally forcing you to go to college.
Oh.
Yeah. Great.
That doesn't sound healthy.
Yeah. It's not. And now as the battle continues, Reggie got the upper hand by using his martial. I mean, not Reggie. Sekai got the upper hand by using his martial arts. And started. Also, we getting Rumble Raw comes back as well during the battle.
Yes.
He's like,
I love you, Mr. Raw.
And the thing about and Mr. Raw was like, wait, those moves, that boy.
I recognize those moves. Does he have like Vietnam flashbacks?
No, like it's just like all those years ago. Now,
I just want to see a Mr. Rawl have the same Vietnam flashback Frank had when he looked at the painting. Just, oh, hello. Just flashback. I'm sorry, continue.
Oh, and Raw comment is like, it reminds me of 7 years ago. It's like the second coming of Reggie. And after using the martial move to defeat the president of the Plamu Club's Gunpla, the Anak, a golden Anak, Reggie suddenly gets hit in the shoulder by a beam rifle.
Oh.
A sniper beam rifle, which introduced this China's brother.
Oh.
And his China's brother and his mobile suit. And his mobile suit, the Lightning Gundam.
The Lightning Gundam. Oh, hello. Is that a?
It's based Gunpla is the Rexy.
Oh.
And yes. Now. Yeah, and this is and his China's brother, little brother who was personally taught by Say Lori. He's a serious sniper guy.
The blue-haired boy.
Yes, the blue-haired boy, and he's like the brother of that the love interest from that Say Lori's love interest, China.
Really?
Yes.
Oh. Okay. Oh, they both have glasses. Alright, so,
Now, now the second episode is Team Up, Tri Fighters, and shows like the battle it shows I forgot. Now, at the end of the first episode, at the end of the first episode, Sekai charges at the Lightning Gundam, but as he keeps charging, the dome starts glowing.
Oh.
And as cracks start forming along it, and when the lightning gun shot it through the chest, the cracks completely falls apart. But it was surrounded by flames, and inside was the build burning Gundam.
So I have to ask. So, in the world of build fighters, Sei has somehow found a way to create a model kit and then completely envelop it in a shell of another that resembles another model kit, and the shell is fully articulated and functional.
Yes.
It's kind of a reference to when Master Asia when we thought he was piloting the Kalu Gundam for Hong Kong, until it breaks open. It's like, oh no, it's Master Gun.
Well, I can understand that reference. I'm just more impressed though the fact that they somehow managed to build a model kit where it's enveloped in a shell to resemble another model kit, and that shell is fully articulated and functional as its own model kit that you could use on a Gunpla battle. And I'm assuming these are all high-grade kits. That's some that's some engineering madness going on there. Like, damn.
Also, here's Sekai's older sister, which when she saw him and Fushina together, she went into big sister shipping mode.
Oh, I see. All right.
Now, okay. Now, the thing about Now, in the second episode, they start battling again. We learn a little bit more about Shina's little brother's past, why he quit Gunpla battling, because he essentially traumatized by another guy who just essentially traumatized him and be like, "You got no talent." I'm disappointed from the personal student of Sei Lori. Go do something else. You know. I mean, imagine having your Gunpla being completely enveloped by this used claw, and there's nothing you can do. And another thing about the Gunpla battle this time around, they have damage settings.
Okay.
So you don't end up destroying. If you don't want to destroy your Gunpla, you just set it to the lowest setting.
Oh, okay. That's useful.
Now, in this battle, the battle club fight the 3 members from the Plamu Club because the deal was, look, if they lose, the battle club gets absorbed into the Plamu Club. But if they win, they remain independent. And throughout the battle, China's brother get reminded, hey, I'm gonna come back to blah blah battle. You reawaken something in me, Sei Lori. And I like how Sei be like, tell me the real reason you left. You still love Gunpla battle. What made you say that? I can hear it through my fists. Second, we talk to each other through our fists. good old G Gundam logic. And at the end of the battle, they won, and China's brother joins. Yuma joins the battling club.
I will join your club. That's great.
Yes. Now the third episode, we get introduced to another character.
Oh.
Her name is Jingo.
Okay.
Here's Jingo. You might find her a little familiar. Notice anything about her?
I do not like that smug look on her. Her aura mocks me.
Guess who she's related to? She's the little sister of something.
Yeah, it says it right in the pop-up.
Look in the background, Jane.
Oh, that little shit. Sad. No, it took me a while to remember the name. Like, oh, it's that little shit with his like Gian.
Yes, and she pilots the, and like her brother, she pilots her own version of the Gian.
Oh my goodness.
And with a night accession.
Whoa. Okay, now see, that's an improvement. Like, whoa. Look at you. See, now that's how you improve a GN. That looks amazing.
Yes. Now they battle. She has a bit of a rivalry with Shima.
Uh-huh.
And her two lackeys, one who pilots the Rising Gundam, and the other who pilots a noble Gundam with a ponytail.
All right.
Yeah. And she comes in and be like, "Oh, so I heard you got new. I don't wanna, fight you."
Mm-hmm.
Oh, something about Sekai. He's great at martial arts, but he's shit at shooting. He's like, during training, it's like he missed every shot with a beam spray pistol and a beam spray gun. And be like, oh, he's like, oh, screw it, and drew the gun at the mock dummies, and just punch them instead. And so everybody like, Seki, today is a shooting day. I can't shoot worth shit. So,
alright.
So, but yeah. So, like, honestly, this episode is like a fun episode. Again, this Genko, and it shows that they kind of need to work in the teamwork more.
Mm-hmm.
And also cause Shima to reevaluate. Okay, I'm gonna need up my game. We all need up a game. We need to upgrade all our gunpla. Maybe change our gunpla and get, she would need to figure out a way to better support her team. She needed something that can both act as like a mid-range support and a close-range support. So like a middle of the road sort of thing. Sekai is the close combat one.
Mm-hmm.
Yuma is the long-range sniper, but she needs something that can also act as like mid-range artillery and kind of close-range support as well.
So I'm assuming that's where the SD kit that's on the poster comes in.
Yes, unfortunately.
Why do you say unfortunately?
Well, I don't know. She made some.
You said you liked SD kits though. You like SD Gundam.
I like SD Gundam. I just it didn't make much sense to me. Like there was other options. Like originally she was going to use the either the Ground Combat Gundam or the Blue Destiny, and as a base.
Uh-huh.
I was like, oh, those are cool. Then it's like, oh, you went to the obvious SD route. Well, at least it's not bear guy.
Female. Hold on, where's the button? No, I don't have it. Damn it! I need to add the buttons to all the like scenes I have. Hold on.
Also, this is the episode that Kyoko developed her little crush on her little crush on Sekai and made him lunch and everything.
Oh, that's cute.
And Sekai be like, "Hey, lunch," and everybody be like, "You know what this means, right?" I don't know. Lunch is lunch.
Huh.
Sekai is the dense one. It's very dense. Like I said, I'm going to do this really fast because I don't want to take too much time.
Right.
But
so we're on episode 3 now. Or 4?
Yeah, I'm concluded episode 3 now. Going to 4. Then we have the G Muse. Now we get introduced to it. Now they having the little. Now Prima was thinking of building a new mobile suit for the use in the tournament. Mm-hmm. And while Sekai gotta learn how to go and learn to build Gunpla himself, and he started with an SD kit. Prima. Oh wait, no, this is the episode where Fuma and Sekai go on their quote unquote. They go on their date, and then Sekai says, "Hey, sis, what's a date?" And the sister like, God damn it, Sekai, and then start trailing him. He'd be like, "Yes, let the flower of love bloom," and just keep watching him and watching. And then Yuma, who was going to the same Gunpla shop and then to get more parts, saw her and be like, "Hey, what are you doing here?" And she's like, hey, how about we get some tea together?" And Yuma's like, "Yes, ma'am," because Yuma had a crush on Sekai's sister. And she's like, and he just forget all about it. She's like, Meanwhile, Yuma's another new character, Yuma's rival, I forgot his, Miria Kakami. Not Miria Kakami, sorry. Minato Sakai, who will later create a certain Gunpla.
Okay.
Is your favorite Chinggis?
My favorite? Which? Hold on, wait. Oh, it's just straight up the Brave one.
Yes.
It's just straight up the Brave series.
He would later create the Tree.
That's just straight up. That's just straight up the Brave robots. That's amazing.
Now Minato had skill, and he's very good at Gunpla building, and he went to the same school as Mao.
Huh.
The Gunpla Shingle School.
Gunpla Shingle School?
Yes.
Alright.
And he has a bit of a rivalry with Yuma.
Okay.
And he came to this. Now he was at the shop, drop off another Gunpla for a client.
Oh, excuse me.
And then he saw you. And battle. And I'm gonna battle Yuma. He's a little bit. His aura mocks me.
Okay.
Nah. Sorry.
Nah, that's
well, he doesn't know what. Scratch that. He saw his Gunpla and be like, "I can build better." like people from Tokyo are shameless, showing off such a subpar gunpla. Fighting little kids. And he built his own gun. He decided, like, y'all going to battle. And the Sekai, oh yeah, want to battle? He's like, okay. And decided, and he built his gunpla right at the store. He built a SD Gundam to fight Sekai's SD Gundam, which is based on the Burning Gundam.
Alright.
And as they fight, now in this episode, Sekai gotta learn, like, he essentially he's forcing his own feelings onto the gunpla. He's not thinking about, he doesn't know his gunpla too well. Like, that doesn't know, like, how far his gunpla hips can rotate, or how far his gunpla arms can bend. And ankles can rotate and stuff, to incorporate when he fights with his martial arts.
Alright.
And we don't notice that, but like you forcing your own feelings onto your gunpla. Like uber serious. And like the essence of gunpla battle is the fighter and gunpla.
Alright.
Like, calm down, dude. It's just a toy.
So what happens next?
Oh, say finally get that twisted skull and unlocks like the super mode of his gunpla. The Burning Gundam based gunpla SD gunpla he's using.
Ooh. Alright.
And like, she's school. And now and now he lost, but he learned a very important lesson. And then we go to I must learn more about my gunpla. Me and my gunpla must be one.
Alright.
Essentially learn his gunpla more, like flexibility and limits. Pretty much learn his gunpla range of motion.
Alright. So now we're on to the 5th episode, right?
Yes.
Alright.
Dream and challenge in your heart.
Okay.
Now in this episode, this is the episode where Fiona start making her SD gunpla, which will act as support for the other two gunpla. The one. Essentially start with Mr. Raw tells Sega that in order to become one with the gun kit, he need to understand his range of articulation and realize that within his own body. Sekai started training but also Sekai has trouble. He's very good at fighting on the ground, but then let's quickly learn like, I can't fight in space. I need to, he can't use his martial arts in space because no ground, no solid ground. So the other bit repairs out, he started training in a pool. Learn how to fight.
Alright.
Learn how to use his training martial arts in a pool, which is the closest thing you get to being in space. Meanwhile, Minato, we learned about this new team that will be entering the tournament. Called at the Misato school. And Minato was dropping off a kit for their leader, Magato Yasuda. Not Magato Yasuda. Sunsuko Sudo. And here's his kit. Then he dropped out the Mega Shiki.
Alright. Whoa. It's just a blue Hyakushiki.
With a backpack.
No. That's a big backpack. Goodness. Does it like turn into something, or is it just a giant backpack?
Now, also, I want to mention a little funny thing Mr. Raw did. He looked into he looked into his eyes and be like, your eyes. And Fiona would be like, Mr. Raw, stop it. Next you go. And
Mr.
Mr. Raw,
Raw,
no.
Mr. Raw,
Let me
please. We're going to call the police on you.
Mr. Raw be like, no, please let me say the line.
Mr. Raw,
Fiona was
I
like,
will call the
next you gonna
police
say
on
the
you.
line. And then like, let's just say you got Gus or something like that. You always say that. And then Mr. Raw saw his Gunpla. Then, also Mr. Raw saw his Gunpla saying, "This is my goof, the goof R35. Why it's called 35? Oh, because I'm 35 years old." Keep in mind that he had it for 7 years ago. So yeah, goof been. So pretty much, Mr. Raw been 35 for seven years.
Man.
All
right.
Yeah. Now, in this episode, Seiji fights this no-name team that pilot by the GNXs.
Hold on, I spaced off from. What episode are we on now?
Five.
The last one.
The last episode.
Okay.
And Seiji learned how to use his dressers to use the dressers on his Gunpla to fight like he's on land.
Alright.
And literally run in space. And this is where we get introduced to Fioma's winning Gundam.
Okay.
And
what Gundam is that?
It's the SD Gundam. And here it is.
Alright. Ah. Okay.
And then Miyato and Zelda saw as Reggie why I keep calling him Reggie?
Because he looks the same.
Yeah. Sekai uses burning, not flaming fist attack.
Okay.
I can't pronounce his attack names for the life of me, so I'm not even gonna try.
Alright.
And Miyato and Cesaro see all the particles they were producing, and be like, wait a second, it's just like the 11th Gunpla tournament all those years ago. It's been upgraded, but there's no doubt about it. It's the same Gunpla that Saint Lori and Reggie use. And it ends. And then it just ends with Miyato.
So that's how the episode ends.
Yeah. Well, it ends with Miyato and Yuma meeting, and Miyato be like, "Are you going to flee this time? Are you going to flee from the tournament like last time, or are you going to actually fight?" And like, why? Why have you returned after all this time? And that's the end of the episode. Now, I left out a lot, but it's not.
You left out a lot. Goodness.
Well, there's not minor details, you know. So, but you know,
goodness, that's a lot going on in 5 episodes. Then, wow, that's packed.
Well, I want to say packed. I mean, like, you know, like the minor stuff, like fun minor stuff. But yeah, I would highly recommend watching. Try, because it'd be focused if build fighters focus more like the 2 team. You know, saying Gunpla dynamic. Try to focus. It's gonna be more focusing more on the team dynamic. You know, working as a team. You know.
All right.
And teamwork, because like with team tri fighters, which is the team they call now the team tri fighter for the tournament. You know, they have the support mode suit, their long range support mode suit, and their close quarters mode suit. You know, to balance everything out. That's like, yeah, that's like really good. Like watch this series.
Okay.
And I think there's like more Gunpla in this. Like, I think there was like one time Sekai just like literally destroyed a gun tank too. not gun thing. The gun thing from F91. And then, like I said, there's callbacks to the previous series, but then none of the previous characters besides Mr. Raw, because you must have Mr. Raw come. Yeah. Also, another thing about Sekai's, when he wears his gi uniform, on it is the symbol. Is pretty much just like the shining finger, as like his JoJo symbol.
Huh. All right.
Yeah, watch the series, enjoy it, embrace it, and then another thing she did, I like what Genako did, Sasaki's sister did, the one about the gym enthusiast, the Jin. Yeah, I like what she did. What she got at the end of the second episode, it shows her. It didn't show her, but it just shows her be like, interesting. And she did the little thing with her gunpla. It did like they flicked her gunpla and they produced a ding. And she said, what a wonderful sound. I'm like, I like that little reference to Mikube. Little ding.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, watch the series. And I'm going to keep watching 5 more episodes.
Alright. Alright, just give me a minute real quick and just typing some stuff up.
Also here's Mr. Raw's Goof R35.
It's just a goof with 2 shields.
And they changed it and added some extra bits to the legs.
Yeah, I see that. Alright.
And extra dress.
Alright, so is that all you want to say about Build Fighters Try?
Yes.
Alright then.
And also Mr. Raw shipping senses are in here as well. Like, oh, my butt is itching. I sent my shipping senses. Yeah, his shipping senses are in here. So yeah, but watch the show. I'm done.
All right. Okay, so now that we're done with that, we can now move on away from the Gundam talk. So we talked a lot about Gundam, but now we can move on. We're not done with robot talk though. If you haven't picked up by now, that's a common theme with this stream and streams in general. We like robots. Alright, so SGD, you're up. So you finally watched season 2 of Cyberverse. Now me and Nick will be judging you very intensely. This will determine the fate of our relationship.
Well, I didn't have good things to say about season 1, and it seems the writers learned their lesson because this fixes almost every single problem I had with the first season.
I'm moving my hand away from the disconnect button.
I was one step close to demoting you, but you know what? You get to keep your mod position after all.
It's the scene from Tangled where SGD's Flynn and like he has all the fucking swords at him.
Big problems I had with the first season was its lack of commitment to a plot, despite the first couple of episodes cramming plot in your face, saying like, here's the plot, here's all the information you need to know for the entire season. Like, what episode is this too? Well, not telling the story fast enough. And then it followed up with a bunch of filler and inconsequential episodes. When the writers should have known, like, you can tell a fun episode and still have a little bit of plot progression, which is most of this show. The second season is shenanigans and fun with a little bit of plot progression mixed in. And season 1 ended off with Bumblebee, Windblade, and Grimlock finally finding the Ark and all the other Autobots. and the Decepticons, of course, trying to wipe out all the Autobots. And then it seems there was a time skip because the Autobots are all together fighting the Decepticons on the moon. Humans know they exist. Bumblebee has all his memories back, and they're still looking for the Allspark. And they never really address Bumblebee getting his memory back, which is fine because they established in season 1 it was kind of coming back on his own. Like, as they unlocked memories in a video, like a mini game from a video game, he also just got memories back. So, of course, it makes sense that after a time skip, he'd have all his memories back. And they actually are looking for the Allspark this time, and they even find the Allspark in this season. So that's nice. And like I said, there's always a little bit of plot progression in most episodes. And while there's the background thing of finding the Allspark, the first little plot going on is Bumblebee looking for the moon banana. And then finding the moon banana helps them find the Allspark.
Moon cheetah.
The moon banana.
Well, now, I don't like Cheetor being called a banana.
Go ahead and spoil it then.
Alright.
I don't want to spoil the Cheetos in the show.
I mean, I have him in the thumbnail I use, like, it's...
Well, I know he's like in the opening.
Well, I mean, it's more than just the opening, like, Cheetor was, like, the big selling point for season 2. Because this was the time where Transformers started bringing back more attention towards Beast Wars. So, like, one of the selling points for season 2 to get people to watch the show, like, we got Beast Wars character now, we got Cheetor. Like, so, like, that was the big selling point, like, oh wow, Cheetor's in the show.
I'm still gonna keep calling him the moon banana until I get tired of it.
Okay.
But of course, with them finding the Allspark, there's also the extra plot of Starscream forming a literal death cult.
Where he became...
Which serves as the main conflict of the season after they find the Allspark. And that's certainly something.
Did you enjoy Starscream becoming God?
It was interesting.
Wait. He became God twice in this season.
It was interesting. I kind of do wish they built up to what happens to Starscream that leads him to form a death cult a bit more, because it happens pretty suddenly. Like, yes, I'm familiar with Transformers, so the thing Starscream does to kick everything off, that's absolutely something I could see Starscream doing. But it's not really something you'd expect from just watching the show, because we hadn't gotten a whole lot of Starscream and Megatron up until that point.
Alright. Fair enough.
And there's another part of, like, Slipstream is looking for her Seekers, and she finds Starscream's death cult, and then the Decepticons think she's a traitor because they need conflict to happen. So I think that could have used a bit more tweaking. And then the last few episodes do feel pretty fillery, because they kind of get the Allspark. So, like, oh, plot's over, but the season isn't.
Now, this will also determine the fate of our relationship. Do you agree that Grimlock and RC are best couple?
Oh, Grimlock is amazing. That's one of the improvements of this season. It's like more Grimlock, which is not like, that's never really a bad thing. Yeah, this Grimlock's great. But like the Grimlock RC episode, it felt like something which could have been in season 1.
Alright.
Like, it's just like this, the Autobots are still looking for the Allspark. They're in space with no concrete goal.
Alright, fair enough. Still one of my favorite episodes, still.
Yeah, I think overall it's a good episode, even if it is kind of one of the only filler episodes.
I suppose.
Like, it wasn't a bad episode. The only bad episode I think was the Moon Banana focused one where he's going around looking to help people. And it's just the same old joke of, no, go help someone else over and over again. But at least it did move the plot forward at the end.
Alright.
But unfortunately, there are a couple of references to season 1, which, like, I guess, like, I'm not one to recommend skipping things, but season 1 feels very inconsequential. Like, there are a couple of things, like, well, you need to have seen a certain episode from season 1 to get, like, 2 references. Like, they're not huge, like... Like, yeah, I'm not one for skipping things, but, you know, at season 2, it just blows season 1 out of the water.
Fair enough.
But I do enjoy the ensemble cast a lot more. Wasn't any individual characters I didn't really like, except for Cheetor. Like, he wasn't that engaging.
Okay, I guess that's understandable.
But again, other characters like Soundwave, Shockwave, Clobber, they were great to have around.
Clobber is best girl.
I don't get Bludgeon's deal.
Bludgeon's...
Bludgeon, edgy.
Yeah, edgy. Just honestly, he was just kind of there to, I guess. No, he was just kind of there, to be honest.
Yeah.
He kills Slipstream. That's sad. I mean,
I'm not one for questioning Transformers names, but you called the guy with the samurai sword Bludgeon. I get a lot of the names are just names, but like, yeah, this one's...
Well, I mean...
It doesn't exactly make sense.
Well, you can blame Marvel for that. Bludgeon originally came from the Transformers Marvel comics, so I think he was also Simon Furman. So...
Well, to be fair, he was a pretender.
Well, he was a pretender, so all his appearances later on are based off of his pretender shell, which is, you know, a samurai with a skull face. But then, I think it was like around the time of Revenge of the Fallen when they released this toy. That was when he stopped being a pretender.
Yeah.
So, it's like that was just always his name, Bludgeon. The Decepticon samurai's name is Bludgeon. So,
yeah, I think the only other criticism of stuff is Starscream escaping captivity. I think could have been delayed a little bit longer to have more build up, because he spots a way out, like, hey, could you do this for me? And the ship AI is like, sure, and then he escapes.
I had it all. The power of the universe in my hands. Take it from me. And how does that make you feel? How do you think that makes me feel?
But yeah, looking forward to watching season 3 when I get around to that.
Oh, season 3 is spectacular.
Well, season 3, all I say about season 3 is that's when it solidifies that, yes, Clobber is best girl. I will say though, in the beginning of season 3, there are 2 character deaths that supposedly tried to be meaningful, but there was no real build-up. one of them had a twist that you will only understand if you're really big into Transformers. Other than that, if you just solely base your experience off the show, you'll just kind of be like, well, that twist just kind of came out of nowhere. But okay.
Yeah, I'm not. I understand. Like sometimes you have to be a fan of a show to understand something, but I don't think it's always fair to have that expectation of the audience.
Yeah. So like so when that twist happened, like I was like, that's interesting. No build up though, but interesting.
It's nice to like put in little tidbits like, oh, you're not gonna get this unless you're really into this stuff, but then when it's a major thing, like Digimon Ghost Game has their Seals Dramon appear and they reference Selection D, which that's not important to the plot of the episode, but if you know what Selection D is, it's a neat little thing, and they do kind of gloss over what Selection D is. Like, oh, it's an assassin training thing, and whoever passes becomes Seals Dramon. And the actual thing is 1 in 100 Command Dramon pass and become Seals Dramon, but like that tiny little detail isn't necessary for the episode. It's just to establish, yeah, Seals Dramon's a pretty dangerous guy. If 999 Digimon in his body count isn't already indicative of that.
Alright.
I guess that's all I have to say.
Alright. Yeah, so that's kind of really all I have to say about heads up for season 3. Other than that, I think you'll definitely enjoy season 3. And then if you do get to watch the 2 like hour-long special episodes of season 4, all I'm gonna say is best Soundwave. Fight me. Nick can agree with me. Best Soundwave.
Best Soundwave.
Best Soundwave. So, alright. So...
I'm gonna have to head out and do dinner. I'll try and be in the chat still.
Alright, that's fine, SGD. Have a good dinner.
Alright. You too.
Alright, so... with that said, now we can move on. We're not done talking about Transformers though. We got one more Transformers talk. Now this is actually pretty big Transformers news, because it's quite interesting, because really you could say this is an end of an era.
Yep.
So Nick, you want to talk about this?
Yeah. So IDW. If for those who are unaware, IDW are the people responsible for basically producing the Transformers comics for, God, how long now?
I believe they started. So like the very first Transformers comic, which was by IDW, which was the Infiltration. I think that was like 2007? Hold on, real quick, let me just look this up on the IDW wiki. Transformers Infiltration. TF wiki, what you got? Issues number 60, overarching Stormbringer. Was originally published between 2005 and 2006.
Wow.
Yeah, so
like 17 years. They've been producing the comic for 17 years. And arguably it's probably their biggest comic.
It is one of their biggest IPs that they had.
I'd say the only thing that rivals it is Ninja Turtles. At least for as like popularity wise of what they have.
At the very least, Transformers was one of their biggest IPs,
if not their biggest. So this coming to an end is like a big deal. And there have been ups and there have been downs. So I guess I guess we should first talk about at least some of their high points first before we go into more of their negative stuff, which I believe might be somewhat responsible for, the downfall of it all.
So,
you want to start?
Sure, I'll start. So, I'll start with a very recent example of their high points, which is the recent Beast Wars comics they've been producing.
Which is fantastic,
amazing. Like I talked about it on a previous stream. Like again, like I didn't think they could.
And the fact that's ending, tragic, just tragic.
Like I could tell like there's a lot of potential in this. Like there's a like I didn't think you could improve Dinobot, but you did, and I am thankful for that. Yeah, the Beast Wars comic. Another high point that this, obviously one of the most biggest things about the idea of Transformers that I think most Transformers fans agree is one of their best storylines was More Than Meets the Eye.
Oh, I'm literally thinking we should all do like everyone has to read it, and that'll be like a big special we do where we just talk about that comic.
More Than Meets the Eye, like
yes.
And I will also say More Than Meets the Eye is an example of is one of the big examples about IDW Transformers. Specifically, is the fact that IDW Transformers took a lot of creative risks. They did a lot of experimentation with what they can do with this IP. Like one of the biggest experiments that they ever did. That like honestly, this was like this has been something that I don't think has ever really been touched upon, at least on this level. The idea of Megatron actually switching sides. The idea
it being good.
Surprisingly, being really good. Who knew that a story about the leader of the Decepticons, who started this entire damn war on a journey of redemption, can turn out to be surprisingly really interesting. So, More Than Meets the Eye in general was just like, it was pretty much their big room for experimentation. Like it's one of the few series out there where just it focuses like 99% purely on the Transformers characters themselves. Because More Than Meets the Eye could just pretty much be summed up as Transformers in a story that's like Star Trek, and but all the cast, instead of like Starfleet members, they're all the Guardians of the Galaxy from the Marvel movies. Like Rodimus is just straight up Star-Lord.
It's full of D-listers, and because of the comic, they pretty much become, at the very least, high B-listers, low A-listers.
Like,
just because they were written so well.
Like Whirl? Who's Whirl? I didn't know about Whirl, and then More Than Meets the Eye. Whirl, best wingman.
Oh, I know who Whirl. Yeah, best wingman, and he's a helicopter, no wings. So what does that say? Huh? What does that say, other wingmen? But like, we could gush about this comic forever because it does a lot of things great. You know what it is? This comic does. It brings the people, the characters no one knew about, and brings them to the forefront and makes them likable. And it creates new great characters as well, new ones that become fan favorites as well, like Nautica and I'm trying to think of Rung. Yes.
Like so many characters, like Swerve? Who was Swerve? You didn't really care about Swerve until more than meets the eye.
Episode 40, issue 43, one of my all-time favorites where they go to Swerve.
Yeah, Swerve. It's great.
This comic is fantastic.
Like I think more than meets the eye really, it could arguably be like the highest point of IDW Transformers.
I think the reason why it is because it's like, literally, if you think about Transformers IDW, those who know about it, IDW Transformers, that's pretty much gonna be the first thing that comes to their mind.
Yeah. But even besides more than meets the eye, there's also a lot of interesting stuff like
the Wreckers.
The Wreckers. Well, we'll talk about the Wreckers a little more later. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But the first like Wreckers comics that came out, like The Last Stand of the Wreckers, like, man, that's a pretty, because that was a pretty interesting story about like what happens when you have, the Autobots are good guys, right? So then like it's like for the okay, so like this may not come off very surprising, but it's the idea of like, you have your quote unquote good guys doing very morally gray stuff. Like maybe that's not revolutionary story wise, but like you have to remember, like for the most part, Transformers is pretty black and white with their storytelling. Like it's fairly obvious who are the bad guys and who are the good guys. Long answer short, the bad guys are the ones who go around saying they want to take over the world and stuff. It's pretty black and white. So then when you have, when you introduce kind of like that moral grayness to it, then it spices things up for a franchise that's mostly black and white. And you end up telling some pretty interesting stories.
And it's just. Also, gotta talk about the original Beast Wars comic they did, where it's like it gave focus to the fucking toy characters who no one gave a shit about.
Mm-hmm.
It made Razor Beast a fan favorite. I'm pretty sure the reason why he's in the new comic is because he's a fan favorite.
You think so?
Yes, and I think it's thanks to this comic. Just there was some great stuff out of IDW.
Yeah.
However, there was also some not so great stuff. Where should we start? I think we should start with the 1.0 stuff before we get to
the big turning point. So like the 1.0 stuff, like okay, so
I forgot to mention, like it gave us Windblade.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, okay, we to be fair though, Windblade kind of
but we can get to that when we talk about the turning point.
But like, so like
the turning point,
like,
which I guess
for like 1.0, it's been a while.
There was some great stuff, like More Than Meets the Eye. You got the main stuff with robots in the skies. You even got the Windblade comic, which started out really well with a political espionage of basically Windblade basically having to deal with Starscream as ruler of Cybertron. Starscream fulfilled his dream,
and he's miserable. It's like I have all the power I ever wanted, and God, I hate this job.
And it's like it gave us some really interesting and cool stuff. Oh my god, that stuff with Blast Off.
Oh yeah.
Like how he was in love with Ons, but like it never happened. like, because Onslaught could never, like, see it. So when, given the offer by Starscream to basically brainwash the other Combaticon, oh my god, it's tragic what happens when, at the end, when they're all arrested, and basically they now all hate Blastoff because of what he did. And you feel bad for Blastoff because it basically destroyed, like, the one thing he wanted. But he deserved it. But you still feel bad. But he did deserve it. But, all that good stuff, kinda went to the wayside with one event.
Well, there was some other stuff as well.
Oh, yes, but
I think okay. So real quick, just to touch upon some stuff from 1.0. So for a while,
I'm actually still talking about 1.0.
Oh, I will say. So I think okay. So All Hail Megatron. I liked All Hail Megatron. People said it was a little controversial. It was like, I can understand that, but overall, I found All Hail Megatron pretty interesting, and All Hail Megatron actually gave us a really interesting view on Megatron and Starscream's relationship, where it's very unique. Where rather than Megatron constantly looking down on Starscream, rather, Megatron actually believes in Starscream's potential. He straight up says, Starscream, I think you are probably one of the most capable soldiers I have ever had the pleasure of having in my ranks. But your arrogance and your thirst for power keep holding you back.
Starscream's worst enemy is not Optus, not even Megatron, hell, not even any other Autobot or Decepticon. Starscream's worst enemy is himself.
And Megatron straight up tells him that, like, if you, like, that was probably the most interesting take. Like, just, if you could just simply stop being you, you would be probably the most perfect soldier I've ever had. But if you could just stop trying to stab me in the back for 5 minutes! And then like that point where when the Autobots return to Earth, and Megatron gives that big speech like Starscream, listen carefully, all right? One day you will lead the Decepticons. What? That's right, you heard me. One day your dream will actually be fulfilled. You will lead the Decepticons, and I have full, complete faith that you can actually be a competent leader. But today is not that day. Today, I am in charge, and you will follow my commands and obey me. If we are to win this day, do you understand, Starscream? And Starscream's thinking about it for a bit, and and eventually Starscream comes to the realization Megatron has a point. So just for that day, Starscream completely is loyal to Megatron. It's just straight up, Decepticons, follow my lead, and together we will bring glory to Megatron's empire. All hail Megatron! So I think the turning point in 1.0.
There is a turning point, but I got reminded of something involving. I like the idea that he's constantly switching his bodies, because every body he takes, there's some imperfection that he sees, and he can't stand it. It shows how both vain and insecure Starscream really is. I am so perfect. Is my nose too big? Get me a different body! There's a joke from Drawn Together, but I'm pretty sure I can't say it on stream. It's not racy, but it's risque. so I'm not gonna say it. But IDW 1.0, pretty damn good. Unfortunately, there is a turning point where you can tell, like, the original Magic 1.0 started to sour within itself with a certain event.
So, there was also several stuff I like to point out. So
yeah.
So
okay.
You could make the argument that while 1.0 had its upside downs before All Hail Megatron, after All Hail Megatron is when things really start. You notice, okay, things aren't really what is. I don't know, like this. Like certain portrayals of Optimus, I didn't really like. They kind of. One thing I didn't like. They completely destroyed the relationship between Megatron and Starscream. That was in All Hail Megatron. I mean, okay, so Spotlight Megatron also gave us a very interesting take on Megatron's relationship with Starscream, in that Megatron keeps Starscream around as a basically a wake-up call, as a security check, to constantly check his back, to constantly remind him that it's not just Starscream, there are other Decepticons out there waiting to just get in line and take Megatron's position. And as long as Starscream's there to remind him of that, he will always remain in power. And that's also a very interesting relationship. And like, both All Hail Megatron and Spotlight Megatron brought up two very good, interesting relationships. But the problem is, though, Spotlight Megatron just completely invalidated what was told in All Hail Megatron, because as I'm learning, that's the nature of comic industry.
Yeah.
So that's a real bummer. Oh, and then there's also
there's an event.
True, but also Jazz.
Oh yeah. They did.
Long story short, Jazz straight up murked a guy. Not a fellow Cybertronian, not a Decepticon, a human. Autobot Jazz, one of the most chill Autobots you can have, with just straight up murked a human.
Yeah, and it was clearly an accident, and I'd say my anger is mostly towards how a certain someone handled it, and that ties into this event I keep saying.
So,
All Hail Optimus.
So, ever since the end of All Hail Megatron, there's been this really weird characterization of Optimus, where this has also been from the very beginning. So I guess this kind of were warning signs, but they always had the chance to, do something else with it. So I guess one of the earliest signs of reasons why this version of Optimus is questionable is our atheist.
Yeah.
So Optimus Prime in the IDW comics is straight up a raging atheist, to the point that he does not believe in, Primus and all that. When you have the literal Matrix in your chest, the Matrix of leadership, the wisdom of, not just the collective wisdom of all the Primes, but it's literally a part of your god, Primus himself, and straight up says, no, this is just some device that lights up, but it's a tool that I can use for, to garner my leadership and stuff. And that's when also, when things get really, so for a while then, after All Hail Megatron, they were trying to do something where Optimus starts doubting his leadership. They planted the seeds early on, but they started focusing on this, where Optimus was doubting his leadership, because in the history of IDW Transformers, every single Prime that came before Optimus was a corrupt piece of shit. No joke. Every single version of the Prime, except maybe Alpha Trion, but we don't know that for sure. Alpha Trion, they don't say anything, but it's kind of implied that Alpha Trion has skeletons in his closet as well. And it's like, So, for the longest time, Optimus was doubting his leadership and position as a Prime because he was worried, am I just gonna become a corrupt piece of shit like all the previous Primes before me? So he started doubting his leadership and all that. And so there was an event before All Hail Optimus called
Dark Cybertron?
It was before Dark Cybertron. It was I forgot what it was called. But long story short, events happened where basically Cybertron was quote unquote rebooted. So, you know, the planet Cybertron was dead for the longest time, but then they were able to sort of quote unquote reboot the planet. And that caused, you know, the planet to sustain Cybertronian life again. But then came the neutrals, the nails. Funny enough, this is no joke. Starscream literally got elected as leader of Cybertron because of the Family Guy joke about neutral voters. Like that is actually how he actually got elected as leader of Cybertron. Just
9/11.
Yeah! Starscream, what are you going to do about the damage to Cybertron after the war?
9/11.
Yeah! So
Starscream, what are you gonna do about the rebuilding of Iacon?
9.
11. Yeah! So then the neutral Cybertrons came in where they started blaming both the Autobots and Decepticons for destroying their planet. Like, what did you do? This is all your fault. It's like, we were trying to protect the planet, you jackass. Like, we don't care. Get off. This is our planet now. So that was kind of, and then, so they were trying to do something with that. But then after a while, so then when that happened, Optimus Prime straight up decided, if my presence alone as a Prime causes conflict and will prevent the future of Cybertron from being peaceful, then I will step down from my position and no longer be a Prime. I will go back to who I was before as Orion Pax for the sake of Cybertron. That didn't last long at all.
Nope.
No, so that could have been a warning sign. And then so after a while, so then Optimus becomes Optimus Prime again, and then so he's continuing this whole arc about, am I going to become a corrupt piece of shit like my predecessors? Now, you would assume, because this is Optimus Prime, one, either A, why would he have such fucking thoughts? He's Optimus Prime. Of course he's not going to be a corrupt piece of shit. He's Optimus Prime. It's Optimus Prime. He's like the Superman of the world. Oh, wait, that's not a very good comparison now that I think about it.
Oh, now God, you're just telling me this whole time they've been Supermaning Optimus. That makes too much sense.
You're getting the bigger picture, guys. You're finally getting the bigger picture.
So, this eventually leads to an event called All Hail Optimus. Now, I don't know about you, but when you have a comic event called All Hail Optimus, I don't know, that's not a...
It's a very interesting title.
Yes, yeah.
To be honest, you two might beat me up for this, but if I saw that in a comic, on a comic rack, I would pick it up.
True.
Not because I want to see evil Optimus, it's what will happen in it.
It is interesting, and it is a great way to catch readers' attention, including Transformers fans.
It's just
what happens.
Instead of, when I first thought All Hail Optimus, it's like, oh shit, Optimus isn't actually becoming like a dictator essentially, and like I'm basically imagining like that the story was actually everyone was the whole idea of like annexing Earth was not his idea, and he's being forced down to this position. He's both trying to figure out how to not stop the thing from happening and also make sure some collaterals goes on or some shit. No, he's this is all his idea.
So Optimus had to. So long story short, there was a so I guess another thing that kind of hurt the IDW Transformers comics, which again I'm learning more about the comic industry, is event comics, where they seem fine on paper, but then it's the idea that, oh, we have this big event where we're going to tell this one story across all these different lines of comics. What's that? You want to continue the story? Pick up this other one. Well, I don't have the other one. Well, that's too fucking bad, because you're not going to understand You're not going to understand a single shit without reading that other comic. I guess I gotta find that other comic. Well, good luck. So there was an event called Combiner Wars.
Hold on, I gotta say this because it's about how much I don't like event comics. There was a time I read I was reading Deadpool at the time, and it was during the Axis storyline, where due to some reality bending shit, all the moralities of the heroes and villains switched. And Deadpool became Zenpool, like a complete pacifist, and I thought that was a cool idea, at least for like this, at least for a little bit. And what happened was a couple issues later, he's back to Deadpool, and I had no idea why. I mean, I know why, because Axis was over and everything's fixed, but it's like they completely forgot to mention that everything's back to normal. And I don't like event comics. Who left?
Comet.
Comet. Yeah, Comet.
Anyway, God, why did they have to... So I had this thought, and kind of like how like the designs of Megatron. You can kind of make Megatron into whatever you like character you want, because like he's a Machiavellian, like yes, kind of
yes,
vaudevillian supervillain. He's a genocidal warlord, or he's a commanding general, or you can make someone who's regretful for his action, and like it could all work, because like his designs, they could be whatever you want. Optimus, on the other hand, there's a clear design philosophy that you gotta have when creating a new design with Optimus. Same with his personality. Optimus, Megatron, he could go from evil of evil to he was once evil, now he's kind of regretting it. Optimus has always got to be the big good. And, you know, I think a lot of it has to do with like all the problems, other than just like the shitty like writing, because a lot of the stories had to be forced to be cut down as well, because we'll get to a certain reason why soon, but things got cut down, and I think that caused a lot of writing issues. And I think one of the reasons why there was a death nail for the 1.0, other than like all the the writing issues and all that, because those are clearly big reasons, but I think the reason why it happened was, and I think it's a weird way to say this, the success of More Than Meets. And I'm not saying that as a bad having more than meets the eye being successful is a bad thing. Far from it. It's more than meets the eye. However, when you have something successful, you kind of want everything related to it also to be successful. So I think a lot of like the experimentation, the characters who weren't like the unfamiliar characters and the new ones appearing in not just the story that's meant to be experimental, the story that's meant to be experimental, and causing all the other stories to be experimental, that caused a lot of like readership to kind of go,
I mean, it's like, well, you know what? You know, now that you mentioned that, like, maybe it got too experimental. It's kind of funny you mentioned that, because I think like the current state of Transformers at the moment is the complete opposite.
Ironically, right?
Everything nowadays, everything is. It feels like.
It's weird.
It's
like everything other than the comics have to be this one thing, whereas the comics have to be experimental.
So like, okay, so I have this hypothesis. I don't have any proof of it yet, so it's not a theory, but I have a hypothesis that the reason why Transformers nowadays, why it feels all, everything feels G1 is because this feels, one, it's very corporate, obviously, but two, it's also, I think, it's not just the corporate mindset. I think it's also the fact it's kind of a crackpot hypothesis. I think this is Hasbro or whoever, Hasbro was, so yeah, Hasbro desperately trying to course correct Transformers after having too many, I guess, experimentals. So like, and seeing how those experimentals ultimately did not receive positive reception, and so they feel, what's something that everyone has a positive reception to? G1. Well, I guess we'll just go back to G1 then. That's safe and people will like it. And unfortunately, they're kind of right.
Yeah.
Which.
So actually, I want to say a pro about the late 1.0.
Wait, hold on.
It
real
has
quick.
to do.
Not was gonna say something.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, extreme action event entails extreme reaction. If you do one thing, if you do one thing radical, it's going, someone else is going to backpedal back into the opposite direction because they believe that's the remedy to what is, to the radical action.
But people are now finally starting to voice like, okay, I think maybe this is a bit too much G1. So like, I think at this point I'd like to think at this point now they're starting to at least experiment a bit more, such as Earthspark, the concept of Earthspark, where it's kind of like the Bumblebee movie but a TV show.
Yeah.
It's like that's something interesting. It's like I'm hoping it's like something similar to like Rescue Bots, because that's like the closest thing I could think of besides like the Bumblebee movie.
Man, the mainstream cartoon being something like Rescue Bots, that's gonna be crazy if you think about it.
Yeah. And then the other experimental thing is still the movies. But then everything else though, like can I just real quick? I just want to rant real quick,
because let me just say, we gotta talk about the comic.
Yeah, true, but I feel like talking about the comics though ties a lot also into just overall state of Transformers. I'll just I just want to make this real quick rant. Stop giving all your budget to the Generations line.
Yes.
Like, really, it took 3 seasons to finally get good Cyberverse figures, and by then the show's over.
For shame, man.
But hey,
for shame.
It's like, but hey, the Generation side, it's more G1. Like, that's great.
I want Cyberverse.
Yeah, I want more love for Cyberverse. I mean, yes, I will buy still some of your Generations toys because I think they look good. Because I don't have some of them for my collection, like the Dinobots and the Beast Wars cast. Still mad about that Pterosaur.
God damn.
But give more love to your mainline stuff as well. Like I really hope Earthspark doesn't suffer the same fate as Cyberverse, where it takes 3 seasons to get good figures.
But back to the comic. There is one thing from the later part of 1.0, and I really like, and that is the very end of Unicron. And I'm not talking about the epilogue issue, just how Optimus dies. I think, despite all the faults of this version of Optimus, the way Optimus goes out in this one is probably the first, one of the first in a long time of this version where he actually did feel like Optimus. And that is basically, he essentially gave what's essentially the core of Unicron. Like, he didn't fucking blast it, or even he saw it the fucking pain it was going through, through all the, and basically just gave it a fucking hug.
So
IDW
Unicron, in a sense, kind of runs on a similar concept of the Unicron trilogy, where he is fueled by hate.
Yeah.
He is fueled by all the hate, all the rage, all the war, etc. And how do you defeat that? Compassion.
That is such an Optimus thing.
And just willing his last moments is just giving Unicron a hug. It's cheesy, it's corny, but it's perfectly in line for Optimus.
Yes, I just went. He did other things that were in line with.
Yeah.
Man.
Real quick, I don't know if this is a people. Okay, I agree with people's statement on the movie Optimus before Bumblebee, but I kind of feel IDW's take on Optimus was more insulting in certain ways. So remember when I said that this version of Optimus is just our atheist?
Yes.
His views on religion is honestly just so there was a point in the comics where Aileron, aka female Bumblebee, because Bumblebee's a ghost. That was the thing.
Kinda. And again, long story.
Yeah, long story short. Not technically, but essentially, Bumblebee's a ghost. And haunting Starscream for some reason.
Before you continue, I gotta say this, and let's try not to make a tangent out of it, but just so everything's clear. Another problem I'd say is tying everything in a fucking shockwave. And let's just leave it at
that. Just remember, Sex had a shockwave plan. Optimus, I'm going to wage war to end all war. Shockwave, that's the most stupid thing I've ever heard. Nonsense! So
it will succeed, Optimus, because good is dumb.
I love that line. But back to
our atheist Optimus. So So there was a point where Aileron confronted Optimus on his views of religion, and like she was like pointing out like, but you have the matrix of leadership in you. Like, doesn't that count as something? And Optimus straight up tells Aileron, I don't believe in that shit, Aileron. All that stuff about Primus and stuff, it's fake. It's bullshit. So then why do you continue to prop up the belief that you are, you know, a prime, one of the religious figures? Because, Aileron, I'm using it as a political tool. What? That's right, Aileron. See, I know that people don't like me, and because they like Starscream for some reason more, but remember, Aileron, where you came from, your colony planet, you were so separated from Cybertronian culture that you still think that because I'm a prime, I'm technically a demigod. So I'm going to straight up fucking manipulate your religion to fit my own selfish needs for political reasons.
He is the good guy, everybody.
The good guy.
Yeah.
And then Pyromacta just socked him in the face. Which, by the way,
she's not good either.
I don't like you, Pyromacta. But Optimus deserved that.
She's out of line, but she's right.
Yeah, she's out of line, but she's right. Unfortunately, like Optimus did deserve that punch in the face. Like, wow, this is our Optimus, a politician.
You turned Optimus into a politician.
Honestly, I would say that's.
How dare you?
I don't know. Like
you might want to press the button.
So, welcome to the Abyss. Road trip.
All right, but road trip. It's like, okay, this is me not knowing much about comics. Like, was there ever a moment where Superman, you know how like in, you know how like in, there's some takes on Superman where like people kind of view him like, is he like a godlike being because he's nigh invincible? Like, was there ever a take on Superman, like, okay, maybe Injustice? I don't know much about Injustice, but was there ever a take on Superman who purposely used that belief, like, yes, I am essentially the second coming for his own selfish needs?
Injustice. Pretty much.
That's just pretty much Injustice?
Yeah. It's because Clark never cared the fact that he was a Kryptonian. You know, like I always tell people the easiest way to describe Superman is he is technically a god, but what he loves most, the one thing he longs for most of all, is to be human.
Yeah, so they pretty much
Superman's underappreciated in this time, and so is Optimus.
God, I want to see Superman. I think my, like, one of my, I don't know, like, I just love the idea of like a Superman story where it's just him just being a good person, just like that line, like the line from Justice League where like he and his family are talking about Christmas, like, oh, we used to put presents underneath the tree for Clark. You mean Santa did? Yes, you're right. Santa did. Like,
this guy flies around the world in seconds, and literally fights demons in from alternate dimensions on a daily basis, and he still believes in Santa.
Yeah, it's like so like. Also.
Shit, I had a point, but I forgot.
Well, I was gonna say, if we're talking about like how we want to view, just for this tangent, if like how we want to view our heroes, like.
Okay, off topic. I remember, and it has to do with Superman. there's a comic where Superman has to hold the world up for Atlas.
Mm-hmm.
And while that's going on, a lot of crime is happening.
Mm-hmm.
And like all of Superman's allies, like Supergirl, Crypto, even like the members of the police and like Black Canary, all filling in for him.
Mm-hmm.
Because they idolize Superman so much that they're basically doing they're basically following his ideal.
Mm-hmm.
And then when Atlas comes back, the reason why he left was so he could walk his daughter on her wedding day. And thanks Superman for doing it, and basically allows Superman to get the world off his shoulders for a second.
That is the most wholesome shit I've heard.
Yes.
I think that's All-Star.
That's All-Star?
We need to read All-Star. We need to read All-Star because All-Star is one of the most...
Yes. Oh my god, yeah. Have you heard a story where Superman talks about to jump off the building?
I've heard about that.
That's from All-Star Superman.
Man, that Atlas story though, that is some wholesome stuff. I love that.
It's okay. So moments like these, I think Superman might be my actual favorite DC character rather than Batman.
Honestly, like Superman. So like, funny enough, like I used to be the person like, you know, I like Batman more. You know? I guess because, you know, he's more relatable or something like that. But then the more I learn about Superman, the more I realize, wow, I really like Superman more.
Essentially, Optimus should be Superman as a robot.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, okay, so you know what the thing is. So I remember that one night. So this kind of ties in a little bit, just another tangent. Remember that one night we had in Discord where we talked with Gojira about Optimus Prime? Remember when I said that the way they're treating Optimus nowadays is kind of that deification? Well, actually, no, not just kind of straight up. Because remember, like, the whole thing is he is a prime, and the primes are, you know, directly created by Primus himself. So like they're like, and they have the essence of Primus in their chest, the Matrix leadership. Like they're like demigods essentially. And so Optimus becomes kind of a deified figure. But I was like, I just want to see Optimus back to being, honestly, G1 Optimus is probably the best because he's not that type of stuff. He's not a deified figure. He's the...
Hey, Optimus! How'd you sit on this? Thrones are for Decepticons. Besides,
I'd rather roll for it. Like that's the type of Optimus I want. Like, if more or less, not even just like just my favorite version of Optimus is just him being a dad.
Essentially,
and just like look, Spike, it's like that meme comic of
watch me,
Spike, I'm doing the Gangnam Style. Optimus, no, watch me whip and nay, Spike. Like that's.
Wanna go play that Fortnite, Spike?
Like that's...
I just want a picture of Optimus holding the skateboard. How do you do, fellow human children?
It's like that's the kind of I want to see Optimus playing basketball with his fellow Autobots again. And like I think the next best thing I ever saw was probably from Cyberverse, where remember we're like
yes, the fucking party episode
where every Autobot is like. They're glorifying Optimus and stuff, and like, you know, you're the greatest and stuff, but and like speech. Let's it's like let's have a party. Yeah. Like it's just.
Oh, you suck. There's just one guy in the background who said that. Bumblebee goes, "Who said that?" Bumblebee, calm down, Bumblebee. I'll kill who said that.
All right, Bumblebee, calm down. and like the end of the episode where like after everyone's like went on a rampage, like they're all feeling down and stuff. So like, man, this kind of turned out to be a bummer. And then so Optimus just dance time. Dance with me, my Autobots. Yeah.
Changes. I'm just picturing Optimus homeschools the cadets. Learn with me, learn with me, cadets. Learn with me.
Bulkhead's in school, just his teacher's naked on the scooter, just Optimus in his head. You know this.
You know this, Bulkhead.
But but back to IDW though, like.
Yeah, we went on a huge tangent there.
Well, it was a tangent.
We're still on 1.0.
Well, it was a tangent based on how we don't like the version of Optimus in 1.0.
Yeah. But and there's just a lot of problems. And I think we could do a whole video talking about it. So maybe we should do that as like a special.
Charlie's in the chat. He says, "Nick, I'm mad." Why are you mad, Charlie?
Why are you mad, man?
Why you mad, man? Tell us why you're mad.
Tell me now.
Alright, it's gonna take a bit.
Okay.
But so, like, that was just 1.0.
Yeah.
So then... Oh, wait, hold on. Charlie says, can't see my forehead.
Can't see my forehead. Well, you know what we should do, Charlie? Inflatable pants. That's where the money's gonna be. That are pretty patties.
So after the Unicron event, that was essentially the end of what we like to call IDW 1.0. So then there's IDW 2.0, where basically they decided after the Unicron event, we're going to reboot. Not a soft reboot like all Hell Mega Shot, just hard reset. Brand new universe. And again, this real quick, I need to look this up, but this is going to tell you the state of IDW 2.0. Have they finally gotten to the war yet?
Yes, they are in the war, but it took a long time.
It's 2022. When? Oh, I need to look up when it started.
I think
2019.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think they've been in the war for about a year.
But it took them 3 years to get to the actual war.
Yeah. It took a while.
So we got a first-time chat viewer, Magna HD.
This chat getting a little side. Yeah, he's in. Magna is in our server.
Oh, that's right.
I'm still unsure whether Eric, Caleb,
hello,
Christian,
you're
or
my
Brandon.
new neighbor. You just moving?
Oh, and he followed. Thanks, Magna.
Zerk XZ. Oh man, another. Oh man, I'm still trying to figure out who's who. I don't know. Charizard is Charlie.
Wait, hold on. Which one was in our server that was being gay with Charlie?
Shit, that's either Magna or Purple. I think it's Purple.
Purple. I don't know.
Dude, Transformers and Gundam, same shit. You just gave Shangus a cactus.
I mean, like,
I don't care if Okuwara designed both. I don't care.
Not Okuwara. It's just it was like.
No, Chelsea, don't delete the message. It's fine. We're making a joke about it, Chelsea. Don't delete the message.
by the transient properties of.
Oh wait, no,
being
never mind. It
really
was.
huge.
She deleted a different message. It's, dude, let me jizz on this. What the fuck?
Okay, maybe delete that.
Yeah. Okay. On second thought, sure. Yeah. Let's not show. Jesus Christ! What is going on in this chat?
I think some of my friends are just.
Why are your friends always so fucking gay and horny? What the hell, Nick? Like,
I don't know why they do what they do.
What do you mean you don't know why they do it? These are your friends, Nick. My chat is literally. My chat is. He's living. He just don't want to be horny. Anarchy, like good. Nick, your friends are just literally like at this point, guys, in the chat. At this point, if you're gonna be like this, just go to a separate room and I don't know, do a gay orgy.
No, hold on. I want to know, guys. Who is who? That's all I want to know. Just that's what I want to know right now. Who is who?
Well, we know.
I know
Charlie's Charlie. Magna is in our chat. I don't know who he is. Joe Mama.
Damn, that could be anyone.
Someone needs
Joe
to.
Mama.
What? SGD says someone needs to balance out Nick's manliness.
Among Us. Also unsure. That could also be anyone.
Jumanji.
That says Jumanji.
I don't mind that you're gay. I don't mind that you're gay. Just do it somewhere else, back.
Oh shit!
Man, and I thought, no, I think me saying the N-word yesterday is pretty much worse.
No, look. You probably shouldn't be saying. You probably shouldn't be saying that word. Not, but honestly,
Before Twitch, I was speaking about a bundle of sticks. Alright.
Okay.
See, Twitch. He was referring to the English, the European word for cigarettes.
Well, someone tell this cigarette to That's one of my favorite lines from Family Guy. Not gonna lie.
Someone tell the cigarettes to get
but seriously though, guys, just so I know in the future who's who.
SGD said he did ironically, so I think we're safe. Real quick, since we're talking about this, remember that game of Cards Against Humanity where I made the big brain joke where it's just like I think it was like I don't know. I was trying to make a gay joke, and I just put a rainbow flag with a transparent cigarette PNG on top of it. Charlie says Nick making people act up. CSM Pancake says I'm bricked right now. What the hell is that supposed to mean?
Okay, I think XERXCC, basically the XERXCC is, I think that's Eric.
That's Eric? I
think.
All y'all just gay toy lovers? Now listen here, Eric. I am not gay. I have relationships with women. Sex with men.
I got news for you. That means you're gay.
What makes that seem great is
oh, okay, so Pun Cake is Eric.
Oh.
He feels distracted.
Also Eric. Wait. Are there two Erics? What's going on?
Ericception. Chelsea says, I'm powerless. Chelsea, you're not alone. I have no idea what's going on right now.
I don't like that mecha bullshit.
Well, you know what? XCC. Fuck you, I can do what I want. This is my show.
Go have your business elsewhere.
Wait, hold on, he says it's all about going to gun. Now look, listen here. I like Gorilla Gun, but if you're gonna
Brandon's in the chat. I think that might be ERXCC. Hi, Brandon.
Nick be getting
Brandon Hart? What the hell, Charlie?
No joke, Brandon's one of my closest. At least we should be closest.
Go fuck some bitches, fat ass. Oh, what's wrong, Brandon? No bitches?
Go fuck some bitches.
Brandon being a closet.
Oh, that one's painful. Not gonna lie.
Oh, you know
Brandon needs a closet for Nick.
You know what you're gonna say to that, Brandon? What's wrong? No bitches?
Brandon, I gotta be honest. If you're in the closet, you better be fucking wearing a Superman shirt.
This entire chat is just becoming really gay. Christ. He says, I got plenty of bitches. Show them. Go. Black mama. What is happening in this chat? That ain't Brandon?
Who's Brandon?
Who's Brandon? Working on my dick? Jesus. Nah, this is Brandon. God damn it, Charlie.
Stop confusing me.
I got the P&Gs to prove. What? Jesus Christ. You know what? Fuck this. I'm gonna. I'm not paying attention.
This is a highlight.
I'm not gonna fucking pay attention to this shit, alright? Listen, we still gotta talk about IDW 2.0. Wait, shit, Chelsea, wait, hold on, Chelsea, real quick.
Now I'm fucking confused.
Wait, hold on, what message did you delete, Chelsea? I need to see. Working on my dick. No, Chelsea, it's, you know what? Chelsea, it's fine. You know what? No, it's fine. You don't need to. You don't need to delete the comments. It's fine, Chelsea. Damn it.
So just type in your actual name just so I know who to.
Look,
please.
Hold on, real quick. Just real quick. I'm gonna be actually serious right now. I'm actually being kind of serious right now. To not just Chelsea, all the mods, and includes USGD if you're listening, don't delete the message. Just leave them. I don't fucking care about them. We just don't delete them. There are simple rules to follow. Just don't dox, don't spam, try not to be an asshole.
Code Geass is my favorite Gundam series.
Well, now you're being an asshole. Well, guess what? The rule to being an asshole is I get to be an asshole back to you, asshole. That's the rule.
See what you've done, guys. See what you've done to Changus. You see what you've done to them.
But in all seriousness,
see, I just flipped this. I just reversed the Uno card, you Changus. It's now your fault.
Well, but in all seriousness, Chelsea, SGD, and the mods. In all seriousness, if they're spamming or they're doxing, then you could delete it. But other than that, I don't care. They could say stuff about, I don't know, wanting to I don't know, do sodomy and all that.
Well, there once were two cowboys all alone out on the trail, and they discovered they could sleep with another male and having butt sex.
All right.
Cowboy butt sex.
Oh my god, Nick, we still gotta talk about 2. Well, you still gotta talk about 2.0.
Oh yeah, that's right. This is my.
This is your topic.
One of the things I think is a huge problem with 2.0 is the war on Cybertron, or the events that happened before the war on Cybertron. No one gives a shit. Like, everyone wants. If you're doing a story that's building up to the war, no one really gives a shit. Everyone wants to see the war. Really, if anything, everyone kind of, if it's not the war, everyone wants them to finally just get on Earth. But I doubt that's gonna happen.
Well, it's like
due to a certain thing that just it ended.
Yeah.
It's gonna end. And one of the things is
also. It doesn't help that not only did it take too long, but also it's the fact that IDW's been releasing the Transformers comics on a monthly schedule, meaning 1 issue per month.
Yeah. Also, War of Cybertron is bad. Look up Nick and Brandon dress up as Superman. What? Whatever.
Whatever, Charlie.
But
wait, well, hold on.
Wait, hold on. Zerx says Zex greater than Char?
Yeah.
Debatable. Well, then again, let's hold on. Just real quick, let's compare. Who has the better plan? Wage war to end war, or drop rock on Earth and make everyone move up to space?
To be honest, that's actually kind of tough if you think about it. They're both kind of stupid.
Not stupid, but Char was doing it not because he was convinced it would work, but because he was just tired of everything. Like, Zex was literally convinced his plan would work, or he will die. Which is impressive, but Zex went off the deep end in his own special way.
Jesus Christ, don't tell Chelsea to get an OnlyFans! Christ! No!
If Chelsea responds yes, I'm gonna flip.
Chelsea, please do not respond yes. I swear.
Nick and Brandon cause is a better plan. Also debatable.
Look, hold on real quick, sir. Are you trying to prostitute off of Chelsea? Christ! Oh, thank God. Chelsea says hell no. Oh, thank God. Oh,
that's fucked up. I probably wouldn't. I probably wouldn't be saying that to one female.
She's our. Right now, she's like our.
She's fucking innocent. She's innocent.
She's innocent. She didn't know what corporate meant.
She literally thought she thought it was pronounced corporate.
She's innocent. Don't tell her to get an OnlyFans. Goodness.
Anyway, one of the problems I think with 2.0 is way too many characters. Way too many characters. And they kind of rarely focus on
but More Than Meets the Eye also had a huge cast. So I think it's less of too many characters, or more like just a lack of focus.
Hold on, I just got a text from Charlie. He doesn't know who ERXCC is.
He doesn't know who the hell are you, man?
Do we just get a fucking guy on our chat?
Oh, what do you mean?
I don't know. Do we just get a random guy? Our Chinese hitting on.
I don't know.
He's hitting on Chelsea. Also, Chelsea's taken.
She's got a man. She's got a boyfriend.
God, I would hate for Ray to come in right now.
Oh God! Oh, thank God, Ray's asleep. Christ.
I'm just picturing this lion obviously his avatar, a lion waking up and just fucking elbow dropping some guy. As a Gundam and I'll tell Brandon cosplay as one and y'all fuse.
Alright.
Now we're getting to Gundam Dragobot, which we can make bank off that. So,
who said that's a problem? What are you referring to?
I'm going back to the topic for right now.
Okay.
There are way too many characters.
Yeah, okay.
It starts with okay, you get the G1 characters, but you're also getting reintroducing the characters from the new characters from 1.0, like Nautica and all that, which they're at their best in 1.0 for a reason. And that's because they were pretty much made for 1.0. And also, they're also making new characters as well. And it's I think that's one of the problems I think I came up with is being way too experimental, with the whole they have they're trying to throwing out all of these ideas we got Megatron's mom in this.
What?
And it's crazy.
Wait, like a mother figure, or an actual
mother figure, his mentor.
Okay. Chelsea, I'll flip you like a pin. What? Okay, seriously, dude. No offense, man, but she's taken. Like, I sincerely hope you're joking because she's taken, man. I'm not gonna lie, this is actually kind of getting a little uncomfortable.
A bit, yeah.
You're playing into his hand. Don't acknowledge what he's saying. He's just trying to get your dander out.
So it's like they're introducing like so many like concepts and stuff in like a short time. It's like, dude, no. And I think that's just kind of a huge problem. Plus, oh my god, the pacing of these stories is so slow. Like, again, we're only now kind of basically getting into the war. I will say there are some pros. Like, I think this version of Sentinel is actually way better than 1.0's version.
Well, 1.0.
Because I think 1.0 is like basically fucking dick.
1.0's version of Sentinel is in line with the whole thing where all the primes were corrupt pieces of shit.
Yeah. So this version of Sentinel is actually interesting because he's not perfect. He definitely falters in a lot of ways, but at least he's trying to be, good. And I think that's much more interesting. Like, there's so much to, there's obviously some there are pros, but I think I wouldn't say negatives, but there's not even like enough pros to actually entice you. Plus, there's also the Wreckers comic.
Yeah.
Pointless. Fucking point. It started out with actually an interesting concept of like, instead of the Wreckers being like essentially the Black Ops, they're essentially, they're still Black Ops, but they have a cover of a stunt team. And I think that's a really cool idea, but obviously how we feel about the comic, you can tell it doesn't really pan out too well. Pointless. That story was pointless. And just a lot of 2.0 is just either not interesting, inferior to 1.0, or just poorly paced, poorly written, just a lot of problems. And and considering this is their main book, and you can tell, not selling well. And that's kind of bums me out because there are some interesting stuff, like the whole idea that Bumblebee is not the kid appeal character. He's actually much more mature because he's essentially a parent whose child was essentially murdered, and he's essentially trying to get vengeance on that. I think that's an interesting concept, but again, like, there's just not enough to say. Also, Cyclone should have killed Pyra Magna. Granted, I don't think she's as bad as 1.0, but it's still Pyra Magna.
Still 1.0 PTSD is like, Pyra Magna, you suck.
I'm glad we're getting. There are some points like Team Stream, which is Slipstream Team. That includes like Astro Train, Shadow Striker, like just a bunch of other characters. We're getting some love for the Rainmakers.
Really?
Yeah.
Ah.
But again, it's just not enough to say this was 2.0 is actually worth reading. This is Brand. I just Gaming Ninja at 60. Okay, that makes more choice.
Okay.
He like Ninjato, he has a ninja theme for his avatars. Holy shit, Brand, you missed a lot. Also, you better be wearing that Superman shirt. You'll have no idea. You'll have no idea what we're talking about.
Long story short, Brandon. Degeneracy. It has been happening throughout this entire chat. Just degeneracy.
So,
oh, what did you say, no?
Listen, I don't know exactly what's going on, and I'm in this stream.
Honestly,
Nick,
same.
Why are you a degeneracy magnet?
Good fucking question.
You know, I just realized
I think
all of the weird, messed up stuff we think of is whenever you're around. It's because of my conversations with you that we made Ottawa into a complete monster.
Hey, to be fair, you gave me those ideas.
Yeah, but I didn't expect you to actually go with it.
I didn't hear you disagree, man. You're partly responsible for Ottawa.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't you fucking gaslight me. I am the gaslighter here.
No, I don't know what you're talking about, Nick. I think you're remembering things.
If you look into the Ottawa archives, you'll see that Cengiz is just as there's evidence, Cengiz.
I don't know what you're talking about. Besides,
you keep denying.
Besides,
you keep denying.
This is my server, and I could just simply erase the evidence.
Forget, I have equal power.
History will be viewed by the victor.
And unfortunately, we're always at an impasse. Oh, thank you, Magna.
Wait,
thank you.
Brandon says, depends on definition and shut up, sir. Okay. You need to... Nick, you need to sort out who your friends are, man.
Well, there's you.
Besides me. SGT says Cengiz follows his Asian roots and seeks to become a dictator.
See?
This
is what I'm talking about.
Now, I don't know, Nick, but I believe Zerx has to be one of your friends because he just straight up said the N-word.
Yeah, I noticed that. Shit. Holy shit, hey, that's also not good.
Oh my god. Look,
I actually have no idea who's who, I'm not gonna lie. I only know Charizard for sure.
Goddamn.
And Gaming Ninja is Brandon.
Nick, we have this isn't just for this chat, this is for also our Discord. We got a lot of people coming into our Discord server, and I made it so like I know that the permissions are only we can allow people in, so you're allowing a lot of people in, man.
No, here's the thing. I get a text message saying Charlie invited a bunch of people this morning. Like one morning, not this morning. But and I personally did not. I do not take this as an insult, guys. This is just fact. I did not invite them myself. I invited Charlie, and he invited them.
Wait, so then Charlie has the ability to invite people in?
Everyone does. How do you? Everyone does. I think.
But I made it so like certain roles that you can't really invite people in, just to limit what we can do.
Well, here's the thing. I think everyone's able to.
Really?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Let me ask. Did you invite Chelsea in?
I invited Chelsea in.
Okay, then there goes my theory that it was actually Ray who did it.
No,
Actually, yeah.
I invited Brandon, Christian, and Eric.
Starscream's assistant.
Okay, Charlie just said he invited Brandon, Christian, and Eric, but only Christian and Eric got invited so far. I'm assuming so purple purple and Magna are Christian and Eric, but I don't know who's who.
But based on the roles I assign people, they shouldn't be just letting people in just like that. Like I made it so that way just to make sure we don't get just random people coming in that only the mods should be able to create invites. So
I'm still waiting for Brandon to accept his invite. I'm not gonna lie. I will give you some hope, knowing that Brandon is actually tamer than them.
All right.
But where was I back on this topic?
We talked a bit about 2.0.
Yeah, it's just not hooking. And I think a lot of it also kind of has to do with 1.0 didn't really end so well, so I'm kind of just not going to do Transformers for a while. For some people, that's kind of like what they're thinking. And there's, oh my god, there's like all the fucking characters that, like, my god, man, that is just that's one thing I could go into, but like, and it just I really, it's just not that great. Except us minorities.
Well, oh no, right now we just got a new person in the server, Spartan Samurai.
That's Brandon.
That's Brandon? Okay. Okay.
How do you do, fellow minorities?
Hold on. I'm gonna make him a Viacon role so that way he can access.
Yep.
Like.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. There's a lot of people coming in that you know that I don't know.
It's not. It's somewhat my fault, but it had to do with a domino effect of me inviting Charlie.
All right.
I personally didn't send invites other than Charlie's, so Charlie invited everyone else. So somehow he has the power. Which is kind of a slightly horrifying thought. Now that I think about it,
I don't think you should be able to have that.
He did, though. He told me that he did.
You guys have the invite member tab right in the front of here. I'm looking at it now. How did you guys not see this the entire time?
I don't know, man. I thought it was just something everyone was able to do.
What role is Charlie? It's a Viacon. So
everyone should be a Viacon.
But they shouldn't be able to just invite people. You know what? I honestly, I don't know anymore. I'm losing my mind.
How about we just have a rule? Don't invite anyone without permission.
Yeah.
Let's go with that.
Sure.
Starting now.
Here, I'll even tag people.
So for you guys who's already in it, if you want to add someone else, you really gotta ask them. This puts a smile on my face. Some guy's going all Thanos in here. I know, because it's an in-joke. And just because 2.0 isn't really selling that well, and that's their main comic, is it any wonder it's ending? Though there was only like 2 comics, I would say, and one of them was the Grimlock mini-series. That's a mini-series. The other is Beast Wars, and that's technically a side comic.
Which may or may not be tied into the 2.0 continuity.
Yeah. But like, man. sad because there were some high points, for both editions. I will say that there was some interesting stuff I think was good with 2.0, but like all in all, there's a reason it's ending and it's sad. Also, I'm just gonna call him X for now. He says he loves Turn A.
I agree.
I see.
Not a man with good taste, I see.
A man of culture.
Average Seed fan, average Turn A enjoyer.
Yeah.
Magna also can't see his forehead.
I see. So, there's a lot of foreheads not being able to be seen.
I don't know what else I can say. You got anything?
Not really. It's just, it is kind of sad about IDW Transformers and, but, I don't know, man. I think I want at least, at this point, I want them to at least have a good conclusion to their Beast Wars comic.
Yeah.
Cause like
if there isn't, we riot.
Cause I'm not gonna lie, I like the 2.0, honestly.
Yeah, exactly.
It lost me.
Yeah, and that's literally, it lost a lot of people. And it's kind of why they're kind of going. IDW's losing the license.
It just lost me. Like, I don't know, when your Beast Wars comic is more investing. I'm more invested in your Beast Wars comic, which is a side story, than your mainline stuff. I don't know.
Oh my god, Pancake!
What?
He just fucking said, shit, scroll up. I can tell you.
Whoa!
Holy shit!
Whoa! Damn! Holy shit! That's... Whoa, buddy!
Oh my god, X! I can tell too, because I was there taking a turn. Oh my god!
Wow!
Oh, Magna's like, fuck you. Fuck, bro, how you know?
Jesus Christ!
Pancake, only frijoles were Alamo.
Oh my god! Jesus Christ! What is going? Oh my god!
You think this is crazy, but let's be honest. This is probably the most interaction with the chat we've had in a long time.
Yeah, but still, it's like, Jesus. It's like, yeah, but like half of the chat right now is all your friends, Nick. It's like, what's? It's like I'm really questioning your choices and friendships.
Wait, my friends? I thought you told me these were your friends.
I don't know what you're talking about, Nick. I did not say such thing.
I'm pretty sure you did.
I don't know, Nick.
Did he say he did?
I think you're just confusing Nod at this point, Nick.
Notch, will you join me in this gaslight?
Nod, it's okay. You don't need to do what Nick says. You are not his servant.
Yes, but you get to join me in the gaslighting of Changus, which, believe me, it's always great when it happens.
Now, why would you want him gaslighting me as well?
If I could get other people to do it, it will be a success. Holy shit, Pancake!
Wait. Yeah, because you only remember me playing it. Whoa!
Holy shit!
What?
I guess IDW is sending fucking Transformers, and there were high points, there were low points, and now it's
going.
We got the end of the year, but that's it. After that, it's over.
Like, I think they said they're going to end their stories for like several event comics, I guess.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Okay. Goodness Christ. Chat, please, Nick, tell your friends to calm down. What?
Changus, you think they're gonna listen to me?
Well, it's worth a shot.
First, I have to ask, guys, will you be able to listen to me? I have to be honest. If they are able to listen, maybe I have a shot. But if they're not gonna listen, I'm probably. No. Well, we got conflicting answers, so I guess only slightly.
We got a no. We got a yay.
So honestly, I guess I can't really do anything. Just on the whole fact that it's an impasse.
Come on, baby, I'll buy you Discord or Nitro. Don't you dare sell Discord Nitro in my chat. We ain't selling shit. We got another.
We got a new one.
Caxpis06.
Hi.
Wait, what'd you say?
Now who? You said hi, so I'm saying hi. Hi.
Oh. Hi.
Nick, Nick, you got OnlyFans? I do not. However, I am thinking of investing in one. No, I'm not.
Is Caxpis anyone? Caxips anyone you know, or?
I'm not sure.
So there's a chance that we just got some random viewer coming into our stream.
Think about it, that's not. Changus, you say that's a bad thing, but honestly, the more people we get, the better.
No, true. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying it's interesting how everyone's coming in at the time where chat is its most degenerate. Oh my goodness. Nick on that fupa shit. Oh my god.
Turn on my webcam. Scandalous.
It's what bring the people in. Oh my goodness. We into horny hours right now. This is more than just horny hours. This is just anarchy. This is anarchy going on. My god.
We could probably move on to our final topic.
Yeah, let's move on to our final topic. I'm sure Nott has been waiting for quite a while for this. I'm sorry, Nott. It's just, oh my goodness.
I could blame both the Gundam talk and the chat.
Well, okay, but to be fair, Nott likes the Gundam talk as well.
Yeah.
But the chat does.
And I'm hoping he likes the Transformers talk as well. If he doesn't, we're gonna have a serious problem.
I like it, but it Chinese to me because I haven't read the stuff that you guys do. So
that's gonna change sometime. Sometime that's gonna change.
That will have to change.
I'm serious about the we do a special just on More Than Meets the Eye.
I would like that. Dark Side making a sequel with that. Alright. Chelsea, just ignore Zergs. Just ignore him. I bought a Transformers game. I'm gonna get it graded. Wait, is Pancake purple? Cause purple showed off that he got Fall of Cybertron.
Probably. All right, so Punk Cake is purple. I still.
Oh, he says
still
yeah.
Don't know.
He says yeah. So it's purple.
Okay, so that could either be Christian or Brandon. I mean, Eric.
That's
that's my name. Purple.
Oh, all right. Anyways, so
I'm assuming Magna's Christian.
All right.
I could be wrong.
Well, you could. You know what? We do have one more thing to talk about, and I'm sure
that's right.
And it's getting really late on Knots. I'm sorry, not.
A quick joke. I'm pretty sure he's looking like Pim in the final scene, the pilot episode of Smiling Friends right now.
Wait, hold on. I made the image.
Yeah, and he even has the Char helmet.
Hold on. Where is it? No, that's not the right one. It would be under. Yes, here we go. This is not right now. Just, all right, so let's end the night off with a kind of a big brain topic, and this, I guess.
To be fair, mine was semi big brain
too, and plus it is a good segue into what Knott's gonna talk about. So.
Okay, so I did.
Hold on, just real quick. I'm just gonna hide the chat, so that way I don't get distracted. This is getting ridiculous at this point.
Okay, I'll tell you if I see some.
All right. Anyways, so you want to talk about the idea of people looking down onto comics?
Well, just like, I guess this is something that's been brewing over the last couple of 2 cents, and just my conversations in general with you guys is just like, I have opinions about the wider entertainment industry and their sort of elitist behavior. And like, I do want to start off this discussion with a bit of a statement, in that from contrary from words that I might say, a bit later, I very, 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 very much want the Batman to be good.
Yeah.
Because yeah, like Nick can back me up on this. Like, I want to believe that Matt Reeves is honestly making a really great
I mean, the dude made the fucking, at least the last 2 of the Apes trilogy.
Yeah.
The last 2 Apes trilogy. So there's an evidence there that can state, like, there's evidence there that can state that more or less states that, he has the qualifications, he has the skills, he has the money. Of course, it's like, this is just me like I want like I'm hopeful for Robert Pat because he is generally a great actor. You know, just like it's really sad because now all anyone remembers him is Twilight.
Yeah.
It's like after dropping off of the mainstream and going primarily in indie work, he's dynamite. Like a lot of great movies like High Times. Of course, his one of his biggest success stories being The Lighthouse, which to be honest, in a movie with Willem Dafoe in it, like managing to have one of the best performances in a movie with Willem Dafoe in it, that's no easy task.
Yeah, that's.
And it's like I'm willing to I'm willing to believe that he is he is up to the task, and of course it's like I come to this wanting to believe that like Batman will be a very if not great, but solid quality. But then I guess it is just the very cynical part of me that yelling I think is like that like more or less just keeps yelling at me that because like I hope the movie industry primarily because like video games is kind of a different idea, but it's just the movie industry entirely and television for a matter. Like they do not like comic books. They think they're for children, that anyone who isn't the children who reads them is basement dwellers, is basement dwellers who sit around eating Cheetos and getting yelled at for still being with their parents. Like even if arguably you could say that geek culture is being embraced now more than ever by the wider population after the MCU and all that stuff. I'm like honestly, I don't think geek culture as we believe it is being embraced. It's just that it's sprayed up and it's gussied up and beautified for people who weren't normally into this stuff to consume easily without having stigma labels in them. So it is this reformatting that I really dislike the most, because it sets up two presumptions. A, people wouldn't normally like this, normal quote unquote people wouldn't find all this appealing if we reformat it for their sensibilities.
Real quick, you're kind of breaking up just a bit.
So, like, can you guys understand me, or am I just coming in static?
We can hear you. It's just like brief periods of like really brief static noise. I don't know what that is. Is that the air conditioner again, or?
No, I'm inside, so that can't be it. I think it's just some kind of like something over like I am on my phone. Because it's like for me to use a laptop. But anyway, it's like the first presumption is like it. We already formatted it and adapted it to you to how we say you will like it. C, it's also this presumption of saying that we can do better. Like we can do it better than it originally was. Cause just by the fact that we say we can do it better. I'm sorry that you guys may be tired of hearing this, but it is I think it's like my one criticism of I think it's like the one criticism I keep bringing up about Riddler in the new Batman movie. It's something that still haunts me.
I'm with you on this one, man. Not gonna lie.
No, I think that's something we all agree on. The Riddler looks retarded.
I don't need the Riddler as a Zodiac killer. Now, if it's Batman just facing off against someone who's like the Zodiac killer, it's cool. Just not the Riddler.
Yeah, it's like the Riddler has his his costume for reasons, because it's on purpose. He wants to look outlandish. He wants to stand out. I guess he sort of stands out in the movie, but it's like not in the way. I don't think the way Riddler would. It's just duct tape man.
It's like duct tape man, but it's like to be honest, it's not the fact that they're modeling him after the Zodiac killer that I have a problem with. It's the fact that it's the fact that the conversation from, okay, we need to model him after the Zodiac killer, thus we need to make him look like. I think I will get a bit of flack for this. Realism is the constant, the death knell of a lot of comic book movies. Is the fact that a lot of these producers and creators honestly thinks that no one will buy the fact that a man who's obsessed with riddles all day can wear something sensible as a green suit.
Chelsea, I think now you can now you can start.
No spamming, please. Yeah, at that point now you can get rid of them. I'll spam you. Okay. No, seriously, Zerx, don't. I'm gonna time you out, man.
Also, you guys are making Chelsea uncomfortable, and I would really appreciate if you can not.
I'm gonna time them out.
Guys, if I know you guys and like I can handle that. You guys are still my friends, but just like when you're if you are making someone uncomfortable, I think there is a point where you guys just have to stop.
Yeah, I'm gonna time you. I'm gonna start timing people out if this continues. I don't like banning, but I will time you out.
I like having you guys here. It's just when someone starts feeling uncomfortable, that's when you tone it down.
Yeah, it's like at that point, no. Okay, look, the rules are the way they are because I expect you guys to have a certain level of maturity and responsibility. You know, that's why I have the simple rule of just try not to be an asshole. It's just because I expect you guys to have the maturity to, you know, not be assholes. Magnus says, "I'm not spamming. I'm having a seizure. I'm being serious here, man.
Yeah, dude. Seriously.
I'm actually being really serious here.
Okay, but if you actually are having a seizure, that's okay. Wow, but like if you're messing with me, dude, we're being really serious right now.
Again, the rules are the way it's set up because I expect you guys to have a certain level of maturity and responsibility. But if that can't be the way it is, then I'm just gonna. I don't want to ban you guys. I'll time you out though. It's like.
So you guys can tell whatever, you know, off-color jokes, whatever to us. Like
we can handle it, but like Chelsea, not as much.
Like if you start legitimately trying to push people's buttons, like that's when I start getting angry.
Yeah.
Again, just it's a simple.
And it sucks because you guys are like my friends, and I really don't want to be that guy. But like, if I will be if I have to, essentially.
It's a simple rule, really. Just try not to be an ass. That's all I ask of you guys. All right. I'm sorry. Not continue.
No, it's fine. So it's like my ultimate problem is just like this belief that we need to redesign the Riddler because how he is now, it won't fit with, you know, won't be believable to modern audiences. So, you know, it's like I understand it. It's like I understand you not wanting to use like the body stocking, which is fine. It's like it looks a bit ridiculous because he was a character from the 70s, but the man's been wearing a green suit for about you know the better half of his return in the 90s, like return in the late 80s, early 90s. So it's like that's a good starting point to have. But it's like my problem. I think it's like ultimately my problem with the duct tape thing is that it literally feels like I thought about this for a long time, and it's like this feels like a very apt comparison. This feels like Shadow Team's, Sonic Team's thought process when they were making Sonic Shadow the Hedgehog. Not the character of the game.
Yeah. And man, I hate how that turned out because now he's how everyone perceives him. But that's a whole other story.
Going back to what you said about realism, I feel like So, but this is just my lack of knowledge of like superhero movies and just in general. But I think it's safe to say that at the very least, this whole like trend of making your superheroes as quote unquote realistic as possible at least got popularized by Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy. Because those movies, Christopher Nolan himself said from the beginning, like he wanted to make it so this is a very realistic take on Batman.
It's like this, and you know, and this might come as a controversy, like, I guess to anyone watching and you guys. I do not like a movie out of the Nolan trilogy. Because first of all, like a lot of Christopher Nolan's writing when it comes to Batman boils down to this. It's like, I represent something. Now let me explain to you in fine detail why I'm represented by that something. And it's by every character. Like every character throughout all three movies, they don't speak normally. They just their entire dialogue is prepared by speeches.
Wait, I just realized, why haven't I not made you a mod yet, Nick, on Twitch? Let me do that.
Oh my god.
Alright, there you go. You should be a mod now.
Alright.
Like, you know, like it comes down to like Joker in the comics. And it's like, I don't want to be that type of person who's like, oh, you need to stick to comics or else it's not going to be good. But it's just like Joker is not the type of person who will go on and talk to you at length about what he represents. He will do one of three things, like all in a row, because he's the Joker. He will tell a bad joke. He will expect you to laugh, and if you don't laugh, he'll shoot you in the face. Because the entire point of the Joker is, it's not that he represents something, it's that he is. So he.
Joker just shoots you regardless. Yeah, if either way, Joker's gonna shoot you.
Joker's gonna shoot you. It's like,
yeah.
So it's like, you know, it's like he's not an agent of chaos. He's simply just a man with a really, like, a man who finds morbid, you know, the concepts that we would find morbid really funny. Because it plays on the idea that he's being, you know, plays on the idea that he's breaking conventions.
Plus, if for whatever reason he is an agent of chaos, I doubt he's gonna advertise it. That's not important to him.
Punkcake says Batman needs to kill him. Why put him in jail? But that's the entire point of Batman, though. It doesn't matter. Like Punkcake, like it doesn't matter if what you're saying is more effective. Like, you know, yes, it would be so much better if Batman just fucking ended Joker's life. He deserves it, but that's not. But that defeats the whole point of Batman. That defeats the entire purpose of him.
I actually this.
No, go ahead. Now I'll let you.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry for interrupting you, Nick.
Who? Who talks first? I talk first? You talk first? That line is... I had to do it now that it's brought up. Sorry. I guess I'll go. They say, people say, oh, the Joker is always winning because, oh, he gets the... See, the Joker's always losing because every time, because Joker wants Batman to, like, kill him and do that stuff, and every time Batman doesn't, that's a win for Batman.
So,
he should die, but, like, not... It shouldn't be Bruce, essentially.
Pumpkin says, I understand, but where does the line go with the shit he does?
I think that's always a big question that's throughout the comics.
Yeah, it's like...
That's a lot. That's something that's always being explored. Hitler too.
Hitler too. No, Joker
I wouldn't say that.
Joker, I would argue...
First of all, I probably wouldn't compare a fictional character to Hitler.
Well, also,
unless
yeah, that's not really a fair comparison, but also, Joker is an entirely different animal than the Adolf. They're two completely different animals, two completely different motives, etc., and what they are. Or every dictator at the end of the day is just a man-child given too much power that does absolutely horrendous shit in history. Joker, he's just...
do whatever I want because I think it's funny.
Hitler had this whole plan to create German superiority and get rid of the Jews. Hitler, that's Hitler. Joker is just gonna shoot you. He doesn't give a shit. He's just gonna shoot you.
Besides, when I love this joke. It's funny. Also, X, seriously, stop with the gamer word. Seriously.
Okay.
It's where was I? Oh yeah. At one point, when Joker meets Red Skull in a deep crossover, he goes, "What? You're a Nazi?" Yeah. How dare you? I may be a villain, but I'm an American villain. Damn it! So even Joker thinks Nazis are terrible. So what does that say about Nazis?
Secretly, I think Joker thinks that Nazis are terrible because there's no way, there's no effective way that he can joke about them. And
that's a clever idea. That's something I haven't thought about.
So it's like I actually told Leo this once, Nick, one morning.
Alright.
The reason why Batman doesn't kill, not because he can't, because just like he told Jason, it's easy. But the reason why he can't kill because Batman cares about the law.
Yeah. He works outside it, but he won't break it.
Yeah, it's like the last thing that Batman would ever do is try to break the law, because
if Joker represents chaos in some way, Batman does represent order.
Yeah.
So it's like because not only because he believes that the law is the final say of everything, but because he lives under the belief that rules make a just society, and that's true. And second of all, the reason why the reason why Batman clearly follows the law to the T, because he believes, because of course he believes that justice is not something that that people legitimately want. It's something that comes naturally. And the problem with justice in Gotham is that it falls on deaf ears, because everyone in law enforcement, from the judicial branch to the actual cops, are all corrupt. And B, the one simple answer is why does Joker not get tried for any of the crimes that he commits? Well, it's simple. Joker's sick. He is an actual sick man. There are legitimate times that Joker never understands where Joker may never understand the ramifications of what he is doing, and it shows. Simply put, what do you call it? Killing a sick man is not only illegal, it's immoral. So Gotham, as corrupt as they can be, can't actually, could bend the rules and try to kill the Joker. Why doesn't they? They don't want the blood on their hands. Because if Gotham society kills a sick man, everyone will realize that they are, that they have crossed the line. Everyone will realize they have ultimately crossed the line. They will never trust in them again. And so they keep watching. All of them keep Batman to try to do this, tries to do the thing. Tries to end the Joker's life. And it's like I said before, it's easy for him to do it. But the reason why he doesn't is because A, there's no going back. Meaning that if he kills the Joker, there's no excuse he can make to not kill any other villain. And kind of like what Jason said, it's like, I don't want you to kill the Penguin, I don't want you to kill Harvey, I just want you to kill one man. The problem is that if justice is defined by taking a life just for the sake of people's satisfaction, it doesn't ever end there. People will demand that Batman go out and kill the Penguin, or Poison Ivy, or God forbid, Harvey. And so it's if and when Batman actually does deny that request, what's the first thing that the citizens are going to do? They're going to turn to him. Because they now develop this twisted sense of validation that they now label justice. And if Batman's not doing their bidding, then they don't have anything to believe in anymore. And that's the one thing that Batman doesn't want. He wants the people to believe that there is a hope out there. That things don't that justice, the law of the letter can be followed if we follow them. and most importantly, that a little boy doesn't have to fear every day of his life that his parents might be taken from him.
Yeah. Anyway, your topic had something to do with anything that had to do with more than just Batman. But yeah, that's great. Honestly, well said about that comedy between Batman and Joker.
That's why I feel so strongly about why Batman doesn't kill. Because of all that. Is that Batman is not just, it doesn't really make sense as to why Batman will just start suddenly killing, even in his lowest point. Because if he does start, there, like I said, there is no going back. So, and it's like, to kind of go back to the whole thing with this sort of the Riddler, I hate. It's like the one is like, yeah, it's like duct tape, because just like Shadow the Hedgehog, it's just edgy. It's like I don't know whether it was a conscious decision of Reeves, because or it's a conscious decision of the producers themselves. But him wearing the duct tape, and Batman having more or less them confirming that the actual symbol on his chest is the very that kill the gun that Joe Chill used to kill both his parents. They reek of itchiness. It's like the problem that there are a lot of news articles now that are just promoting that, because it's almost time for it to come out. And it's like a lot of them are centered around how Paul Dino is Paul Dino. I'm sorry, names are not my forte. He wants to, it's like he's having difficulty sleeping because of his portrayal as the Riddler, which, to be honest, I might believe him, because this does happen a lot of times in Hollywood, where people get so invested in a role that it does take mental stress on them. But it's like deep down inside, I want to believe that he is telling the truth. The problem is I'm not going. There's no chance for me to take this seriously, because he looks like a hobo with duct tape on his face. The visual style tries too much to look. The visual style of all the characters' costumes try too much to all this realism in it. They never stop to realize that how it will actually affect how someone will view them. I do apologize if people do get tired of my Marvel bashing, but Marvel kind of does a thing in an opposite direction. not so much the idea of the realism and all that stuff. You know, far from it, but I think as sort of time goes on, and just seeing how all the movies kind of look, you know, always feel the same, because they're more or less built on the same group, you know, market group idea of we need every movie to be the same because everyone loved the first Iron Man movie. And it's like it's got the jokes in it, you know, it's got the action in it.
Hold on.
You know, it's
hold on real quick.
I'm sorry.
Nick,
I see it.
I don't know. I honestly don't know if he really is your friend or not, but I'm starting to lose my patience.
I don't know who he is.
I already timed him out. I'm really starting to lose my patience with you, man.
XERXCC. You're on thin fucking ice.
I'm really losing my patience here. I will ban you this time.
We are not fucking kidding.
Like, no joke. It was fine at first, you know. It was kind of funny.
It stopped being funny.
I'm no joke. I'm really losing my patience. I ain't even talking to you all. Well, you know what? Man? You will never have to talk to us ever again. Get out of here.
You're done.
So, why the fuck are you here? Like, don't you have anything better to do?
There, he's gone. So, sorry to get back on topic. Yeah.
It's like that sort of problem with a lot of the MCU film is that because that they're so they developed a formula from the very first movie that it took them nearly a decade to try to get out of it. It's like
no, you keep talking. You keep talking. Let me.
Okay. So it's like I think it's telling that, you know, in the same that was talking about Rise of the Planet of the Apes, in which the YouTuber Story Street, I think that was his name.
Yeah. I know the videos you're talking about.
It's like he mentions that is like the reason why Marvel, the reason why Edgar Wright got kicked off of Ant-Man is obviously due to creative differences.
Yeah.
And it's really telling when the statement that Edgar Wright told about his departure was that he was so ready to make a Marvel film, but Disney was not confident that they wanted to see an Edgar Wright film. So it's like it legitimately, anyway. There is this sense where all the movies feel the same. Down to the fact that I've grown to resent the humor. Even in another controversial take, I don't like the Guardians.
Really?
No, I joke and say heresy, but I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of tired out on jokes right now. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Okay, so if Charlie doesn't know who he is, he's probably because I've been texting because he has he even left after he said the N-word. So
even Charlie doesn't know. That's
So we probably got a fucking
just some asshole
dickhead. Yeah.
Some dickhead who thinks BLG is funny and entertaining.
Again, it was kind of funny at first, just because it was like Jesus, you shouldn't be saying that, but then
it stops being funny.
It just stops being funny. At that point, now you're just being a dick.
It's like, I don't like the Guardians. I think subjectively it could come down to the fact that I don't like James Gunn as a filmmaker.
Really?
Okay.
Because a lot of his movies kind of follow the same pattern of here's a bunch of assholes. Now let me show you doing really cringy stuff and try to pass it off as like some try to pass it off like I'm writing a joke when all I'm just doing is writing cringe humor. I do understand the argument that the Guardians weren't exactly the most compelling characters in the comics. Even then, I don't want a team of superheroes to essentially be turned into a bunch of grating mercenary assholes, just so that you can finally say that the Guardians have a character.
Okay, Purple just texted me. He also.
Oh, so it really was just some random dickhead.
Yep.
Okay then. Fuck him.
Yeah, fuck him. It's like. So it's like, I don't like the approach from Disney that they have, in order to market characters, we need to make them, we need to make them like incredibly catchphrase heavy, and it's like we need to make them catchphrase heavy, and they need to be completely sanitized, even when they're supposed to do something very questionable. It's still in that sanitized way of, they're doing something questionable, but there's a lot of leeway to where they're not actually morally gray in this situation. Because I'm not here to argue that Marvel should be like dark and gritty.
But I think it should at least take itself seriously, as if it's actually if it's doesn't hate itself.
Yeah, it's like that's true. It's like one of the things I always liked about Tony as a character is that even how much he is a very he's a slightly self-absorbed rich asshole. Even a lot of people will still say that Tony is a hero. Because deep down inside he actually wants to protect the world from himself. And it's a very altruistic goal to have. And it's one of the interesting thing about Tony Stark as a character is Civil War was not the first time he's ever done something questionably great. A lot of Tony's big moments is usually when he's doing something gray, when he believes that he is when he believes that it is the only way that things can be done. And there's usually a really great strengthened argument behind it. I think
the whole Armor Wars thing, he only the one who can have the Iron Man armor because everyone might misuse it.
Exactly. He actually has a point, but there are times in that story where he legitimately was attacking allies because he believed that he was failing his goal, and that they were using his armors. So, but it's another sort of interesting idea another interesting story that kind of always sat with me is I can't remember what comic it was. I think it was the Kree Skrull War, and it's the moment where Tony I think it's the first moment that Tony betrayed Cap's trust when he killed the High Evolutionary. Because it's a very big scene. It's a very huge scene because Tony went behind his friend's back and what do you call it? Executed a villain outright because he believed that was the only way that things could be solved. And the thing, and sort of the interesting thing about it is that there's no one that ever, that moment, that moment is the writer doesn't try to portray one character as being right or wrong. They both had good points as to why why their side it's like they both had good points as to why the actions they've the ideas that they stand behind would turn out for the better. And it's not like the Civil War thing where Tony is siding with the government because he feels bad for causing so much damage. It's stuff like that you don't get to see as much in the. It's stuff like that you really would never get to see much in the MCU because Disney has this fear that if you try to portray Tony Stark as, largely the fact that people like Tony to begin with is already Tony to begin with, Tony Stark, who even after pledging to protect not only the world but the Earth itself, correct? He still kind of so it's just people still love him for that, and so but Disney has this belief that if we try to make Tony gray with his reasoning, people might not like him. I really hate that thought process because it's too much corporate sanitizing. It's like both the MCU and the DC, both the MCU and the DCEU. They represent two different extremes, but they both have the same explanation. They represent two different extremes. They are the way they are. Both have. It's namely because the studios that create these movies do not care for the source material that they come from.
Everyone likes comic book media, but none of them like comics.
Exactly. It's like I think I mentioned it. I mentioned it in the beginning of my topic. It is this permeating sense of elitism that comes from them, where they honestly believe that, oh no, the MCU right here, this is our way of doing comics, and we're doing it better than they are. But it's like, people can argue oh, comics aren't doing really great as they are, but that's a different conversation entirely, where comics being mistreated by the leaders who and its corporate structure and all that stuff. That could be a topic for another time. But it's like, I think deep down inside, even with a lot of comic book media that I can consume, the DCAU, the Marvel video games, all that stuff. No matter how much I enjoy them, they will never replace the comic books in my heart. Because I think I think it's like it actually like
you were saying something now? Oh, I think he's talking to someone.
So, I think the sort of experimentation that you guys talked about with IDW Transformers and how, even though in the long run it didn't, even in the long run, like it really hurt the brand. Like that's been something that comic books have been doing for 4 years that really doesn't get appreciated much, because it's like, Batman once upon a time when he first started out, he used guns a lot, and he didn't have any qualms about killing, which it is an interesting point, it's an interesting point to refute the why the no killing rule doesn't really make sense. But the thing about a character like Batman is he's a character, like he's a character who existed for many years, not because people keep writing him, but because people keep trying to change. People keep adapting what he means. What he needs as a character. Same. Like we wouldn't have the character. We wouldn't have some of the characters. We wouldn't have. I believe we wouldn't have the aspects of Superman and Batman that we all love if it wasn't for their many years of development of trying to toss around which ideas doesn't. It really is a testament to those characters. So, I guess to kind of end it off here, because it is admittedly getting late, and I am.
Yeah, it's 5 where you are.
Yeah, it's.
The reason why I don't like a lot of this elitism coming from Hollywood and television shows really mark down to one thing. It insults me as a fan, because they're telling me that my characters suck. The characters that I loved reading, from a child to now, they suck, and that we can make better versions of them. And I will simply say just one word to them: no.
If I can say my opinion, so now this is my perspective as someone who admittedly has said multiple times, I am not that deep into into comics as you guys. A lot of my current stuff with opinions on comics is it is changing as it goes on, as I learn more, not just you guys, but just like in general about comics and the industry. And so this is someone who this is, I guess, as close as possible to like an outside perspective. I've come to the conclusion that if you have to change like certain things because you feel like you could do it better or something like that, then I've come now to the expectation that, well, then you better damn show it. Like if you say you could do, if like we're gonna make we're gonna make a new Superman movie, but it's gonna be our take on Superman because we could do it better than the comics. Then I've come to the expectation, well, show it. Show me as someone from outside perspective from the comics, like show me a damn good Superman movie. Then, like, show it to me. Like, you say you could do a better job, prove it. Show me you could do a better job. I want a Superman movie where its story outshines everything. Because if you say you could do it, then do it. So, like, and then that is if, you know, the reason why they're doing it is because they want to, quote unquote, make a better version. Either way, just if you have to make changes, just at the very least, I'm expecting you to make a good story or a good movie. At the very least, like, okay, you're gonna completely reinvent the Guardians of the Galaxy because they're not popular. Well, then I better have a damn good time watching your movies. And for the most part, I did. Especially the first one. I admittedly, by the second Guardians of the Galaxy, the humor kind of didn't hit the same as the first one. And it was like, but overall, like I had a fun time watching those movies. So I say there's an example of, I guess you succeeded with what you were doing, and from an outside perspective, I'm okay with the product. But then there's also examples of the exact opposite with like Man of Steel's like well, not only is this not a good take on Superman, this is just kind of stupid. It's like, oh, Superman's gotta kill Zato. Like the family could just literally run. It's not like they're gonna die immediately. Like, just run. Get the fuck out of there. And like that one scene is like, now I just don't care about your movie anymore. You kind of ruined it. It's like, this is dumb. Not only have you insulted the character, you just made a stupid story. You just made something stupid. So, like, I think the closest thing that I can say have a close experience to what you're feeling, not, I guess probably would be just the Transformers movies, because that's something that I grew up on, not just the movies but the franchise in general. And like, I admit, like, when I was a kid, for the longest time I thought they were like the greatest things ever. Like, wow, this is amazing. I remember like going to see Transformers the last night, and that was like what year was that?
Last night, 2017.
2017. So I was like, I was like senior of high school, and I'm not gonna lie, like I'm gonna straight up say it took me a very long time for me to get smart and get mature. So like even as like a dumb high school kid, 18 years old, ready to go to college, I was kind of stupid. So like I remember like going to see Transformers the last night with my family, and they just came out just absolutely exhausted, because it is an exhausting film, and I was like, what's wrong with you guys? That was amazing.
Wait, you initially liked the last night?
Yes, I told you. I was Nick. I just literally said it took me a very long time for me to get actually really get mature.
That statement hurts. Not gonna lie, man.
Which was the third one again?
Oh,
Dark of the Moon.
Yeah, Dark of the Moon.
Yeah, I stopped liking them after the second movie.
I don't blame you.
I don't blame you.
So what's funny is I kind of the Dark of the Moon was funny enough when I first saw it. This was the first movie where I felt I didn't hate it. But here's the thing: I loved the first two when I was a kid. So seeing that and just coming numb, I think that's a good way to say it. Or just, I didn't know how to feel. That's a sign where I'm going.
Chelsea said she fell asleep at the movie. I don't blame you. Like, it's like
yeah, no, we don't blame you, Chelsea.
I told, like, I just straight up admit it right now, like,
exhausting movie.
Yeah, it did take me a while.
Weirdly enough, I did slightly enjoy Age of Extinction.
Yeah, but like, real quick to what I was trying to say, like, besides the point that it took me like up until honestly like quite recently to really wise up, and also, well, this is also just me now learning more about like proper storytelling and all that, and like when I look back at those movies now, I realize like, wow, it's like, not only is this insulting to Transformers fans, this is just bad movies in general. And so like that's.
Oh no! Wait, it came out in 2018 because that was the worst. Shit, I actually don't know. Okay, so here's a line of the worst movies that I considered. Oh man, these are probably the worst movies I've ever seen in my life. I think it went from Batman vs Superman. I don't remember which came out first. Last Jedi or Transformers: The Last Night. I think it was. I think it was
The Last Night was 2017.
Last Jedi was 2017, and I don't know if...
No, Transformers came out 2017.
I know. Are you sure it came out 2017?
Yeah, you just said The Last Jedi came out 2017.
Well, yeah, they both did.
Oh, wow, they both did. Man,
so
two bad movies with the name Last in their title.
It would be, Last Night, worst movie I've ever seen. Then The Last Jedi, worst movie I've ever seen. Or which either way come out. But then I saw The Predator. I don't think I'll hate a movie as much as I hate that movie.
But like the point I'm trying to make is like.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, but
I just want to vent.
I know
how much I hate that fucking movie.
I know, but the point I'm trying to make is like it. If you gotta make changes, like as an outside perspective, at the very least, make them good movies or good stories. Instead of like, it's bad enough that it's insulting, but then to add salt on the wound, they're just bad. So
I do have one final thing to say though. when was the last time any of you seen a good movie that insulted you?
A good movie that
insulted me.
Can you elaborate what you mean by that? Because
I don't know.
Well, I'm not saying this as rhetorical. I'm just saying. Do you ever think that, do you think that there is ever a good movie that you have ever seen that has insulted you, but you come out of thinking it was still a good movie?
No,
I don't think so.
I legitimately thought you were asking questions. No.
No, I don't think so.
Because that's the fucking reason I hate the Predator.
I don't think so. I guess if I knew more about like Marvel comics, then I could say several some of the MCU movies, but because I don't have that knowledge, I was perfectly fine with Iron Man 3's twist with Trevor. I'm just gonna straight up say that I was fine with it.
Same, I think it worked. Although, yeah, I do get why everyone was angry.
Yeah, I get it now. So like, I guess that would be a movie that I thought was. It's not. I wouldn't say it's like the greatest thing ever. It was an enjoyable movie that I didn't feel like it insulted me. So. But I guess if I knew better, I don't know. I feel if it's a good, if it's a good movie in general, you wouldn't feel insulted either way.
Yeah.
It's like the twist isn't. When I think back at it, the twist, I wasn't so mad about the twist, because I didn't see the reason why you would make Adrian Killian both a villain and apparently the Mandarin. Thought it was dumb, but I think when I look at it in retrospect, I'm kind of more pissed off at Shang-Chi for what not Fu Manchu said about the Mandarin.
Okay.
It's an identity, and then he made the dumb joke about it's just a Chinese side dip.
Yeah, that's fucking insulting. Now, what's more insulting, that or actually having to be named Chu? that is up for debate.
Again, because I don't know about this kind of stuff. That line honestly just went over my head. I was just more bothered by the fact that this was just a boring movie. I wouldn't say it was boring, but it's alright.
I liked it more than I thought I would, so that's a plus.
Yeah, but when you think about it in retrospect, it just really just becomes. It's alright.
I will say I completely forgot the movie came out, because out of the MCU, only one I thought was really good, and that's because it's Spider-Man, and the other two were just god awful.
And then Shang-Chi is just. It's alright. It's meh.
I will say I do have, after seeing the trailer, I do have really high hopes for Doctor Strange.
Oh yeah.
mainly because I believe that Sam Raimi has the pull to where Disney can't really say anything against him. Like, they have no means of using their creative control card. And so he can legitimately make the movie that he wants to make under the Marvel umbrella.
I think I remember we talked about, like, we were making a joke of this, American Chavez is apparently going to be in the new Doctor Strange movie, and people don't like American Chavez in the comics, but like we were talking about Sam Raimi, and like I forgot who, but like one of us made a joke with again, it's the Chontron video with the Sonic. It's Sam Raimi just, what the fuck's American Chavez?
What's an American Chavez? So, who is that? Well, I don't fucking
you know what the fucked up thing is? Before that specific comic came out, America Chavez wasn't that bad. When she was part of the Young Avengers, she was... And then Gabby Rivera came in. So who knows? Maybe she won't be that bad.
It's Sam Raimi at the end of the day. Like, I won't lie. I am actually kind of hoping. Really, I don't know. It's kind of sad, but when you think about it, but like, I am hoping that the best case scenario for America Chavez in the movie is just Sam Raimi just basically, what the fuck's an American Chavez?
Sam Raimi strikes me as the type of person who, he will go back and only read the comic books he still has as a child. Those are the only kind he cares about. He doesn't care about any of the new shit.
It's why he didn't like Venom.
Oh. Anyways, is there anything else we got to say about this topic?
I admittedly have said all I need to say. I do gotta go.
Yeah, I think now we have officially reached the longest stream, because we're about to push for 7 hours.
Holy crap.
Yeah, we're about to push 7 hours of streaming here. So
I think at some point we gotta change our schedule around.
I want to, but
I know.
It's just again, like, just how my schedule is, especially now with the semester going on.
Same.
Is like, this is really just the only late nights is really just the only time I have now. Yeah, 7 hours. Wow. Yeah, Chelsea, this is probably now our longest stream. So let me turn down that royalty-free jazz, and not gonna lie, Nick, since it is getting late, we're probably gonna have to push off that Family Guy episode.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, it is getting pretty late, so yeah. I guess in general, anyone got any last words to say?
Nope.
No.
I guess.
Were you say something? SGD?
1 week till Digimon Con, everybody.
What were you gonna say? Not.
I was just gonna say, I still don't know what the fuck an American Chavez is.
Who knows? Maybe we'll find out. Or not.
Who knows? Chelsea says, thanks for defending me. Look, Chelsea.
No.
Look,
Chelsea, you're one of us.
Chelsea, look, about the situation. Alright, I guess I'm gonna have to end this on a serious note.
Yeah.
Look, it's fine if you want to joke around and stuff. Like, Chelsea, I will say this, like, at first I was like, you really shouldn't be deleting those comments. I just admittedly, my first thought was like, it's fine, Chelsea. Just brush it off. If it really gets to you, just, I guess, for lack of terms, steal your spine and just let it bounce off you. But then again, there is a limit, and my patience does run thin. Like I
Also, Chelsea, you're one of us.
Yeah, so like the whole thing with hitting on you, like it was, I thought it was getting a little uncomfortable. Again, we thought it was more like just him making really kind of screwed up jokes. So we were still kind of laughing, like, she's taken, man, she's taken. Don't worry, don't. But then again, he kept going and kept going. And again,
you notice, Chelsea, I DM'd you if you were actually feeling uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Seriously, just let us know.
Yeah, like so like if
we have your back.
Like at there again, my patience does run thin, and if you're being an asshole just to purposely push someone's buttons, I will time you out, and that is your only warning. A timeout is your only warning. If you keep doing it, get the fuck out. I don't want to see your fucking face again. As my patience runs thin. So,
Chelsea, we sometimes here we like to tease you, we like to poke fun of you, but remember, we like to have you around.
Yeah.
Again, you're one of us. If someone messes with if someone messes with you, they're also messing with us, and we will have your back.
Yeah. So, just anyone in the chat, really, like, if there is a point where you are actually legitimately getting uncomfortable with what's going on, then I will put an end to it. We will put an end to it, because we have limits. Just there's a simple, it's part of the rules. There's just a simple rule I have. Just don't be an asshole. Because I expect you, the chat, to have a level of maturity and responsibility to just be a decent fucking human being. Like, is that so fucking hard? To be a good human being? But anyways, it's a bummer that we kind of have to end it on this note, but like,
yeah.
Again, this is me being serious. Like, if you are legitimately being uncomfortable, tell us, and we will put an end to it. So, yeah. Shit, I don't want to end this on a complete bummer. What's something funny I could say?
I could gaslight you.
Sure, go ahead.
I'm only now realizing it won't work if you actually know I'm gaslighting.
Do you guys think Bandai has something big planned for Digimon Con, or they just have Tanuki-sized balls to put something like that on Pokemon Day?
I don't know. knowing Bandai though, it's probably gonna be P Bandai. All right. So yeah, there we go.
Start screaming at Tutu.
That's a funny image.
Starscream, what are you doing in
Now
that
take
tube?
for my amusement!
Now dance! Dance for me!
The alternate universe where Starscream doesn't want to dance for Megatron. It's like,
Make me finally,
Megatron will respect you. You have not earned my respect. However, you may dance for me.
I'm just imagining this deal is getting worse all the time. Robot Chicken sketch, but with Starscream and Megatron.
Oh, that's just the dichotomy between the two all the time.
That's just a relationship in general. All right. See, there we go. We ended on a positive note, and look at that. We broke a new record. 7 hours of streaming. So there we go. With a positive note, with that said, we can end the stream. So thank you all for coming, and I'll see you guys next week. I got plans for next week, so see you all later.